I certainly did. You know what? There's no better career than one of Mr. Javier Gomez from Spain.
This weekend, the T100 lands on the party island of Ibiza, with the world's best triathletes in pursuit of their own celebration. 2 triumphs in 3 sees the queen of the T100, Ashley Gentle, on top of the rankings.
What a dominant and complete performance from Ashley Gentle today.
But in this game, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And with her eye on the throne, Taylor Knibb returns from Olympic silver with one aim, owning the rivalry that is the talk of the T100.
Taylor Knibb in a league of her own right now.
She has completely dominated.
In the men's field, wherever Martin van Riel goes, success is never far behind. But in the Belgian slipstream is a wild card who pushes himself to the absolute limit in Yuri Kurin.
This is incredible, and what a performance.
At a champion Sam Laidlow in red-hot form.
Sam Laidlow, you are the champion.
Who will take their chance of glory as the mercury rises in the Mediterranean this weekend? 4 races down, 3 to go in the battle to be crowned T100 World Champion.
And the stage is set here in Ibiza, a place known more for its big nights than its big mornings, but that is exactly what we have with a fabulous day of T100 racing stretching out before us. Those in the know are up and ready to rip into it, and those in the know very much includes our commentary dream team today. It's a very warm welcome to Vicky Holland and Jan Frodeno. And should we not forget, this time last year, it was you on the start line. So let's begin there. Tell us what's in store for the athletes today in terms of challenges and opportunities.
I mean, it is a fantastic race course, of course. Ibiza is connected to partying and large nights, but as you said, you know, it is a wonderful home of triathlon here. The course is pretty tough, actually. The bike is very exposed. There's only about 500 meters of climbing, which is not that much, but it's very open. It's quite windy out here, so that's going to be tricky. And then the run course with 7 laps through the old town. There's never anywhere to hold speed. It's definitely going to be challenging as the laps go on.
And plot lines are plenty as we race towards Dubai. What is top of your watch list today?
I think a couple of things. The first thing being that we've got 6 of the 7 current winners of races are here today. So that massively opens up the field, all those winners competing for just one top spot on the day. And on top of that, we've got this series narrative, which is really starting to play out now because things are really getting intense. They've only got a couple more races to go before we hit that grand final. Every race matters. And then finally, the Olympic athletes, they're stepping up, and who knows what they're going to bring to the mix.
Lots to keep our eyes on, as you say. It's the boys who go out first, so we're going to jump ahead and just have a little look at the standings in the women before we come back to the men's race. And no Lucy Charles-Barkley because of injury on the start line today. So it's Ashley Gentle back to winning ways in London, of course, and following up her win in Singapore in April, who leads us out. India Lee, the winner in Miami, joined on the start line by fellow Brits Lucy Byram and Kat Matthews, who goes again just a week after her second place finish at the Ironman World Championship in Nice. And just outside the top 10, Taylor Knibb looking to climb the standings today and to throw another log on a rivalry that is burning brightly.
Of course, there is a bit of excitement, but also, you know, Taylor Knibb didn't come off like what she would probably describe as her best Olympic campaign, but it kind of doesn't mean much in the sense that she comes to one of these races and we know how good she is, and she's just so strong.
I think Ashley's leading the board, right? And she has 2 wins, which, I mean, if you had a 3rd win to 2 wins already, that's a impressive season score. So I think that's big, that's huge. She's definitely a huge rival.
Coming up against an athlete like that is obviously sometimes pretty intimidating. For me, it's more about myself and hoping that I can actually transfer all the work that I've put in onto the race course.
When you fail at your first major goals of the season, you kind of want to cling on to your second goals harder, but you have to hold any of your goals or dreams quite lightly or they break.
Taylor's also a super good runner. I think that I would have to probably try and pace it quite strategically, because I think that if I saw her and got too excited, I think that I would run the risk of actually not running to my potential, because I'll go out too fast and actually not be able to finish off strong.
I've been working on my run a lot, and I haven't yet shown that this year in any race. Maybe the closest to my run improvement was in the mixed relay in Paris, but like I just felt like I haven't I haven't yet raced to my run capacity, but they're still at another level. So I don't know, and we'll see.
Well, their names are up in the brightest lights in the T100. Let's start with Ash, first of all. How does she win today? Easy question.
I think with Ashley, she has to deliver a really strong day all round. I think there's a lot of different people coming that she doesn't really know exactly how they're going to race it. So for someone like Taylor, she's raced her before. She knows she's going to go out hard on the bike and she's going to have to run her down, more than likely. But what she doesn't know, what's going to happen with Annie Haug, what's going to happen with Flora Duffy, what's going to happen with those other athletes that are coming up from the Olympic distance. It's going to be a bit of an unknown for her. She has to focus on her race, not worry too much about what anyone else does. And I think the bigger question is, how do other people beat her?
Okay, we will keep our eye on that one. As far as Taylor is concerned, interesting, in the interview she used the word failure, and I just wonder therefore how easy it is for her to clear the mind and fill the heart off the back of Paris.
Well, she did also mention the flexibility that she's bringing to adjust her goals and to find new fuel. I think she is the type of athlete that will find fuel in that. The fact that her first 2 races at the Olympics didn't go to her plan at all, and she then managed to get her silver medal with, as she said, I think a very, very impressive run performance. That shows the type of athlete she is, the resilience she shows, and what she's going to need to be, continuing to take the top step here.
And you've mentioned a couple of the other runners and riders today. Where do you see real threats? Annie Haug, you can't count out, can you?
Yeah, Annie Haug, off the back of a really disappointing weekend last weekend, mechanical meant she didn't even get beyond transition. So she's really going to be gunning to put down her fitness today and show where she's at. She also really needs the results for the series now. Every race has to count for her. So she's going to be after a big, big result today. And on top of that, she was last year's winner, so she knows how to win on this course. And then really outside of that, you've got these athletes that we just don't know what they're going to do, and that's what makes it so exciting. Your Flora Duffys, Julie Deron, who is our recent Olympic silver medalist, and Taylor Spivey. What are they going to bring to the mix?
Brilliant. We shall see. You're going to nip to commentary. We shall see you a little bit later on. And that turns us nicely onto the men, actually, who go out first today. Let's show you how the series has unfolded so far.
Miami, and a new era of triathlon. Very first T100 about to take to the water. Magnus Ditlev is closing that gap on Majurier and Brownlee. The racetrack temp is 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
And if Miami was the warm-up, this weekend these athletes step into an Asian furnace that can burn very hot.
Yuri, newsflash, you're not going to see anyone.
This is one of the greatest performances in T100 history.
The T100 has landed in San Francisco. We have all the ingredients for a truly iconic race.
I tell you, he's here to win and he believes he can win.
The anxiety is building.
Martin Van Riel, Carl Smith!
Oh my goodness!
T100 reloads as London now welcomes the heroic.
Very impressed with Sam Laidlow taking it by the horns. Oh my God, it's right there.
He is holding on for dear life in this battle of attrition with Kyle Smith. No one believed he would be able to get it right at this distance, and here he is. Sam Laidlow, you are the champion here. T100 London, your home race.
Brilliant scenes in London for Sam Laidlow. 1 to 3 all sit this one out, so the top of the standings could and should get quite a shake-up today. Yuri Kulin will hope to add to his Singapore triumph. Peter Hemerick consistent in the top 10 this series. As we mentioned, Sam Laidlow fired in style in London to claim his first T100 win. And outside the top 10, but keen to climb, is Martin Van Riel, the real deal.
I don't have the excuse of short distance to hide behind anymore. And yeah, obviously winning my first T100 that I did in San Francisco builds a bit of pressure. Like the people expect another big race from me. So I feel a bit of pressure, but I'm ready to have that pressure as well. I'm probably still sometimes quite nice, sometimes not. Like it's really like a button I can kind of switch. Like I'm not the guy that is gonna dunk on people on the swim, for instance. That I don't think I will ever do. But I do think during a race, like, and I want to like not just beat these guys, but I want to destroy them. Yeah, I'm ready to go all in for this, like for the T100 series, and it will be very important to put a good result on the board here for the classification as well, for the overall classification, and set me up for like the last 2 races. So yeah, like I'm all in, and I'm gonna try to follow every move on the bike. It's definitely not gonna be easy, but yeah, I'm ready to give it everything.
Well, as we were watching that, I just said to Jan, I said, is he your favourite today? And you sort of shrugged and sighed and went, yeah, probably, because of the strength of the field. What sort of a challenge do you see from Martin van Riel today?
Well, that's the beauty of predictions in the T100s. There's a lot of buts and maybes, and that's what makes it so exciting. You know, there is definitely some very, very strong contenders in the field. I think Martin van Riel has shown that he is hungry and that he's here to win. He's had a lot of struggles over the years, which he's finally overcoming and finding his own, the T100. Let's not forget the magic sprint of San Francisco. You know, those are the kind of images we want to see, and if we get lucky, we'll see another battle between him and, I don't know, Sam Laidlow could be there, Yuri. There are just so many guys who are going to be very strong.
You mentioned Sam. When he's hot, he's very, very hot, and when he's not, it seems to be quite cold. Again, how do you try and predict, or how does he try and predict what performance he's going to pull out?
Well, you know, I was thinking about whether he's ever not hot. And I mean, he is definitely somebody who builds into the season. I think what we saw in Singapore was definitely an outlier, and also Miami, where he's just slowly finding his form. He builds towards his dream, which would also still include Hawaii. And I think the later we see him in the season, the stronger he's going to be. And it's just a question of how fresh he is on the day.
Yeah. And one question about Yuri Kulin. One or two people saying brilliant in Singapore, but that was the peak of the season so far. Today, do we find out what kind of a contender he is for the overall title?
Yeah, funny. I mean, if you think of those two guys, you know, but it's interesting that they haven't butted heads. There's a lot of testosterone going on between the two of them. But I think, you know, Yuri gave us his everything. In fact, he ended up in hospital, and he emptied the tank fully in that race. And I think it's changed his life a little bit. He even mentioned that in one of the interviews. And, you know, I think he is somebody who's willing to go extremely deep. He's had a good block to build. The last 2 months, he's not raced at all, I believe. And I think he's going to be here in good shape.
Okay, good stuff. Jan, thank you very much. We'll let you head to the commentary box as well to join Vicky and Jack Kelly. And as the sun begins to rise, we are all set for a wonderful day of T100 racing. We will hand you over to the race starter as the athletes make their way to the water.
Wearing number 20 from Australia, Max Newman, the 2023 PTO European Open champion. Wearing number 3 from Belgium, the 200 2024 Singapore, Peter Heerbrand. Wearing number 2 from the Netherlands, the 2024 T100 Singapore champion, Yuri Kulin. Wearing number 5 from France, the 2024 T100 London champion, Sam Laidlow. Wearing number 11 from Belgium, the 2024 T100 San Francisco champion, Martin van Riel.
Here we are, beautiful Ibiza, the 5th stop of the T100 World Tour. We're looking at our San Francisco champion, Martin van Riel, from that famous sprint finish. The beautiful beaches of Ibiza, a small crowd assembled for the race start. One of the most open fields that we've seen in the men's side of the races this year.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
On your mark.
We see there a very quick starter's horn. Sam Laidlow a little slow to get away, but ultimately he's on some good feet over there. I'm joined as always by the Olympic bronze medalist, Vicky Holland. Vicky, what do we see so far?
Well, what we're expecting to see, no doubt, is probably someone like Aaron Royal and possibly Josh Amberger leading out this swim. They are the form swimmers that we're used to seeing lead out our T100 races. But someone like Martin van Riel, his addition into this racing now, he's also a very good swimmer. We've got a couple of spearheads coming in now, so right on the left-hand side of the screen, as you're looking at it, we've got an athlete leading the way there. I'm just having a little look down to see if I can work out who that might be. Could well be Josh Amberger.
So last night, Vicky, Martin van Riel, Aaron Royal and Rico Bogan got together for a little pre-race dinner, and they were discussing tactics, and Rico Bogan was put in charge of leading the swim. What's going to happen if their plan plays out is that Rico will lead for about the first 400 or 500 metres, and then if Aaron can come around, he will go around. They're a little sick of these swims not breaking up and coming in with two big groups into T1, and they think with this open field and all the bike power out there, they wouldn't mind getting a little bit of a smaller select group to start the race. And we can see over on your far right-hand side, that is Rico Bogan who has taken charge. So far, does seem like that is playing out exactly like that. We can see that those four spearheads that there were are kind of becoming two, with the one in the middle left. It does look like over to the right with Rico has gone out quite a bit harder and is sort of in front right now.
Yeah, you can see the yellow hat on his feet. That's Sam Laidlow, so that would be Rico Bogan leading Sam Laidlow. And I think you can see Martin van Riel at about fourth there as well. So they're all in that bunch over onto the right-hand side.
He has gone out really hard here, though. It's quite unusual for T100 male racing that it does get sort of spread out like this early, and there isn't just straight away a very clear group, but there is kind of some 30-centimetre gaps here and there that don't always happen. We can see in our middle of the screen, sort of middle and slightly back a bit in that pink cap, is Aaron Royal. So he is a bit of a slow starter. We've seen that in all races but San Francisco, that he does build into his swim and come into it late, but he's not exactly where he would like to be. If you look at Rico Bogan out there in the red, Sam Laidlow's behind him. You can see Martin van Riel, the pink sleeves too behind them. That's Martin van Riel. So everyone who we would expect to be here kind of is here. Josh Amberger's there as well. Alistair Brownlee you can see in a nice position. And we are joined by Jan Frodeno as well, the Olympic gold medalist, three-time Ironman world champion, two-time 70.3 world champion, and every other accolade in the world of triathlon. Jan, thank you for joining us yet again.
Absolutely, always a pleasure to be here, and what a glorious morning here in Ibiza as we see the first lap of the swim. Very aggressive by Rico Bogan, and trying to break things up, I guess. So here we go, 2-lap swim course. We have a 3-lap bike course, which has changed from last year. It's very open and exposed. There's about 500 meters of climbing in there, which is not an awful lot, but a little technical turnaround out and back where the athletes will be able to see each other, very exposed to the wind, as we head back into town for a very technical run course, 7 laps with a little hill in them, so athletes are definitely going to have a challenge lap by lap.
So we look here, we've got Rico Bogan still leading this swim, Sam Laidlow and Martin van Riel on his feet, Josh Amberger's there as well, Alistair Brownlee in there. Aaron Royal has finally made his way back up and does sit 5th in this line right now.
Yeah, those spearheads have merged a little bit now. Yeah, so it's all sort of come together a little bit at the front there, but it is quite strung out. So even though those spearheads have merged, we're seeing a big difference really from front to back, only a couple of 100 meters into this swim.
Daniel Bakkegaard also right up there, which we are used to seeing. Alistair Brownlee, Jan, I want to ask you about him. Ibiza last year, he led for about the first 3-4K of the run in a race that you were in, went out very aggressively. Ruth Astor was telling us yesterday that he is in the best form he's been in since 2022. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it makes me hopeful, to be honest. I mean, we all want to see Alistair go well. He's one of the OGs and somebody who has absolutely dominated the sport over years. And really, it's come to that point where you really just wish that he has that great performance, which we all know we're capable of. He's going to have his hands full, as we even saw Martin van Riel in the pictures earlier, that is now pulling up to the lead. And the sun coming up here in Ibiza wonder what the temperatures are going to do. I think that might actually play a factor because last year it did get very hot on that run.
It is expected to get quite hot, Jan. The big thing that everyone's been talking about is how windy it is. It's right now 32 km/h winds with gusts up to about 45, which is really windy, and it's quite an exposed sort of strongman's bike course.
Definitely, that bike course is very exposed. It's only got about 520 meters of climbing, I believe, which is not an awful lot for these guys. But the wind plays into these false flats, so you've got 1-2% gradients, and then a headwind makes for a very, very tough course, and that's going to take a few of the biscuits, as we like to say, by the time they head onto the run course.
And we can see a change in lead. Martin Van Riel has gone to the front. So I guess that conversation they had has sort of played out with Rico Bogan leading the first 300, 400 metres and then Martin or Aaron taking over. They're both right there. Aaron's fourth right now. Martin's first. Rico Bogan's there in third. So, yeah, it is sort of playing out how they'd like, but it isn't quite broken up yet.
Vicky, tell me, why, as Rico Bogan and Aaron Royal, would you sit down and make a plan with Martin Van Riel, of all people? Genuinely, I mean, he's the guy to beat.
I mean, our friendship's getting in the way of a potentially tactical decision here. You're right. It's the right thing to do for athletes like Rico, like Aaron especially. He needs to make something happen on the swim. His performances so far in the T100 this year have been a little bit disappointing to himself. He's expected a little bit more for himself, and his massive strength is his swim capabilities. So if you're someone like Aaron Royal, yeah, make a plan with someone, but you're right, Martin Van Riel, as the person who is undefeated over middle distance, who won in San Francisco at his first time at this, probably not the person.
So Martin Van Riel leads the way. We've got Aaron Royal, Rico Bogan, Sam Laidlow's there, Alistair Brownlee's there, all of the big swimmers. Max Newman's there. Big question about him as last year's winner. What kind of form will he be on the run? We saw in London, not the strongest. Just to touch back on what you were talking about, yeah, maybe friendships are getting in the way, but is there also a bit of acceptance there by maybe Aaron Royal that he can't beat Martin Van Riel? He doesn't think he can get away with him, but he would prefer to be off the front in a select small group and maybe put himself in a position to come 6th or 7th rather than coming 13th or 14th in a bigger group.
I agree with that 100%, but Rico Bogan is not in that position. He is the young up-and-comer. He wants to get a scalp. He wants to get a win here or in any of the T100 series, and unfortunately you just have to play that tactical game. You know, tonight everybody's still together. You can still have a friendly dinner with your mates, but right now, as I believe, it's on, and maybe it is an old school train of thought. You know, you look at kind of athletes doing it their own way in different ways. But yeah, I just find it interesting how there's a great camaraderie, which is nice, but you know, I do think it's also a battle for a lot of money and points.
Josh Amberger also there. He's splitting up that little group that had the meeting last night. So Martin Van Riel in the front, Josh Amberger on his feet, Rico Bogan on his feet, and then Aaron Royal right there as well with Sam Laidlow and Alistair Brownlee next up.
And we see Martin Van Riel ranked 12th in the swim, currently leading the swim, so hopefully he'll get some points in his swim rankings and working his way through lap 1 of 2.
And remember, while you are watching along, you can get your phone up, get your camera out, scan the QR code, because that will take you to our live tracker app. What you can see there is all of the days split. So when they exit here at the Aussie exit, you'll be able to see exactly where every single athlete in the field exited and how much time gap there is to everyone else. And that will be the same for all day, swim, bike and run. So get your camera out, scan that QR code, follow along at home with a little bit more detail than what you'll see on screen.
So there's only 4 athletes at the moment that I can see that haven't quite made the split here. So whilst they are stringing it out a little bit at the front, it's not quite doing enough damage really. There's only, as I said, only 4 athletes haven't been able to go with the pace at this point.
Am I crazy? But did I see Yuri Kulin hasn't made that front group? Is he the one leading that little splinter? Is he the one leading that second group?
I'd need to see it again, to be honest. I didn't quite pick out. We know that Yuri Kulin is wearing an orange hat. So for those at home, if you can see that.
Well, as we have a look at this lead group, it is in fact Yuri Kulin not in that group. So Mathis Margier is there, Sam Laidlow's there, Alistair Brownlee's there, Max Newman's there, Daniel Bakkegaard's there, Aaron Royal, Josh Amberger, Rico Bogan, Martin Van Riel. You can see Yuri Kulin is in fact the man leading that chase group and does look like he's swimming quite hard there, having realised that he hasn't got the feet, and that back group is starting to splinter. Yuri now finding himself almost in no man's land.
He's in between, breaking away from what would be probably Chevalier on his feet. So it's quite amazing to see him off the back of this. However, yeah, with a non-wetsuit swim, I guess it was a lucky choice for Sam Laidlow. He didn't have to choose this time. Made me eat my words good and proper. I love it.
We don't get to talk about it this time because no one's wearing wetsuits in this race.
The one race that Yuri Kulin did win, however, at Singapore was also a non-wetsuit swim, and he was 4th out of the water, I believe. He was right at the front of that lead group. So I wonder if that's just an early indication that his form isn't quite where it was that day, or if it's just conditions with the cooler water versus Singapore.
Well, there's a lot of theories here, because the thing is he hasn't raced in a while, so it could just be that the first 10, 15 minutes are the hardest of a race, just to simply take that little edge back. We'll see now how he runs out, and generally the start of the second lap is absolutely crucial, whether you can kind of balance out the lactic acid from your arms to your legs, back to your arms. This kind of Aussie exit is pretty tricky.
So we've got an actual Aussie exit today, a true old-fashioned Aussie exit. Martin Van Riel leads, Josh Amberger behind him, Rico Bogan next out of the water. You can see that Martin Van Riel has really exploded out of that Aussie exit. There's quite a few gaps here, actually. Fred Funk, Max Newman, they do seem, Daniel Bakkegaard, they do seem like they've kind of dropped that front group a little bit, and will have to work really hard to get back onto the feet here.
Yeah, Daniel Bakkegaard was the one there who did seem to have just been a little bit too sluggish getting out of the water. And Martin Van Riel, I think, is really going to use that power, that speed he's got from his short course background to just try and accelerate out of this as Aussie exit.
And Matthias Margier and Peter Hemrich as well. Matthias Margier not making a front group is a very, very rare thing in long course triathlon.
Martin Van Riel just lifting his head, sighting now. The thing is, the sun is just coming up, so the reflection on the water can be a little bit tricky to actually spot. We see him raising his head more than he normally would, and that would definitely be the sunlight coming into his eyes as we see the palm trees slowly catching up on some sunlight.
Something that I think is interesting is that Aaron Royal, in 4th there in the pink cap, has yet to see the front of the swim, which would be the first time for the T100 World Tour in 2024 if he does not, in fact, spend some time on the front.
Yeah, it's normally around now that we sort of see him swim up the outside and just gradually make his way to the front. But right now, Martin Van Riel setting the pace, and it doesn't look like Aaron's making any moves to move forward. Maybe he's just happy to sit there in 4th in this race and save some pennies for later on.
Absolutely. We talk of all the changes, and the one thing you consistently see is Alistair Brownlee being where he is. He's always sitting around 4th, 5th, 6th position, and he's someone who's realized that in the swim, he's such a capable swimmer that it's worth saving your energy. And maybe this could be a blessing in disguise for Aaron Royal, because the pace is obviously hot enough that he doesn't feel like he can add or break anyone with it, as we have a long kind of tail forming here, and it shows you it's single file all the way. So Martin Van Riel obviously coming off some Olympic paced swimming.
Yeah, no one actually did get dropped at that Aussie exit. It did look like those gaps were starting to come out, but the people who were in that pack haven't been distanced from that pack, but it is now completely single file all the way down through. So it won't take very much for one of them to maybe lose the feet, and if you're unfortunately on the wrong side of that, you're the athlete behind the person who drops the feet, you're going to end up distanced too.
Yeah, so London was quite particular because I kind of had this anger in me about people, like the other athletes in the athlete lounge before the race were like kind of laughing at me for not having a wetsuit, and I kind of had a bit of a chip on my shoulder and used that to kind of fuel my anger, especially on the bike. I just remember just having like a permanent frown on my face and just pedaling with that energy. And unfortunately, you can't always predict that kind of mental state you're going to go into a race. Normally I am quite relaxed, and I also get on well with lots of the athletes here, so it's difficult to be angry against the athletes. But yeah, I mean, in London, on the bike, there was mostly that anger, and then on the run, it was more about just running the best I could and seeing what I could do. I always put pressure on myself, and that's the biggest pressure. I'm not really fussed what other people think. I know that I'm going in the right trajectory, and I can see that in my numbers and training, and then for me that's just a matter of time until I can kind of show that in a race, and it might be this weekend, it might be in Kona, it might be in Dubai. Yeah, it's always tough to predict. It's always a very unpredictable sport, I guess.
Speaking of Sam Laidlow, there is a bit of a storyline here, and it's almost like storylines follow Sam Laidlow a little bit. We had the wetsuit in London where Jan went pretty heavy and said that that's a mistake, and then Sam, like he's just talked about, proved everyone wrong with that chip on his shoulder, and that's been a bit of a running joke since that race. But he was going for a run 3 days ago here in Ibiza, just a standard 10K run that you do before the race, and he went to duck under a sign, and he's quite a tall triathlete. He's about a 6'2" kind of guy, and he went to duck under a street sign, and he come up a little bit early, and he smashed his head on the street sign, and he actually knocked himself unconscious. He was with his dad that was on a bike, and he was passed out on the side of the road in Ibiza in a bit of a different way than what you would usually see here in Ibiza, going for a run and knocking yourself out. And he's got a swollen ankle, and he's been getting massage on it, you know, I think 3 times this week, and he saw the doctor and got cleared with no obvious signs of concussion, so it's like hell hit a race. But I wonder how big an impact that might have today.
It's interesting, these kinds of things that happen. Sometimes a mishap can actually help you to kind of take a little bit of pressure off, because, you know, you do the best that you can, and you have to focus on the moment, and you can't actually think about that many other things. From what we can see here, he's well positioned in the pack. He's moving along, and he's setting himself up. Quite frankly, I think this bike course really suits him. So right now he's doing a good job in this long line of men fighting to be in the first group.
Just seems that now there's a little bit of a split occurring after, I think, the 6 athletes. I think we've got 6 away, and someone has just, I think it's Max Newman, green cap, has just dropped the feet. So there's a little bit of a gap occurring. It's not massive yet, but they are on the way back on this final lap, and that could be a good few seconds coming into the first transition.
And we can just see here the sunlight that they had to face, which so now they turn back and will have the sun in their backs, which makes it much easier to orientate themselves at the front. You have to say, it's pretty impressive how Martin Van Riel is just taking this by the horns.
Yeah, it does look like Martin Van Riel has managed to string that out on the way out. He's in the lead, Josh Amberger in the blue cap behind him, Rico Bogan in 3rd in the red cup, Aaron Royal in pink in 4th. We then had Sam Laidlow and Alistair Brownlee, and it did appear like there was a gap that had sort of been made, as Vicky said, to Max Newman and Frederick Funk. So I just wonder if Martin Van Riel does push in this final run-in back into the beach, whether they can extend that gap, and like they talked about last night in that team meeting almost, whether they have finally made a gap and are going to come into T1 with a small select group, because right now it is a 6-man group off the front of this race, and you can see there Max Newman leading that chase group. It's only 15 metres, but you know, that's about 5-6 seconds, and that's very hard to make back up. Alistair Brownlee, Sam Laidlow there in the yellow, Aaron Royal in pink, Rico Bogan in red, Josh Amberger, and then Martin Van Riel out in front pushing the pace.
I did also wonder if Yuri Kulin has lost his cap. He did seem to be at the end of that second pack, so that he's made that gap. You also have to remember it's a 20-meter draft zone, so these men are going to have to space out, and that means that if you're 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in line, you're going to need some space, and that will might be enough for the back of the group to get back on.
It is difficult when 13 of them, as they were a group of 13 at the end of lap 1, if 13 of them end up on getting into transition 1 at the same time, and they've all got to get out on the bike together, to try and space yourself out in those 20 meters is difficult at the very, very beginning of the bike leg, and it just means if you don't have the fastest of transitions, if you are the 13th guy, you've almost got to just wait. You've got to
260 meters.
That's a lot. It's a long
Quick
time.
math. Very early in the day to be talking about drafting. I'm sure we're going to get there very shortly. I think something to note in this lead group is a lot of bike firepower. Martin van Riel, his strength is probably his cycling. I know he's a really solid, consistent athlete, no real weaknesses, which he talked about in one of the interviews this week, that he sees his biggest strength, that he has no weakness. But if you talk to everyone, they do say that his bike is actually his strength, not his swim or his run. Sam Lade, though, we saw what he did in London. Alistair Brownlee, he's always been one of the most aggressive cyclists in the sport. Rico Bogan, his bike is definitely his strength. Aaron Royal and Josh Amberg are the two in this league group where they kind of have a bit of suspicion on their bike and is it as strong as everyone around them. But the four other men in this group, you know, their bike is as strong as anyone in World Triathlon right now.
Just noticed then when the shot panned out that Max Newman's actually done a really quite good job of holding that gap. I mean, he's not managed to quite close back onto the feet at the back of that front group of 6, but he's only not even 10 meters off the back of it. So they are very much going to come into transition as one huge pack. And so, as we just mentioned, they've got to get a wriggle on to get through T1, because you don't want to be the 13th man getting on your bike and having to sort of allow, as Jan calculated, that 260 meter gap before you can actually start pedaling.
Well, the thing is also, if you're sitting 10 meters behind, you're not getting a real benefit of the draft. And I would dare to think that he would always try and be as close as he can. So you know he's actually swimming on the limit. And it's an uncomfortable position I always found as an athlete, to be sitting there. You want to close that gap. You want to save energy. You know everyone else is just sitting on your feet. It is mentally a bit of a conundrum he's finding himself in, but he's closing the gap, we can see here.
Some names we haven't mentioned as much. Fred Funk is the one on Max Newman's feet, which that's an out of this world swim for Fred Funk. He would usually be 5, 6, 7 feet back. Mika Newt right there on his feet as well, who I would say is one of the few athletes who's really truly targeted this race. I don't know how many men in this field had this as one of their A races for the year, but Mika Newt is one of them. And ever since San Francisco, this is the race that Mika Newt's had in his sight, and he's right there behind Fred Funk and Max Newman.
And he was here last year, still injured. He just came out and watched the race, and he had a fire to his belly. And he's probably been carrying that for the past 16 months since we've been on this very site. He's seen the race, he's watched the race, and it makes a lot of sense for him to target it.
He's also an athlete who seems to be in really good form at the moment. He seems to be improving almost with every race. We've seen him a couple of times on the series, and there you go. Max Newman has just about got himself onto the feet of Alistair Brownlee just as they've got the shore in sight. So he's worked really hard there to drag himself and Frederick Funk right back up, but he's done a bit of damage behind him. Look, you know, some of those athletes are struggling to go with that pace, so they're going to have a little bit of differentiation by the time they get to T1.
Yeah, well, that was Mika Newt, who was kind of struggling, and Daniel Bakkegaard was on Mika Newt's feet also. It didn't look, not necessarily struggling, but the gap was still there a little bit. They hadn't fully closed it. So you can see that black cap there, that's Mika Newt. The one directly behind him is Daniel Bakkegaard. And then Fred Funk in the light blue cap behind the green cap of Max Newman. This is the best swim he's had in his career, I think.
In their final few meters of the swim now. So whilst Martin van Riel has put down the vast majority of the work on the front, he's not been able to make too much damage to a lot of the guys behind him. It's going to be a lot of athletes that hit transition together.
And we're going to, as always, throw to our transition expert, Jan Frodeno. Call what you're seeing, Jan.
All right, so here we go. Martin van Riel made a surprisingly calm impression on me as he ran out. Alistair Brownlee coming out, Max Newman right on the feet there. We see the athletes taking off their swimsuits. Everybody now, by a change of the rules, has to have their swim skins on, so no more funky transitions like we used to see in the past. Martin van Riel here looking very calm in his colors of choice, hard to be missed as he gets on bike foot, choosing to put on his socks in T1, that is a smart call to me, because you're not going to create a difference here. And by the time you come around to second transitions, you're already wearing socks. Josh Amberger leading the men out. And Sam Laidlow in second, that is something I would worry about, because we know he can ride, especially that first lap, extremely hard to create a gap that few guys can.
That's what caught my eye too, Jan. Sam Laidlow looked very calm and in control. That kind of would, if I was racing, that would scare me looking at Sam Laidlow there.
And funny enough, Martin Van Riel actually taking Sam Laidlow's tactic. So Sam Laidlow used to lose a lot of time in T1 putting on socks. He went out barefoot. As we see the second group, Yuri Kulin is indeed leading the group. Brad Weiss, I see in there. Mathis Margier. Oh, they're going around. Jeez, boys, stay within the lines. Very powerful group on the bike. This could be, but I'm surprised to see Matisse especially so far behind.
I know that Matisse has had a bit of injury issue, but talking to him throughout the week, he said his training had been going well. He felt he was back in form. He felt his swim, bike and run were all in good positions. I even questioned, I said, really, you've got back this quick? He said, yeah, I feel as in good form as what I was in Miami, where he was the one who took charge and took Alistair Brownlee off the front of the race. But wow, to see him in this group, it's quite surprising, really. And it's like, at this point, it's a minute and 30 seconds to that front group. And we know he's a strong bike rider, and this course suits him, but that's a big gap.
That is a big gap, but especially, I mean, all four of these are handy riders. Brad Weiss probably more on his own on a hilly course. But we see everybody choosing to run far past the mount line, the green line, where they actually have to get on the bike. But it is a slight uphill start as we wait probably only for Leon Chevalier to come out.
So we do see a lot of bunching up here with flashing red lights. They do have a small period where they are allowed to sort of spread out. You sort of see this roundabout up here.
It's just the angle.
After that, cheeky from Jan. After this roundabout is where they are expected to sort of string things out. So we do hope to see that really soon.
Max Burl, 3 bottles for an 80K. We see even the bottom one is a liter bottle. I mean, I know a lot of this is kind of aerodynamic benefit. But yeah, it's a
lot of fluid.
Welcome to the T100. This season, 20 of the world's best men's and women's professional triathletes will battle it out over the notorious 100-kilometre distance, consisting of 2-kilometre swim, 80-kilometre bike and 18-kilometre run, the ultimate test of speed and endurance. Taking place across 7 iconic locations around the globe, the season culminates with the T100 World Championship finals in November. Every finishing position earns points, from 1 point for 20th to 35 points for first place. The T100 World Championship finals will offer even more points to keep every athlete fighting until the end of the season. The total of each athlete's 3 best point-scoring performances over the season, plus the final, will count towards their points total. The athlete with the highest points total at the end of the season will be crowned T100 World Champion. With a prize purse of $7 million on the line, it means that each race and every point scored will make a difference.
And huge drama early as we were off screen. Martin Van Riel and Sam Laidlow were leading this bike course, and they have gone straight through a roundabout the wrong way on the course. So they have had to go all the way back around the roundabout and connect back with the group, which they haven't managed to do so far. So we now have Rico Bogan and Fred Funk out in front of this race. Here we see the replay of it. Martin Van Riel in the pink and yellow up in front in the lead. They're supposed to take a right-hand turn there. They go straight through the roundabout. You can see they turn around, look. That's a hard U-turn on a TT bike like that. There's not much space on that side of the roundabout. Rico Bogan and Fred Funk slip straight through. I mean, Jan, I know what you would do if you were Rico Bogan in that position.
What are you saying? I do try and look at the course beforehand. It did give us a very, very brief chance for one of the lights to go blue and the field to break up a little bit as we see The athletes all coming through the first little turnaround here. Very strange, actually. It seemed like it was marked. I mean, I know there were big open cones, but that's nerves. You know, you're at the front of the race. You're desperate to create a gap. You're trying to put on the pressure. That's when you make a little error in concentration, and, you know, that is very costly.
And we just saw off camera that Martin Van Riel did get back on with Sam Laidlow there, so they are on the very back of that lead group right there. What I was hinting at, Jan, is I think you might have put a bit of power down if you were Rico Bogan there and sort of taken out two of your competition if you could, or at least make them work hard for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You always try and make people pay for their mistakes, and fair enough. You know, I mean, reading the course, knowing where you got to go, is part of the game. Generally, if you make that grave of a mistake, you deserve to be punished. The group is obviously big enough that they can just get back in, but it'll be a long way to make it back to the front, because as we said earlier, if they're correctly spaced, that's 260 meters to the front that you've got to make up on riders who are all trying to.
So I know it looks like there's a lot of red flashing lights here. This is a neutralised zone, however, so you are not allowed to get a drafting penalty in this zone. Once they come out of this, it goes onto a bit of a straighter road where they are expected to then unbunch, and you can get penalised for drafting. But right now it is a neutralised zone through those few roundabouts and those tight little sort of blocked off roads. So I know it looked like it, but can't get a penalty there.
Nice shot of Alistair, and it's, as we can see by the lights here, it's perfectly spaced out now. Amazing, genuinely amazing. We have the technology, and yeah, I think the first lap, obviously, in such a tightly spaced field, is hard to space out correctly. But we see the technical official rolling through here and giving the guys a bit of an eye.
So this road that they're on now, as we look at Martin Van Riel, who took the wrong turn as he was leading early on the bike, this is the road that sort of goes long and straight, and you eventually do a U-turn and come back in. So this is the road where if there is flashing lights, there will be penalties. It is also the part of the bike course that once you get out of the technicalities in town, this is where the strongmen will take over. In about 2-3 kilometres from now is where the winds will really start to take havoc and sort of impact the riders, because it's a long, straight, exposed road, slightly uphill, slightly downhill, about -2% and then +2% rotating all the way through the bike course.
And that technical bit at the front is new. That was not there last year. I can't remember, it was 5 or 6 laps, but it was more laps, and it was just out and back on the highway, basically. So that's where the athletes will go now on this 3-lap bike course. Rico Bogan on the front, also choosing to put his socks on, and being rewarded for that. He would have lost a few positions, and because the guys went the wrong way, he finds himself in a leading position, already set up well for the next transition.
Do you think he would have wanted that? Do you think he would have wanted to find himself right at the front, or would he have been a bit more comfortable to have a little bit of time sat maybe more in the middle of that long line of athletes? Do you think he actually, this early on, just a few kilometres in, wants to find himself at the front?
Well, the thing with Rico Bogan is conditions are a factor for him in a way that they aren't for some others. He really struggles in the heat. I know that he wants to make a bit of a gap on the bike. I know he's committed to riding hard, because he is a little worried that later on in the run, the heat might get the better of him, and he doesn't really want to find himself in a position like he did in San Francisco, where he's battling on the run and it's potentially 24, 25, 26 degrees. So I do think he wants to ride quite aggressively, and this will suit him. And Sam Laidlow coming to the front here is ominous, because this is London all over again, and this is the wheel that I think a lot of people will want to be holding, because they know this could be the race.
Absolutely, and that is very, very impressive. I mean, to go through all the way through the group from the very back in such a short space of time. Again, sitting there, calm, controlled. He doesn't look like he's muscling the bike, even as he gets to the very last rider. And this is why it's a great position for Rico Bogan to be in, because he's been able to save energy, relatively speaking, in the front, and he's able to try and be the closest on Sam Laidlow's wheel. But the way he came past, I'm not sure that's going to be an easy task.
Just remember that when someone makes the pass, you do have about 45 seconds that the TOs will give you. to see that flashing light, red light not become flashing. So Rico Bogan got out of the zone there, or Sam Laidlow rode out of the zone probably more accurately in about 15 seconds. So yeah, that's pretty impressive. We saw Martin Van Riel lead the swim. He then led the ride and took that wrong turn, but he's caught back up to the group. Let's hear from Martin about today's race.
Yeah, I would prefer that if we can already break it up a little bit on the bike, because my training hasn't been like the best since the Olympics. So I think that my bike is actually quite close to my top level, but my run is maybe a little bit lagging behind right now. So yeah, I think that with this course, with windy conditions as well, I think that there will be some gaps. So I just have to make sure that I make the right moves. I think guys with the class of Sam Laidlow, you just cannot let them go, because they have that thing where they just go above themselves when they're in the right position, and that's exactly what he did in London. Like, maybe people were almost writing him off to ever win a T100 before that race, but he showed like that he doesn't need much of a gap, and obviously he is such a strong biker, so that's not going to be easy to follow him, especially because he's also a bit heavier than me. So on the slight downhills, it's probably going to be a struggle fest for me. But yeah, the plan is to not let him go, but I will have to see if I can actually follow that plan as well, because obviously the legs have to be able as well.
And this is a really nice shot to put Sam Laidlow's ride into perspective. He went the wrong way with Martin Van Riel. Martin Van Riel is sitting somewhere towards the back third, maybe in halfway in this group. And Sam has ridden past all these riders that you're seeing at the top of your screen. So the amount of power that Sam Laidlow is putting down early is phenomenal. Scary even.
I would say this is ominous, not only for today's race, but for the season to come. We know Sam Laidlow targeting both this race particularly and Kona. There is two big ones. Magnus Ditlev watching at home, Christian Blumenfeld watching at home. They will be taking note of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting build-up to that race for him in Kona as well. So this is a big peak for him. He said he really wants to perform here, and so far showing that he's in great shape. I mean, he's gliding across the tarmac when he went to the front. It was just so smooth. It was absolute poetry in motion. But on top of that, it's where did this fit in his sort of idea to be at his peak for this race and for Kona in just a few weeks' time? And so far, he looked brilliant.
As we get to the first little climbing section, so this is probably what you would normally describe as a false flat. I would say probably a 3% gradient. Very pleasant to ride. Alistair just checking if that's not a technical official coming on the side there, as we see the disco lights of the Ibiza bike course flashing up in red. It is a party. But Martin also moving through the field here quite nicely. But speaking to you, Vicky, he's not looking as smooth as Sam Laidlow did. I mean, he was just holding his power comfortably, and
chaos on course with the camera and the technical officials.
Technical official going through. Max Pearl carrying all that nutrition up the hill. You have to remember that's obviously also added weight. But Martin Van Riel realizing he's got to get to the front of the group, otherwise it's going to be see you later from Sam. Doing Sam things at the front here.
Yeah, Sam Laidlow looking so good at the front that you can't afford, if you are Martin Van Riel and you want to keep him in your sights, you can't afford to not be really close behind him now. You have to be in the top few in this pack, otherwise you're never going to see him when he disappears up the road, and you have to be able to see him, so that's why he's making his move.
You notice how at the back of the group things are sort of bunched up a little bit. The gaps aren't that big, but you look out the front, Sam Laidlow has 40 metres back to Rico Bogan, who then has 30 metres to Fred Funk. It's almost like, because of how fast Sam Laidlow is riding, even if they want to draft, they almost can't. They're really fighting and getting aggressive in their aero position just to hold on up that hill, whereas at the back where things weren't quite as fast, it was a little bit more boxed together. You can see this gap to Fred Funk from Martin Van Riel. The camera shortens it, but that's definitely 30, 35, 40 metres. So it's hard out the front here to try and hold on to the wheel of Sam Laidlow, who is clearly putting down the power.
And we can also see that on the timing screens that we've got. We've seen Daniel Beckegaard drop off the back. He's gone. Josh Amberger is struggling at the back of that group. So I can pretty much assure you that we're not going to be 13 riders by the end of the first lap, which we haven't even seen halfway.
Yeah, well, Yuri Kjorn's still almost a minute 30 back. Matthias Margier right behind him. So that's a huge gap for those two. And a T100 contracted athlete at the start of the year who, champion of the sport, announced their retirement earlier on this week, and an illustrious career, Javier Gomez. He is here, he's supporting the race following along, and he's joined by Alex.
He is indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Jack. Yes, not many overtook you out on the course, but old Father Time has just made the pass. A big announcement for you this week. Tell us a little bit about the emotions that you've been going through recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of mixed feelings. While it's a decision that I have, I'm very sure that it's the right thing to do. When you're here, when you see others racing, it's like, yeah, maybe I could be there. But yeah, I had my time, I had a fantastic career, and I really tried this year to be good enough for the PTO races, but I was just struggling to get the level of fitness. My body wasn't cooperating that much, and this is the best triathlon in the world at the moment, and to be competitive with these guys, you need to be at your absolute best. And I was struggling to reach that point, so it's better to step aside and watch the races and enjoy the show.
One of the greats of the sport, and you don't need me to tell you that, but when you look back now at all that you've achieved, which are the triumphs that mean the most to you, or the titles that mean the most to you?
Well, there are many. I mean, it's a long career, but definitely the Olympic medal and winning the 4 short distance world titles. Yeah, probably that's the most amazing thing for me. When I won my 5th world title, that was a very, very special moment.
And the rivalries. I think one or two might be able to guess, but who are those that you've enjoyed going up against the most?
I was lucky to race different generations of people at the beginning, older than me, and then my age, and younger than me, and much younger than me. But I would say that rivalry that I had with Alistair and Jonathan Brownlee was epic for me as an athlete. It made me improve. They came up with a different level, and so if I wanted to be competitive, I just had to improve my level. And yeah, it were great times. I think it was good for the sport, that rivalry, and especially in Spain, a lot of people love that, and to have a big rival to race against. Yeah.
I can only imagine. Tell me a little bit about the things that you will miss the most of racing at this very, very top end, and perhaps the things that you're really happy to see the back of.
I guess the adrenaline of racing, of the focus right before the race, the focus during the race, all that stuff I'll miss for sure. The pain, maybe not that much, and the suffering. I still love training, of course, and I keep training hard myself, but yeah, probably I won't miss the stress of racing as well, and the and the suffering. Okay. But yeah, I'll be a triathlon fan. I will keep enjoying watching these guys and these girls compete.
And we were talking just before we went on air about when you started, 1998. Just give me a little comparison of the sport that you entered 26 years ago relative to the one that we are witnessing today.
Well, it's a completely different sport, especially in Spain. That's where I started. It was a very small sport. Most of the people didn't know it. But we had great champions before me in Spain, and the sport started to grow and get more known, and making the Olympics. Triathlon sport was a big step as well. And yeah, everything got way more professional, better races, better athletes, better support from sponsors, from everyone involved in the triathlon made the sport way bigger. It's completely different now.
Well, you've been an integral part of that journey. Many, many congratulations on a glorious career. Thank you for coming to chat to us. Enjoy the rest of the day. Have a good day. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Back to you, Jack.
Flashback to 2008 at the Beijing Olympics, Jan. Javier Gomez was the bookies' favourite, almost the unbackable favourite, the best in the world right at that time. And it was you who went on to win that gold medal, with him ultimately finishing in 4th. And you had a long career from then of racing him, not only in short course, but when you both stepped up into middle distance racing and long course racing, went back and forth at the 70.3 world champs. A couple of times you getting the crown and him getting the crown. And yeah, I'd say apart from Alistair Brownlee and Johnny Brownlee, you were probably his next big rival. So what does it mean to you to see the great man Javier Gomez announcing his retirement during the week?
Oh, it almost brings a little tear to my eye. I mean, honestly, he's such a gentleman, and he is such an incredible athlete who, time and time again, in all different conditions, proved that he is the man to beat. He's won almost everything there is to be won, and the one thing I kind of regret is that we always seem to miss each other in terms of our peaks. He had some trouble running into the 2008 Olympics. He then became the man to beat with Alistair Brownlee and Johnny Brownlee, you know, when these guys were just going like heavyweight boxers into each other all the time for a long time. Then I went to long distance racing. He was very strong in middle distance racing early on, but then, you know, injuries start to plague him and he started to struggle more and more, and it is incredibly difficult to go out on your own terms. So sad to see that he didn't get another run on the boards, but he's probably made a good decision being a dad and having given so much to the sport. All the best to him.
The two races I really remember, Jan, 70.3 world champs, both of them. Probably the second one is Canada, where he got the better of you on that hilly run course. That was an epic battle, and it was like, oh, Javier Gomez is now the man to beat. But then 2018, I think everyone regards that as one of the most exciting 70.3s to ever take place, where you were the man that day and Javier Gomez, it didn't struggle. You both just went head to head, and it was probably the one day where I think we got close to the best version of both of you, if there was one.
Yeah, it was an amazing race, and it's funny because I often get asked which is my favorite race, and you know, 70.3 Worlds obviously in the general public's eye doesn't hold nearly the value of an Olympics or a Hawaii, but that was before the T100 was around, and I have to say that has to be one of, if not the dearest victory I've ever had. Also against this man, of course, on screen right here, Alistair Brownlee. You know, it was quite something. He was such a predator in his day, and you know, he's become a far gentler version of what he was back in the day. But yeah, as an old guy, I have to say I do love him being still in this front group here.
I remember that day in 2018, Jan. Alistair Brownlee, funnily enough, was talked about as the favourite going into that 70.3 World Champs. 2008 at the Olympics, Javier Gomez was the favourite. You beat them both on both of those days. There was something about you when you weren't the favourite, but you sort of got a chip on your shoulder. And I think you, Javier and Alistair, you all raced with a chip on your shoulder at certain points, and it was just, yeah, an absolute. It was sort of like the Colosseum when you three were on a start line together. It was gladiators going to war, basically, wasn't it?
Well, funny enough, Sam Laidlow mentioned it in his interview earlier on, when, you know, athletes seem to be smirking at him for not wearing a wetsuit in London. I think that's what the good guys do, is they turn that negative energy into fuel, and you really make sure that, you know, if you do get angry, you turn that into forward motion. And I think it's one of the secrets to unleashing the very best performances, if you can channel your anger and just, you know, find somebody who said something that just, you know, ticks you off a little bit.
Enough reminiscing from us. I could do it all day, but we're back here at the front of the race with Sam Laidlow. He's coming into form right at the right time of the year. He talked about in 2024, he didn't feel like his year went the right way. He felt like he was in the best form at Gran Canaria at the start of the year, and it was kind of just slightly downhill all the way to the end of the season, even though he did go on to win the Ironman World Championships. But he feels like this year it's been the complete opposite. He started slow, and he feels like he's been peaking, so he's been heading in the right way all year. If you do want to be involved in Ibiza for 2025 and come and race this race, the mass participation start, which takes place the day after the professionals race on this beautiful course. The swim's beautiful, the ride's beautiful. The run course is spectacular that you're about to see through Old Town. Might be the highlight of this race, actually. Then get your phone camera out. That QR code in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that's the place where you go and register for here next year. We are coming back to Ibiza for the third year in a row. It's a magnificent place, not just to race, but to come here for the week. It's probably been my favourite location so far in terms of just chilling out, hanging out on the beach. Everyone's just been sitting around enjoying some cold brews at the pool at the hotel. It's been a fun week.
So while you've been taking a walk down memory lane, I've been having a little bit of a look at the splits on our second screen. Remember, you can access that as well if you're into all the stats like me.
So Sam, coming in to roughly the halfway mark, there's some cobblestones here. It's not that windy out there yet. Fred Funk making use of the technicalities of the course, so he's basically just choosing to brake a little bit later, be a little bit more aggressive. We saw Sam shaking out his legs. You got to remember, he's been laying down full power. He closed the gap, rode past the bunch, and has been sitting at the front as we see the first riders going through the village. What a shot! Straight onto the harbour.
Something to keep in mind here, Vicky, this is again one of those neutralised zones. So flashing red lights, we're allowed to see them again. It's kind of an interesting one where you can take advantage of it a little bit if you want by getting a little bit closer. You don't really get any draft benefit. Maybe there's some mental benefit there, but once you come out of this neutralised zone after the cobblestones where it does straighten out again, we do have to spread out and get back to no flashing red lights. So just for the sake of no confusion, that is a neutralised zone. No penalties allowed through that turnaround.
Yeah, so when I was taking a little bit of a look at the data a little while ago, I noticed that there is starting to form just a couple of little splits. So Sam Laidlow, and if this is testament to Sam Laidlow really at the front and the power he's putting down, the only person who's been able to stick right with him, and we saw it at that U-turn there, was Frederick Funk, and there's now about an 8-second gap back to Rico Bogen, Martin Van Riel, Alistair Brownlee and Mika Newt, who are still riding in a line as a 4 of them, and then there's about another 15 seconds back to the next group, which is led by Maximilian Sperl. So we've got some little gaps beginning to occur now, and we've seen Sam Laidlow do this already. We saw him do it in London, and it's not really a massive surprise to see him doing it again.
And this doesn't look like much, but you can see the road dropping off left and right. There's a fair bit of side wind out there. We're still getting significant wind readings, and when you're in the aero position, it's uncomfortable. When you see it, you know, the consequences just that it's a drop off of a few meters, and just mentally seeing it, you see the guys holding onto their base bars a little bit more, taking a micro rest around the technical sections, which I think will definitely help them recover just a little bit, because it's the only break they're getting. Here it's just power down, head down, and pray to hold on.
And I do wonder if Rico Bogen used that section to maybe pop himself back onto Frederick Funk and Sam Laidlow at the front there, because that gap was about 8 seconds and he seems to have closed it back up to sort of that 20-metre draft zone now.
There's clearly a whole lot of power being put down here by Sam Laidlow. No one's trying to come around. Fred Funk's a pretty aggressive cyclist. Rico Bogen, we saw that when he got the opportunity to go to the front early in the race, he took it. They're not doing that. They're just staying on Sam Laidlow's wheel. I don't think that's really a choice they have. I think he's probably putting down enough power and riding fast enough that they can only sit in. They're not even really considering coming around to the front unless he does slow down. And we can see that it has splintered things a little bit. Mika Newt in 6. He's sort of just got a little bit of a gap to Maximilian Sperl behind him at 7 seconds now. So the fact that it's so strung out like this, as soon as they get back out onto that flat, you know, slightly false flat, slightly uphill drag out of that cobblestone section, shows that Sam Laidlow's just got straight back to riding hard, and it's almost impossible for them to stay bunched up, and if anything, they're just struggling to hold on, let alone, you know, thinking about going around.
And if, like me, you do want to see all this data, this information, then the QR code is on the screen now for you to have a look.
The interesting thing here that struck me in London is that we saw Sam coming around and having to close a gap on the way from making up the deficit in the swim. And then I kind of wondered what was going to go and happen, but his splits remained fairly consistent throughout the 6 laps we had in London. And that would be something scary. If you're sitting second, third wheel, 30 meters behind, you're kind of hoping, you know, that sometime it'll end. But I think Sam is very smart in his pacing. He's very aggressive, but he does have the training and the ability to back it up and maintain that pace throughout the race.
We are seeing a situation exactly like London at the front of the race now, where when Sam Laidlow broke away, it was Fred Funk who was sitting in second wheel, and he commented after the race that he tried as hard as he could to hold on to Sam, and he just slowly rode off, just metre by metre by metre, and there was nothing he could do. He looked down at his power meter when Sam Laidlow got 30 metres up, and he was like, I can't hold on. 420 watts was what he saw in front of him for his 3-second average, and he thought, yeah, there's nothing I can do. I can't get back onto that. Like, there's no attack I can put in. And then he saw Sam Laidlow get off the front and ultimately put 90 seconds into that group. And I mean, it's kind of that thing where I wonder, Vicky, how long is it until that string does sort of just pop and they can't hold the wheel of Sam Laidlow? Will that happen again today? It'll be interesting to watch it play out.
It does sort of feel a bit ominous, doesn't it? It feels a bit like a question of when, not if, that might happen. And Martin van Riel's just gone round Fred Funk to put himself into second place behind Sam Laidlow. Is he going to go to the front, or is he just going to sort of bide his time there? I'm not quite sure what his tactic is at this moment, but you're right. With the sort of powers you were talking about there, that's extreme. I mean,
yeah.
for your average person out there, that's a sprint. You know, that's putting down a short sprint. That's not the sort of power you should be able to hold for a long time. And of course, these are the world's best athletes. They are exceptional athletes, and that's why we're here watching them. That's why they provide the entertainment. But that's incredible numbers from Sam Laidlow.
Martin van Riel wasn't there in London though. He was the big favourite who wasn't there. Kyle Smith was there. He's not here today, but Martin van Riel, maybe he's the one that can go with Sam Laidlow. He's never been dropped in a 70.3 bike ride. He's never not been into T2 in the lead of a 70.3 or middle distance race here on the T100 World Tour. So if there is anyone who can hold the wheel of Sam Laidlow today for the entire 80K, maybe it's this man on screen, Martin van Riel.
And he did say that he feels at the moment that his cycling is probably the strongest of the three for him. And, you know, we saw him lead out the swim. So if his cycling is going to be even stronger, then maybe he is the person to try and take down Sam Laidlow today.
Yeah, and he doesn't look quite as smooth as Sam does off the front. But you have to remember, this is his, these first few weeks of dedicated T100 middle distance racing. And that is quite impressive, I think, how he's actually had the consistency and perhaps the patience to work his way through the field slowly rather than go for an attack as Sam did. And we saw Sam look around, which is something we didn't see him do in London, not once, I don't think. I mean, there are a few more turnarounds there to be able to see, but we see Aaron Royal here at the back of the field.
It looks like Max Newman's letting that gap go. If you look two bikes up ahead of Aaron Royal here, this gap here, Aaron Royal's having to really duck his head to hold on. We have seen that Aaron Royal has not been able to hold a front group. And if you can look up ahead of Max Newman, that's Maximilian Sperl. There's clearly gaps developing here. Mika Newt's in 6th. So right now on screen, we've got 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th here in Aaron Royal that we see. This is gaps forming. This is the decisive break of the bike today, I think, Jan.
On lap 1 of 3. I mean, we're only just getting started. It's quite a long way to go, but I do agree this is tough territory because there's no technical corners where you could take a rest, and this is about putting down power, staying aerodynamic, and also not losing your head. Like, mentally, you really have to stay in the game right here. As we see slight position changes.
And this is a great shot, Jan. You can see right up ahead, we could see the front group. They looked like they were about 200, 300 metres ahead of Maximilian Sperl. So this group of 4 here in Max Sperl, Max Newman, I think it looks like Kasper Stepniak there in 3rd, and then Aaron Royal struggling to hold on to them. I know it's the early crow, but I don't think they're going to see the front of the race again, those 4. This strong front group of 6 on the ride, they're all stronger runners than maybe what we've got here in this group as well. So that's T100 racing. It's hold on or suffer.
Sam Laidlow sitting on the front. We noticed his change in helmet. He's changed helmet sponsors mid-season. Interesting, which means that he's obviously done some testing. He would have some data to back that up. I think middle of the season, that's a clear sign.
Yeah,
in his colors. Interesting how helmet shapes change over and over again, and it seems to be the super wide spaceship kind of shield helmet that really is taking advantage at the moment.
Yeah, no, I did see that he sort of showed his new helmet on social media, and I think someone commented that they didn't like it as much as his old helmet, and he said, well, it's not as aero, it's not as fast. So you're absolutely right, Jan. He's done the testing on it, and he's decided that this is the brand that works for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the bikes and where they've gone, in terms of classic beauty, it's just changed, and you've got to go with the change. as we see the sweat dripping of Sam very early in the day. I mean, we're sitting here, we're still sitting in jumpers. It's not that warm outside yet. It'll be below 20 degrees. And Sam is obviously putting out serious power to be sweating the way he is. Actually taking water from his bottle, which is interesting because he's got an integrated hydration system. You can see the hose in front of his other hand right there, which would be the easy aerodynamic rower. But he's got a rubber band here because a lot of athletes have been losing bottles, which is a penalty technically. But good to see him refueling because he is sweating profusely this early on.
Well, that could also be to do with heat preparation. So he's obviously going to be preparing for this race, but he's got the Kona race coming, and then on top of that Dubai, which we're expecting to be a hot race as well. And I know for myself, whenever I've prepared for really hot races and I've done really specific blocks of heat preparation work, what it does, it means that your sweat response kicks in earlier. So you start to sweat a bit faster than you would normally do, and you sweat more, and that's just one of the body's ways of adapting to really extreme heat conditions. So maybe we're just seeing that he's actually really prepared for these races that are coming later in the season that are so important to him.
Definitely true. He is doing heat training at the moment. He was doing it in the garage of his house until it unfortunately burnt down the other day. It got a bit too hot for the heat training. But you are right, Vicky, in saying exactly what you said. The chronic and acute adaptations to heat preparation that they're all chasing, that increasing hemoglobin mass, increase in blood volume, and increase in sweat rate. It does help to cool you down. So I do suspect you're correct in that. He does look like he's sweating a little bit more than usual. Could mean he does have that adaptation to the heat training that he's been desiring in increased sweat rate.
We saw there the speedometer of the motorbike, 81k an hour. So you know that Sam would be riding, do we know if it's a 60 or a 62?
62.
62 chainring at the front, 68k an hour, almost 70k an hour.
Holy moly. In
what is not even a proper descent. I mean, this is a false flat. Look at the gradient here. This is probably the 2 or 3 degrees that we talked on the way up. Coming in hot.
So further down the field, we've got athletes like Mathis Margirier and Yuri Kulin, who we've not seen yet on the bike, but we know that they were a little bit down out of the swim, having probably both been a little bit disappointed with the way they swam today. They're now about a minute back each, and they are starting to ride a lot closer to those guys who couldn't quite make the front.
We just saw Sam Laidlow yell out to the camera, "Don't sit behind me, you're giving them a draft." He's saying that the motorbike filming from behind, so that it doesn't stay in front of Sam and give him an unfair advantage, is actually helping the men behind him stay on his wheel. He doesn't want them there. That indicates to me he's trying to drop these boys.
Absolutely. I mean, he's not wanting to take anyone with him, and this is forever the tricky thing. You know, we've got the motorbike giving us the very best shots, and they've got to be somewhere. They can't disappear. Going through a roundabout, which is a technical element. He's, of course, trying to use this false flat because he knows he is stronger than anyone on especially this piece. As we see Martin, you know, his biggest competitor and his biggest threat to a win, probably getting a slight advantage there for just a second. But you know, he split that group right down the middle. We can see on our screens and the timings, there's 6 of them off the front. So I think he just needs to be a little bit more patient here and see what happens.
It's flashback to London, what he said in that interview earlier that we saw on broadcast, that he was racing angry, and he used the fuel of the athletes snickering at him about his non-wetsuit. To me, what I just saw then was an angry and aggressive Sam Laidlow, which is what he's talked about all week, is how he gets the best out of himself. He's finding something there. He's angry at the motorbike for letting them stay on his wheel, and to me, that aggression indicates that Sam Laidlow is riding hard right now, and he's trying to win this race.
Nice slow. Oh, Alistair Brownlee's front wheel just slightly letting go. That was strange. I didn't see anything there. It didn't look particularly aggressive leaning into the corner. Not sure what happened there.
Possibly a bit of wind. As we
see ourselves coming back into town, and this is the thing where the motorbike just slips in.
That.
It's impossible also for Alistair to stay out of the draft zone here. That is a technical official, and nothing we have
forcing
on.
him almost to get closer, because he'll be being sucked along by that motorbike. So the motorbike pulls out of the way, and all of a sudden he's closer to the athlete in front than he was before. So it'll take him a second or two, I'm sure, to drop back to the appropriate distance.
Well, I feel like I give the athletes enough slack for, you know, red lights being on. You also have to be honest, this is a multiple lap course. It just brings technical difficulties in terms of trying to get the best pictures, trying to get everyone in and out. We could just go one big lap around the island and you'd never see the athletes, but you know, we are trying to change the sport and how it's seen and broadcasted, so you have to take it with a pinch of salt.
I'm stoked to see that. I think this has been the fairest race we've had so far this year. I think if you flash back to Singapore, there was some moments where there was quite a bit of drafting. I thought London there was quite a lot of drafting. There's been the issues through the technical zones, but they are neutralised. All those roundabout and technical sections you see, they're neutralised. So yeah, it's not great to see the motorbike in there, but there's no drafting penalties there anyway. It's on these flat sections where you can, and there hasn't really been any drafting that I've seen outside of the technical zone. So we saw Rico Bogan pass Fred Funk. Fred Funk dropped back straight away. He has 45 seconds to do so. We see it again. Alistair Brownlee goes past him. We see Fred Funk sit up on the hoods and all the flats, and he lets him in. And you can see this group with Sam Laidlaw way up in the distance, Martin Van Riel in second in the pink, Rico Bogan, Alistair Brownlee and Fred Funk. They are giving each other way more than 20 metres, and they've dropped that big group behind them. So it's just great to see a race that seems like it's quite fair out there.
We know that there are 5 technical official motorbikes out there in this race, so that means that there are 20 athletes, 5 technical officials. That's a pretty good ratio of officials on bikes to be seeing the overview of what's going on and using that race ranger as well to assist them in whether they do need to give out some penalties. And it's also worth mentioning the PTO have invested a huge amount of money in making sure that the motorbikes are from the same company, and that's a big expense that no one else is doing, because it's just such a huge amount of money to put into it. But they're using motorbikes from the same company for both the technical officials and the broadcast cameras, and that means that when we need to get a technical official in to see what's going on if a potential drafting situation, they can get in a lot faster because the motorbikes are all from the same company. Otherwise, it's a lot more of a logistical challenge. These are just some of the things that the PTO are doing to really try and combat this problem that we've got.
So we see Casper Stepniak, Max Spurl and Aaron Royal, who've now been dropped by Max Newman. And this is a little bit of a tricky situation as an athlete. If you see a roundabout and you know you're behind and you don't see the guys up the front, that's never a good sign. And these guys all got out the water together. We haven't even done lap 1 of 3. And, you know, the leaders, the top 6 guys are already out of view. That's a tough call. As we see a shot of Rico Bogan holding on to Martin Van Riel here. Everyone just hoping Sam Laidlaw steps off the gas at some stage.
I know Aaron Royal's off camera, but we just had shots of him. I kind of feel sorry for him a little bit. He's had one of those years where he's been at the front of every race. So he's actually led all 4 races before this, coming out of the water, and he didn't go to the front of the swim today, but he comes out in that front group, you know, inside the top 5, and yet again finds himself in a position where he's been dropped pretty much within the first 30k, which has happened every single race so far this year. It must be quite hard, and we see him here, he's in 10th. Like, is it just hard to keep showing up again and again and again, pushing yourself as hard as you can in the swim, trying to make the race, and then as soon as it gets out on the bike, just getting shelled by those strong riders out front?
So I don't know Aaron, and I don't know the way he trains, but you see this very often, that athletes prepare the same way, hoping for a different result. And that's just something, you know, I think the best guys, they look at what is required. They look at what is needed at the very front of the race in order to be successful. I think the All Blacks, the New Zealand rugby team, they kind of revolutionized this way that even if you're winning, you need to question everything you do, and you need to adapt and make sure that you're evolving, because otherwise you're going backwards. And that's what the best guys are doing. They see that Sam Laidlaw is riding in incredible amount, and therefore you need to adapt and you need to put a bigger focus on the bike to neutralize that threat. And that is something where I find, you know, someone like Aaron, who's such a strong swimmer, again, not knowing what he does, not yet having found the key to be able to benefit off his obvious aerobic engine to make it count on the bike.
Coached by Dan Plews, runs a lot of his own coaching. They have a very collaborative approach to training. They train by correspondence. Aaron dictates a lot of what he does. He does the same Tuesday, Thursday run squad he has forever type of thing. And I know he is a bit of a low volume guy. He's not doing the 15 to 20 hour bike weeks consistently that the likes of Sam Laidlow, Mick and Newt, even Alistair Brownlee and is quite famous for. Martin Van Riel, also another quite high volume bike trainer. So yeah, I think what you've just then said then is hitting the nail on the head, Jan, and that maybe as a team they do need to innovate and think, well, do we need to increase our bike volume? Do we need to start riding 15 to 20 hours a week for 6 months and just see if it makes a difference? And I guess the question there is, does Aaron even want to make that change?
It's not easy. It's not easy to reinvent yourself, because sometimes you have to step away from the things that you believe in dearly, such as your Thursday afternoon run group. You know, that may just have been something that used to work, but it doesn't work as much as it used to.
So we're back with this front group. I think if you had have said who are the 6 strongest cyclists in this race before the race started, that you would have said Sam Laidlow, Martin Van Riel, Rico Bogan, Alistair Brownlee, Fred Funk and Mick and Newt. Matthias Margier you might have thrown in there, but question marks on whether he was as fit as he has been because of injury. And funnily enough, we see those 6 cyclists at the front of the race establishing a small break to Max Newman in 7th, but probably a decisive break, knowing that Max Newman has self-admitted this week that he's not in the right form to win this race. He can't be competitive like he was last year, and then it's a minute back to Maximilian Spur and the rest of the field. So we are seeing that the strongest cyclists are exactly where they should be at the front of the race.
So if I can just ask the director actually for the next turnaround, I would love a camera on Fred Funk as he passes Yuri Kulin. Can we just think back of Singapore? You know, Yuri Kulin was off the front. He has doubled the gap since he's got out the swim. He came out with 1.5 minutes behind. He's now 3 minutes behind. That is an amazing fluctuation. Fred Funk, having the T100 race of his life so far, I would say, finally performing to his potential. And I want to see this. I want to see this rivalry. It's just something, I mean, these guys, they really have a bone to pick. I mean...
The funny thing is, Jan, that they've started doing this thing where as soon as there's an interview, they say they don't have a rivalry, it's the other person. And then behind the scenes, they just genuinely don't like each other. The magic man, Fred Funk, the bad boy of T100 racing, Yuri Kulin. Earlier in the year, Fred Funk talked about how he couldn't wait for races to get to Europe. He felt that the travel was hurting him more than what it was hurting other men. He thought that the travel to America, for San Francisco and Miami, he didn't do Miami, but the travel for those 2 races didn't suit him. The travel to Singapore didn't suit him, and he kept saying, as soon as these races get back to Europe, I will have good performances. Well, we saw in London that he had a career best performance in 5th behind Sam Laidlow, Kyle Smith, Magnus Ditlev. And then right again here in the next race in Europe in Ibiza, he's sitting here in 5th in this front group. Eyes on Mick and Newt here. The one athlete, maybe along with Sam Laidlow, who's really targeting today's race. The bike always been Mick and Newt's strength. If we think back to 2022 when he broke onto the scene in the 70.3 World Championships, one of the strongest cyclists in the world that year. And so far in 2024, Mick and Newt has picked up exactly where he left off at the end of 2023, with strong cycling that puts him in positions to, you know, top 5 and podium and even win certain races. A big question I have on my mind right now is, when are we going to see a change in dynamics? We've seen for about the last 25k, ever since Sam Laidlow caught back up to the group after the early lap 1 sort of mistake of going through that roundabout, that Martin Van Riel, Rico Bogan, Alistair Brownlee, Fred Funk and Mick and Newt have sort of just sat in line. Martin Van Riel's the one who made a move up from 6th into 2nd, but apart from that, it's just been a little bit of rotation between Bogan, Brownlee and Funk, with Mick and Newt sort of maintaining his distance. When are we going to see someone try and make a move? When are we going to see Sam Laidlow ride off the front? When are we going to see someone drop? Will we see someone drop? These are the questions on my mind.
So in terms of the lap, we are slowly heading back to the point where there's an actual climb coming up. So that's where it's going to be much more difficult to hold the wheel. Interesting how the bottle here on our screen seems to serve as an aerodynamic reminder to keep his head low, keep his head down.
Jan, I went to a German wind tunnel recently, and the aerodynamic expert there said something that I'll never forget. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on air because it's sort of a bit weird, but he said...
But you're going to.
Up to you then.
He said, if you want to be as aerodynamic as you can be, Jack, you must make love to your front bottle. And we saw Max Newman there. He was getting quite acquainted with that front bottle.
He was sort of using it as a chin rest, really, wasn't he?
And it looks like he needs to. He's got a lot of clean air being streamed right onto him. He is, as we said earlier, a little bit in no man's land. He found himself in a similar position in the swim where he was just off the front group. He's dropped the 3 riders in Max Burl, Aaron Royal and Kasper Stepniak. And so, yeah, it's a tough position to be in because the pace at the front is hot and he's trying to do damage control.
Eyes on the magic man, Fred Funk here, the European expert. The bike definitely Fred Funk's strength, although in training he has been saying that he's been doing the best bike workouts of his life. The T100 do have a little bit of a partnership with Strava going on, where you can join the T100 Strava group, and all of the professionals racing who do use Strava put their training up there, and Fred Funk is one of them. He describes himself as the most transparent triathlete in the world. He releases all of his sessions, all of his data, everything he does. So you can go and look at that at any time if you do want to follow him along on Strava. And yeah, he's been commenting on there pretty much after every run session that he does that he can't believe how fast it was or how good he's feeling, and he feels like he's in the best run form of his life.
Yeah, it's interesting what athletes do to make them tick. I think it's a very individual thing. You know, a lot of athletes generally try and not overshare, but I think it's something that Fred has been doing for ages. He's been sharing all his race numbers, and it's obviously very, very popular. With age groupers being so much closer to professional athletes, you know, they can relate so much more. The numbers that these athletes push are obviously phenomenal compared to what most amateurs are doing. We see Sam Laidlow sitting up and telling everyone else to come around, do some work. This is the climb we were talking about. You see the first time Sam's not in the aero position, and Alistair Brownlee coming around to the front.
Come on, boys, do some work, says Sam Laidlow. Funnily enough, Alistair Brownlee there in fourth. He's the one who's come around and decided, I'm going to do some work here. You can see him, he's dropped in to the second wheel there behind Sam Laidlow. I mean, Alistair Brownlee, the big critique on him all throughout his middle distance and even long distance racing career has been that he doesn't race patiently enough. He always goes to the front of the race. He rides too aggressively and he blows up on the run. So I actually love that Alistair Brownlee didn't go around Sam Laidlow there. He clearly could have. Clearly Sam Laidlow has decided to drop off the pace a little bit, and it's Fred Funk, the one who said, well, if no one else is going to shoulder this responsibility, I'm going to go and drive the pace here. But Jan, I know you've talked about it a lot. I know in Miami you were almost praying that Alistair could hold on that run and get a victory that we all want to see him have as a champion of this sport. He has decided to just sit in there and play the patient game today.
Well, whether he's decided to play it or that's just where his ability's at, I think he's very realistic. He's smart, and he does take on, you know, feedback and looks at races. He analyzes races. I think it's mainly on the run where his animal instinct take over, where he just goes into a different mode, and I think he just has a part in his brain that is reserved for running, and it's an aggressive part. There's no tactical work there. No, all jokes aside, I think he's just racing very, very smart here. He doesn't have to earn his stripes. He's done it plenty of times, and he's got to nurse himself through at least the first 3/4 of this race.
What I thought was really interesting was that Sam Laidlow was sort of asking for help in the first place. I think he's probably got to this point of the race now where he sort of thought, I haven't broken away. I thought maybe I would just be able to get to the front and just put consistent power down, and I'd whittle the group down and it would probably just be me. That hasn't happened at this point, and after a really long period on the front on his own, he's just decided, actually, this isn't working. I need to reassess, regroup a little bit, and he wanted someone else to sort of take over while he probably considers his options and what his next move's going to be.
I consider myself the worst predictor of the future, but if I could make a call, I think Sam's going to have an attack on the downhill. That's where he made his mark, I think, the first time in Kona as well, and he is somebody who can hold very high power and speed on the downhill.
Speaking of Sam Laidlaw, we heard from his father, Richard Laidlaw, father and coach in London, about the tactical decision to not wear a wetsuit. Let's hear what words of wisdom Richard has for us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Jack. Yes, Richard is alongside. Give us a dad breakdown of how your boy's getting on.
He seems to be going all right. I mean, I've just walked here from T1 to T2, so I haven't seen exactly what's happening. But you say he's nice and comfortable on the bike. You'd say after London, people don't really want to go past him. But now, sort of, Frederick Funk's just gone past, so hopefully he'll sort of just ease into it and see what happens.
Jack and Jan were speculating in commentary that Sam races better when he's angry. He's had a bit of a blow up at one of the broadcast motorbikes. Is that the boy you know, that he likes to find the edge?
Sometimes, yes. I mean, I think it depends. It really does depend. I mean, in London, he was angry with himself. And angry with everybody taking the mickey out of him for not wearing a wetsuit, so therefore he went into that sort of there.
Where does he get the chip from? The need for a chip from?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, honestly, don't know.
Right.
No, I mean, anybody, he's like, sort of, if you get angry, you'll pick up, your adrenaline picks up, so it's quite normal, I think.
He had a bit of a bang this week. Is he all right?
Yeah, you could say he had a bit of a bang. We were out running, and he went across the road, dodged around a telegraph pole, and then ran headfirst into a town sign and knocked him out. His ankle's sore, and he said he's been saying that his ankle's been struggling on the bike more than the actual run. He's struggling to get the power in on the upward face of the actual stroke. So we'll see, but he seems to be riding super smooth. So.
And tell me about what London has done for confidence levels in Sam. I suppose his ambition levels in this year's series as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get a good race under the belt. This year it's been a long season for them, and it's going to carry on, I say, up until November. So for them, he started off slowly and has built up and built up and built up. So it was a good confidence boost that he had a positive race going into sort of London, coming out of London.
And he's doing what he needs to do today. If you could give him a message, though, what would you be saying to him?
Relax, but keep pushing. Yeah, at the moment, I mean, obviously he's coming onto the bike. I would like him to break away from this lot, but I don't think they're going to let him. So he's just now got to relax and save his energy really for the run. He's probably hurt them enough on the bike already, so we'll see.
Wise words. We shall see if he follows it through. Richard, lovely to chat. Thanks so much.
Thank
Good
you very
luck
much.
to your boy.
Thanks, Nell.
Take that from me. Thanks.
I think I know where Sam Laidlaw might get a bit of that aggression from. Richard Laidlaw, a very nice guy, but a very competitive guy and loves to win, and I think he has passed that on to his son, Sam Laidlaw. They're very, very similar people when you talk to them. It's sort of like Sam Laidlaw is a young Richard Laidlaw. It's funny that, considering he's his dad, but yeah, I think I know where he gets it from, Vicky.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of family resemblance there, isn't there? And Richard was a very good athlete in his own right too, so we shouldn't forget that there's definitely a little bit of lineage going on here, and we know what it's like when you're boys trying to emulate their dads.
What did he do? I have no idea.
He was a good triathlete, Richard Laidlaw.
Richard?
Yeah.
Really?
Swim
Wow.
background.
There you go. Well, amazing.
Don't think quite the same level of athlete as Sam, but anyway, we see here the best 3 results leaderboard as it stands. That is with the positions in today's race as well. Magnus Ditlev out in charge there in front. Kyle Smith in second. I'm fascinated about what is Magnus Ditlev thinking back home. Sam Laidlaw is becoming his big rival, the one that he can't quite seem to beat when it matters on that one day. If you look back to London, if you look to Nice in 2023, I wonder what he's thinking looking at Sam Laidlaw in this form and wondering, how hard am I going to have to ride to hold on to this guy in Kona in just a few short weeks' time?
Certainly make for some spectacular racing. Magnus Ditlev being up at altitude over in the States already near Flagstaff, I believe. He's preparing, but I think we're going to be treated with another battle between these guys, the grand final in Dubai down the line. That's the beauty of the series. I mean, it really is something that it wasn't the once-off that we're going to see them go head-to-head. We do know that they're going to be, you know, battling again, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I think what's also really great about our series is that we get at this point to start speculating about who's going to earn the contracts for next year. And we know athletes have spoken about how they've spent that whole season trying to get a wild card to race at these races because they want their shot. They want to prove what they can do, and they want a contract for next year. And only the top 10 athletes who finish in the top 10 of the whole series as a whole at the end of that in Dubai, they're the ones who are going to get the guaranteed contracts for next year. Anybody else who wants a contract, that's going to go on rankings, that's going to go on potential sort of wild cards, and people are vying for those already, and the positions are jostling around, and it's everything to play for. These contracts are life-changing money for these athletes.
Fred Funk out in the lead. The magic man takes charge. A very, very, very aerodynamic position for Fred Funk. Sort of, I think the more aerodynamic you are, the better suited you are to this bike course. It's kind of one of those bike courses that suits a perfect combination of being very strong, like having a very high power number and a very low CDA number. And if you look at all of the men in this group, Frederick Funk, really high power, super low CDA. Rico Bogan the same, he's worked relentlessly on his CDA. Sam Latho, I think, has the lowest CDA of any male athlete that's ever been to the wind tunnel that he went to. Alistair Brownlee, he's maybe more a power guy but has been working on his position. Mika Newt's obsessed with optimising his position and equipment, to the point where at breakfast the other day Fred Funk said, I simply could not obsess about this sport the way Mika Newt does. He's always thinking about every single detail. He's always talking about it. Helmet choice, skin suit, bike bottle position, rear bottle cage, tyre choice. He's just constantly thinking about it all and obsessed with the one percenters. So yeah, this group of six, they all are those athletes that are obsessed with the optimization, some more than others, but all very low CDAs, high power.
Yeah, interesting. I've never seen the bottle construct that Fred Funk has got right here. It's kind of really closing that gap between his arms and his torso. Wouldn't be hitting a speed bump too hard. It could be consequential, but it is really interesting how, yeah, athletes are going all out to try and find the next best kind of aerodynamic advantage, and that is a crucial place to be closing in terms of your CDA.
Well, ever since you aren't allowed to have bottles down the front of your bike, your front of your tri-suit, I guess if you see here, look at Yuri Kulin as well, he has the same kind of bike bottle, front cage setup. It's because they're trying to close that gap at their torso. Speaking of Yuri Kulin, he's now 4 minutes behind, so that gap that we saw out of the swim, that ended up being very, very pivotal from that first lap, and that's just grown all day. Since Singapore, we just haven't quite seen the same Yuri Kulin. He's down in 14th. He's 4th overall in the series. He's a champion, but tough day here for Yuri Kulin. Maybe not the kind of bike course that really suits him. He's not the lowest CDA. It's a low number, but it's not the lowest, and he's not the highest power either compared to those six men out in front. So maybe not a surprise. He probably does need a hot, brutal day or a very, very hilly bike course for him to really have a good day on the bike. But he's isolated here. He's 40 seconds behind Daniel Backgaard in 13th, who is in a heavy Ironman training block, and he's 13 seconds up of Josh Amberger, who isn't going to be much help on the bike to him anyway when it comes to keeping up with the likes of Fred Funk and Sam Latho. So Yuri Kulin finds himself in like horrid position, really, of having no one to help him, losing time to that strong group of six out in front. So yeah, not where Yuri Kulin would have hoped his day was going to be at this point, with 33 kilometres to go on the bike.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jack. He's not having the day that he would want to have, and certainly not the day he had in Singapore, where he stunned all of us with that incredible performance. But he spoke with you earlier this week, didn't he, Jack? And he was very honest about where he's at in his career and the progression he's had this year that he's actually really, really pleased with, and that's shown a massive step forward for him. And even the little things that he can go home this year and buy his siblings Christmas presents, and you know, that makes it such a human thing, doesn't it? You're a struggling athlete who's not making any money, and all of a sudden you win a race, and so you can do that. That makes a big difference to him, and he's very patient and talks about how, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, and this has been a massive step forward for him this year, and he hopes he can just continue building on that.
something he said to me in private as well when we were doing that walk and talk interview, Vicky, is that he's just loved not having to ask his mum for money this year, which, like, I looked at him, I was like, yeah, that's great, but also kind of sad in a way, like that he's had to do that as a professional triathlete for so long. So great because of the T100 World Tour that he's been able to have that success and make himself as a man and provide for him and his family, which is amazing. So let's hear a bit more from Yuri right now.
I made a promise when I was younger that I want to be a very good athlete, dedicated to his job and wants to perform to the best of his abilities. I think that is my main core thing, that I really want to try to push the bar for myself in my own performance. And on the racing, I think I'm just very passionate. I just want to win, and I just want to fight with all the guys for the win. And sometimes it doesn't always pay off, like in London, but sometimes it does, like in Singapore. So I think that's the beauty of the sport. But be aggressive, be motivated, be determined, just take risks. I think that is it, because if you look through the whole series, everyone who took a risk in the series ended with a win. So I think that my mentality and my goal for this race is to be aggressive and take the risk, or lose a chance.
So there's a couple of things that come to my mind. The first thing is that we all kind of tend to celebrate the athlete getting back up, you know, and it's been tough, and he emptied the tank 100% in Singapore. I think that takes a lot out of you physically, mentally, like pushing your body that far and going that deep. It takes a long time to recover, and it's a fine balance where your body actually just has these self-protecting mechanisms, right, that become hard to override. So that's definitely something tricky. The other thing that strikes me is I sort of come from a similar position in terms of triathlon being my ticket to change my stars. And if you're so focused on making some money and doing well, the problem is once you do well and once you have the money, that motivation is gone. It's kind of like you reach your goal, and by reaching your goal, you kind of crush your dream in a way. And it changes your motivation, and that can take some time in terms of finding a new North Star and orientating yourself and getting back to that dedication that makes it easy to wake up for a 6 o'clock swim.
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of internal, intrinsic motivations there that aren't money or position motivated. You know, there's got to be something else that gets you out of bed every day, and I think it's fair to say that all these athletes do have that, as well as the possible desire to earn a good contract and earn some money and all the rest of it. But yeah, I just thought the fact that he spoke of that, such a human and relatable thing of not really being able to afford to do anything for his family, not being able, borrowing money from his parents. That's something that's I think probably quite a nice feeling for him this year.
Just loving seeing fair racing for once. We've got nice big gaps between each of the men in this 6-strong lead group. Like, we've been calling for it. Maybe they've listened. Maybe the course is just a little more suited out on those long flat or slightly uphill, slightly downhill stretches to not draft. But we don't have any drafting going on right now in this front group of 6. And because of that, and maybe the course, we've seen all these massive gaps be able to show themselves and establish, because it's so hard clearly out there to hold on. We've got this group now having 2 minutes to 8th in Maximilian Spur, and if you look down that leaderboard on the left hand side of your screen, you can see these gaps are massive, and we've still got 30 kilometres to go in this bike ride. So I think we can definitely say, even though me and Jan don't always get our early predictions right, that the winner of this race will come from this lead group of 6. It's just who will it be and what will happen over the next 48 Ks.
Absolutely, the pace is definitely on. I mean, the gap, these front 6 are riding away from the rest of the field, and you got to think it's a bit of a conundrum, because all the winners, I agree, would be coming from this group. So they're really playing a difficult gamble, right? You want to be at the front, keep the pace hot, but it's not like they have to keep it extreme, because there's no one coming from the back, right? There's no run threat that is now outside the top 10. And yeah, regardless, the pace is extremely high. Just shows you the level.
And it's probably where they have to almost start to consider that run and measure themselves a little bit, because it isn't worth burning all their matches now to just try and get further and further away from the group behind. They are going to be in a run battle against one another, and so pacing themselves and fueling correctly and hydrating correctly, they're way more important now as they head into the latter part of this bike course, so that they can really lay down the run that they're probably capable of and have trained for. But if they overbike, well, then we could see some big blows. And it's good points. It's good points for any of these athletes to finish in the top 6, and they don't want to risk that by overdoing it a little bit too much this early in the race.
I wonder if there's some men in this lead group of 6 who have the thought on their mind that they need to get a gap into T2. Is any one or maybe multiple of these men thinking that they need a gap because they're not the best runner in this group of 6? Does Fred Funk think, I don't think I can go head-to-head with Martin Van Riel? Does Mick and Newt think that? Does Alistair Brownlee want to get a gap a little bit late? Does Rico Bogan, knowing that it's going to be a little bit hotter late on the run, think, maybe if I could just have a little gap, that might benefit me? I look at it and I think Martin Van Riel's the one who would have huge confidence that if all 6 come off the bike, that he's the best runner of that group. And I just wonder what questions are going through the men's heads.
Yeah, I think there's going to be one or two of them thinking, you know, this is set up perfectly for me. I think Martin Van Riel's the obvious one. He'll probably be looking around thinking, yeah, this is pretty much exactly where I want to be. And I think also someone like Rico Bogan, a bit untested, as we said, or not untested, improved probably would be the better word to say, improving over the hotter conditions. But it's not super hot yet. It's still pretty mild out. It's not expected to get much above low 20s today. There's a good amount of wind, so that could help him out a little bit as well. So he might be fancying himself on this kind of course. And then here we have Alistair Brownlee, and he's someone that I think any triathlon fan out there is desperate to see him put down an Alistair Brownlee-esque performance. I think all of us know that he's not a young athlete anymore, and we don't know how much longer we will see him on our screens, but we want to see one last fireworks performance from Alistair Brownlee, and I don't know if we'll get that, but I think the sport deserves it, and I think we can all hope that maybe today's going to be his day, and maybe we will see him for once not run out of T2 like it's a 5K race, and maybe we will just see some fireworks.
And I think we are seeing fireworks to a certain degree here. His face, depending on the light, looks like it's taking on the shape of his color. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. The first penalty.
They were the wrong kind of fireworks. That wasn't what I was asking for.
That is, I mean, he does play with fire and read the course very well, but the first penalty we see, we have to say that the penalty system has changed, so it's no longer a 3-minute penalty, it's a 1-minute penalty. But oh my gosh, really, of all the people. Anyways, he's having a decent day so far, and I think we can just see how hot the pace is by how much he's sweating.
So you do have to take this penalty at the next available penalty box, which is at 61 kilometres into the bike. That's the next penalty box that Alistair Brownlee will take. So that's only in a few kilometres time that Alistair Brownlee is going to have to duck off course into the penalty box and take a 1-minute penalty. We saw in Miami, we all love Alistair Brownlee, but a few people called him out for maybe sitting a little bit close to Matthias Margier in that race, and maybe that was a bit of an instance where we saw some drafting in the T100 World Tour. Now, he's not alone. There's been about 15 of those examples in the preceding 3 races, but we've finally seen it, Jan and Vicky. A drafting penalty has been given at the T100 World Tour, and it is the Olympic champion, 2-time Olympic champion, Alistair Brownlee, who has the first ever 1-minute penalty at the T100 World Tour.
One of, if not the biggest name in the entire sport, and I just didn't think it would be him. But you're right, Jack, they do now have to take that penalty at the next possible time, and that is right at the end of lap 2. That's where the penalty tent is. And what that means is that he will no longer be in that pack, so he doesn't get to continue riding with that group all the way through to the end of the bike and then take his penalty, because that is seen sometimes as a little bit advantageous, that you can take your penalty right at the end of the bike leg and not lose any ground on the group that you were working so well with. But instead, he's going to have to take that 1-minute penalty at the end of this lap, and will therefore be riding solo after that point.
let's come back in a second and talk more about this drafting penalty, because that's massive. This has been one of the big storylines of the T100 World Tour. Me, Jan and Vicky all have smiles on our faces right now that we're finally seeing it. We've seen fair racing this whole day, but it shows that the T100 World Tour are committed to keeping it even fairer, because I would say this has been one of the fairest races we've seen, but they've still given a penalty there to Alistair Brownlee. Fred Funk, he's out in front of this race. He's getting married in just over a month's time, so I bet he fancies getting a little bit of extra cash for that wedding. We know they're not expensive, they're not cheap these days, and we are joined, or Alex is joined, by his soon-to-be wife, Jana.
We are indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Jana is alongside, watching her man go to work. Tell us first of all how impressed, how relieved, how nervous you are watching Fred go and do his thing.
I'm not relieved just yet. Definitely really nervous, but he's going very well. It's a phenomenal day for him. I think he swam, he had his best swim performance I've ever seen, which I'm really happy to see. And he seemed to be pushing the bike and just be in his best shape, and I couldn't wish for anything better.
That's great to hear. I saw Fred in the hotel yesterday, and he looked very relaxed. Said, I'm absolutely ready for it. What was he like this morning? Does he find pre-races, is he very nervous? Is he very calm about it all? What sort of a man did you wake up with this morning?
He's hiding it really well, I would say. Sometimes I even think he's not that nervous, but I can see under this. I can see under it, and I can see that he's definitely was nervous this morning, but he's handling it really well, and he's so used to it at this point that it's just another day of racing.
You mentioned that obviously 5th in London. How close do you think Fred is, and how close does he feel to a really big win in his career?
He really wants to improve on his result, and he was working very hard for that, but we would like to have another top 5. That's our goal for this year. He would be really happy for another result like London was, and maybe he can even be on podium today. It looks very good until now, and I just hope it stays this way.
Absolutely. And Jack was mentioning that you're getting married in a month. How are the preparations going? Has Fred been useful and helpful, or have you just let him get on with the racing?
Yes, we are getting married in November. It's getting closer and closer, and well, to be honest with you, no, he wasn't really useful.
Okay, well, hopefully he can be useful today out on the bike and out on the run as well. Jana, lovely to see you. Enjoy all that the next few weeks brings, and good luck to your man.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No one really came here for wedding chat today, but a bit of a funny story that Fred has had almost nothing to do with the preparations for his wedding. Jana's done it all, and she sent him off to buy his suit, and she said, look, I'll leave it up to you, you can pick whatever you like, and just send me a little photo. And apparently he went in there and he sent her a photo, and she looked at it and she thought, it's the exact same colour as his tri-suit. It's a it's an Erdinger-inspired wedding suit, which she wasn't that happy about, but she didn't tell him. So let's hope Fred doesn't watch this back and find out that she didn't really love the colour of the suit he'd picked. So the one decision he did make with the wedding, Vicky, yeah, Jana, as the soon-to-be wife, not that happy with.
Yeah, no, I laughed as you said that, because I remember having a very similar situation with my own wedding. I remember my husband didn't. I don't want to bash him too much. He didn't do much in terms of the preparation, and I gave him one job, and it was very much to choose his suit, and I sort of just had to grin and bear what he went with.
Bit of a running joke this week that he may as well wear his Erdinger tri-suit. It's pretty much the same, so pretty funny. Back to the drafting penalty. What do we think? What will the emotions of Alistair Brownlee be? Has he obviously had to have had a blue card given to him, so the athlete, how the penalties work now is that a TO must ride up next to the athlete. They must make eye contact with them, get their attention, and show them what colour card they get. So Alistair will have been shown a blue card. He knows in his head that a blue card is a drafting penalty. The athletes are all made aware of that. They're also made aware that's a 1-minute penalty and that they must serve the penalty at the next box. So he knows that he's got that drafting penalty. He's obviously had to acknowledge it for the TO to ride away from him. So he knows he's got to serve that just in a few kilometres' time. So what will it be going through his head right now? That's the big question.
Well, knowing Alistair, I imagine he's a bit angry. And I imagine he's either going to use that in a really positive way, or he may have a few moments where he's got to sort of just calm himself down a little bit and really think about what his next plan's going to be.
Quite frankly, I think that shows you a tale of the times, because 10 years ago, there wouldn't have been many technical officials who would have mustered up the courage to make eye contact with Alistair and then show him a card. They'd have probably taken the new rookie who doesn't know him just yet. yeah, I think he's definitely going to use this. The good thing, the only good thing about a 1 minute penalty is that you do get to have a little rest. And again, he's building, he's got hopefully a solid performance in the tank, but yeah, it's still frustrating.
He's still going to be a long way ahead of everybody else when he comes out of that penalty box, because we're seeing now the person, Max Newman, who is that person in 7th place, who's been there pretty much the whole bike ride, is 1 minute and 45 seconds, or just over 1:45 down. So Alistair will still be a good way in front of him, so he's not going to really lose too much in terms of position. And he's a very wily, smart, incredibly intelligent racer. And whilst, yes, I did joke about that he's probably a little bit angry right now, I don't think he's going to let it really get to him. I think he will just go about doing what he does in the best way possible.
If you look directly above Alistair's head right now, you'll see distance to T2, 19.7 kilometres. The next penalty box comes at 19 kilometres to go in this bike ride. So we're going to keep the camera right here with Alistair Brownlee before we flash back and have a look at what Daniel Bakkegaard's up to and see what's going on more at the back of the field. But we're going to stay with Alistair Brownlee for this next 500 metres. Roughly speaking, it might be a little bit further up the road than that, but he is just about to serve his penalty, and it's a pretty monumental occasion, so we want to keep the camera on it so that we can all see exactly how it goes down. Is he angry? Does he get a bit fiery with the officials there? Or is he just the new, old, wise, calm Alistair Brownlee?
Have you met him?
Yeah, I've met him.
I mean the new wise. I'm joking.
To be honest though, if you look, anytime you went around to the pool, I don't know if you guys noticed this, Jan, you've only just got in. I know that you didn't get in that long ago either, Vicky, but athletes who have spent a lot of time just lounging around at the banana lounges at the pool. Alistair Brownlee's a regular there. He's always got a cold drink in hand. Non-alcoholic, of course, but he's been relaxing by the pool, and he does seem quite cool, calm and collected this week.
I spoke to him and he said he was feeling good, and he seemed quietly happy actually. And I think that's a good sign and makes it probably, well, it is what it is. But you know, we've talked about this probably being the fairest race of the season so far, just the way things are spaced out. And then, yeah, I wonder actually where the infringement was. It must have been through one of the technical sections, maybe one of the roundabouts that's not neutral, you know, where you have to keep your gap, and it does still have that effect where things just bunch up a little bit.
I suspect it was that I'm pretty sure, I'd like to know, but I think that section where Sam Laidlow sat up and Alistair Brownlee went around and got within 20 metres of Sam Laidlow's back wheel, but then dropped in instead of went around the front, and we saw Fred Funk come around the front. I think that's when it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to do that. If you pass someone and then you get within 20 metres, you can't then just drop in. You can't go, oh, hang on, I actually only wanted to pass one person, not two. So I think he, from memory, got about 10 metres, 12 metres behind Sam Laidlow up that hill, and then didn't keep going around when I said it looked like Alistair Brownlee was going to the front. So yeah, to me, that's the obvious and pretty much only time I've seen him violate a rule today, so it has to be that.
And it's a horrendous situation because he was passing and being passed at the same time. So technically, I don't know if he'd have to go around Fred Funk again. I don't know. It's probably a little bit complicated, but he definitely has to go all the way to the front if the other athletes are correctly spaced.
So what has to happen there, if he's the one who's made the move to come around, he must get all the way around Sam Laidlow, and then if Fred Funk goes around him, he's allowed to drop in then. The penalty box was supposed to have happened by now. We've got that the penalty box are 3k into the ride, 34k into the ride, 61k into the ride, and 79k into the ride, but they've passed that 61k point now. I didn't see it on camera, so I don't know whether Alistair actually doesn't know he has it, or whether that penalty box has changed its location and he's going to have to serve it at 79k. I'm a bit confused.
I tell you, that referee didn't make eye contact. He may have handed the card, but he didn't make eye contact.
I think he's coming up to the penalty box any second now, because they are in the port and they're going to take a turn, and I think it's very close up here, but I'm waiting to see that.
He's in it now.
There we go. He is right there.
So it's just a little bit different. So Alistair Brownlee unclips. He has a 1 minute penalty to serve for the first ever drafting penalty in T100 World Tour history. He looks calm.
Do you think he's looking at his data there on his
No, I think he's getting nutrition. I think he'd be drinking from the straw.
We know not allowed to take on anything new, but are allowed to use what is on your person at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ruth Assel standing on the side there. His girlfriend that seems to be talking to him. She's laughing about it, which means it can't be that bad.
Almost has that look of like, there's never been a penalty.
Yeah.
We finally get one. What can you do? That kind of like exacerbated
You finally have
laugh.
a good day. You're finally in the front of the bunch. Everything's coming together and something has to happen.
Exactly. Sort of like, it's funny, but it's really not that funny.
A minute, I was just thinking that a minute feels like such a long time, doesn't it, when you just stood there waiting. As he clips in, heads off to a bit of a cheer. But as we predicted, he is completely on his own. No other athletes in sight just at this point, so he's going to have a lonely final lap out on the bike.
And this is where, as an athlete, you'd wish for that Tour de France support. You know, we see the mechanics sprinting and almost doing a dive tackle at the very end just to give you a little boost. Nope, he's got to start all the way by himself and make his way to get some speed.
So on that overhead shot there, you could just see Max Newman heading into the port. So still a decent gap between Alistair Brownlee in 6th place and Max Newman in 7th. So they're both going to have a solo final lap. And we should mention the final lap on this course is a much shorter lap than the first two. So the first two are full distance laps. And then they're doing about a half lap for this final 15.5 kilometres. So not as much distance to go. And that's good for someone like Alistair, who's now finds himself on his own.
So we saw Alistair Brownlee and Ruth Astle there, partners in life, talking in the penalty box. Ruth obviously coming off the Ironman World Championships off the weekend, where she was in a very good position but stopped on the run and didn't have a good race in the end, had to DNF. And Alistair Brownlee having a tough time here in that lead group, but now a minute behind. While that is bad news for them, it's good news for the 5 men who are in that lead group with Alistair Brownlee, because now, instead of a strong group of 6 with one of the best runners in the history of the sport of triathlon, now it's just a battle of 5. You know, Alistair Brownlee will be coming hot from behind, but catching up that minute, that's a very tough thing to do with athletes of this caliber. So for them, they're now a 1 in 5 chance to win this race, a 1 in 5 chance or a 3 in 5 chance to podium this race. This is the perfect situation for Fred Funk, Sam Laidlow, Rico Bogan, Mika Newt and Martin Van Riel. So yeah, one man's misery.
What do we make of Fred Funk here? I mean, he's been sitting at the front ever since he took over from Sam Laidlow, and he's just churning out the power. Is Martin Van Riel just sitting at the back of this bunch, lighting up his cigar, thinking about where he's going to have his champagne tonight, or are we going to see a challenge?
Well, I mean, I'd like to see a challenge. I think that would be what we all want to see. We all want to see a run race, we want to see a battle, we want to see another sprint finish. Those are the things that, you know, we love to see as triathlon fans. Whether anyone can do that to Martin Van Riel today, I'm not sure, and I would say he's now firmly the favourite, probably. Well, yeah, no, I'm gonna back myself and say I do think he is the favourite out of those 5 guys to bring home the win today. But you know, Sam Laidlow looked good all round in London. Mika Newt is rounding into really great shape. You've got Rico Bogan, who was only just 2 seconds behind Martin Van Riel when it came to that sprint finish in San Francisco. So yeah, all 4 of those are really interesting to me, and Fred Funk knows that he's in incredible company here, and if he can even, I think, hold on to that 5th place, I think he'll be really happy.
The conditions haven't actually heated up as quickly as we might have anticipated. It's still only 19 degrees Celsius out there. We know Rico Bogan is one of the world's best runners over this middle distance when it's cool. He proved that at 70.3 World Championships. He proved that at San Francisco. I don't really think many people outside of his team, and even I've talked to some of them, they didn't really think that he had what it took to run with Kyle Smith and Martin Van Riel, but he proved everyone that he is one of the best runners in the sport when the conditions are cool. And given that it's quite cool out there, might we see another repeat of San Francisco?
Yeah, these conditions in the last few days have been actually much hotter than they are today. We've had high 20s. Yesterday was a really hot day. Today, we're looking at predicted temperatures of only reaching about another 2 degrees on from what we've got now. And if we keep this breeze that we've got too, that will massively help an athlete like Rico Bogan, who we've spoken about time and time again. He doesn't enjoy the hot conditions. So staying this kind of temperature, yeah, he could be a factor for Martin Van Riel.
And also, let's not forget Sam Laidlow. I mean, he's definitely able to conserve a lot of energy compared to his usual racing style. Sitting in, he's, you know, it just is a fact of the race that you save a little bit of energy when you're riding even correctly spaced out. And he's been working on his run. You know, his dad said his ankle hurts on the bike. It doesn't hurt on the run. So this could be a very, very interesting battle for the podium.
And Mika Newt, we never see Mika Newt not come to the front of the bike. He's always aggressive. Every time he's in a front group, he always tries to spend time on the front. So there's one of two things happening right now. Either the pace being set at the front by Sam Laidlow early, and Fred Funk, since he took over, is so hot that Mika Newt can't come to the front, or he's sitting in and playing the patient game and trying to finally have a competitive run, rather than getting off the front of the race on the bike and struggling to compete with the likes of Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel and Rico Bogan off the run. So there is interesting stories in all of these 5 men. Fred Funk's the one who I would say on paper is the weakest runner of the field. He's also the one who's been driving the pace today. However, we know, because he is the most transparent man on Strava in professional triathlon, that he's in the run form of his life, and he's admitted that. So, I mean, who knows? Martin Van Riel's the obvious favourite, but I think there's plenty to play out here.
He's also riding well within his max heart rate there. We can see on the side of the leaderboard, we've got the percentage of max heart rate that the athletes are working to at the moment. And Fred Funk is sitting around 80%. Sam Laidlow very similar at 79. And then the others in the group just a little bit above that in the sort of 82 to 84% range. So that's a nice place for Fred Funk to be sitting, showing that he's not overexerting himself at the moment. But you are right, he's going to have to show that increase in his run capacity to really factor, I think, on the podium today with the likes of the other athletes in that group.
I do wonder though if these are running max heart rates, because, you know, in running your heart rate definitely still goes higher than on the bike, and I don't think, you know, they make it look easy, but from experience, yeah, especially at this stage, it's hard work. Heading towards the last 10k of the bike, Fred Funk just in the aero position, gliding through the roundabout in the course. He looks, yeah, he's like he's well in control, actually.
Yeah, not too much tension on his face or anything. We're not seeing any grimace. Still in a lovely aero position. One of, as Jack said earlier, the most aerodynamic men on the circuit here. And he's been at the front a long time. No one seems to be particularly keen to come up and take the mantle at the front. Sam Laidlow definitely doesn't seem to want to come back round and take on the pace again. So he seems to be doing exactly what his dad hoped he would. Richard Laidlow spoke about how he hoped that if he was able to speak to Sam, he would advise him, you're not getting away from these guys now, you've probably hurt them enough, just sit in and wait for the run. And he seems to have almost somehow managed to hear that piece of information from the far end of the course and is executing that perfectly.
Yeah, let's hope it's that and not his ankle. You never really want to see that. And yeah, you see him here looking smooth as ever. I would be really curious to see, because he's always aggressive on the bike. I want to see how much better he can actually run if he's able to conserve some energy.
And just before we saw Alistair Brownlee serve his penalty, I promised you that we'd have a check-in at the mid-pack here with Daniel Backegaard. You can see that he's got one of the strongest cyclists in the sport in Matthias Margier in front of him. So this is a very strong partnership out on course. You can see they're quite isolated. Kasper Stepniak and Aaron Royal up ahead, and then way back is Josh Amberger and Yuri Kulin, which now 6 minutes and 10 seconds back. That's a huge gap back to Yuri Kulin. But Matthias Margier coming off that injury on a course that usually would suit him if he's in top shape. And Daniel Backegaard, he had that amazing performance in London, but we do know he's in a heavy training block for the Ironman World Championships. And we are the T100, but not afraid to talk about the other races that exist in our sport here. He has been walking around like a zombie this week, Daniel Backegaard. He had that massive race at London that he put a lot of energy into and really wanted to perform at well. He went away from his support network to do a kind of isolated training camp with a few of the other big dogs of the T100 World Tour to try and have a big result at London before going into an extended tough training block into the Ironman World Championships that he's in the middle of now. So that's potentially why we see him down in 13th and, you know, not having the swim that he would usually have and being a little bit off, kind of stuck in suck in third gear a little bit on the bike, because I think he has trained upwards of 20 hours at this point in the week so far. And I saw him coming home from dinner the other night, and he was genuinely a zombie. At about 8 p.m. he'd just done a 6-hour training day and a race in 2 days. So not a surprise to see him a little bit further down the field, but still not bad considering.
Jack, do you think we're seeing a few athletes now at this point in the series a little bit more tired? I think we've seen some tired people around the hotel. I think some athletes, like Daniel here that you just described, that was a very near miss on a cone.
He hit it.
Oof. Well, I mean, a near miss is in, he nearly went down, but we saved that. But yeah, there are certain athletes that I think are probably either trying to do a bit too much. Maybe this series is a bit too much with other things that they've tried to add in as well, and maybe haven't focused purely on the T100. And late on in the series now, as we only have this race plus 2 more to come, that they're just starting to struggle a little bit.
Quick replay. He had his head down in the aero position. Back wheel it was that caught that cone. He's actually quite lucky that wasn't the front wheel that went straight into it, because you can very easily go down like that, and that can be Ironman World Championships preparation over if you hit the deck and break a collarbone like that. So yeah, having his head down in the aero position on that very exposed windy section, that kind of could have ended really nastily. But yeah, I'm with you, Vicky. We've seen a lot of tired people out here this week, and myself, you and Jan were talking about it on the way into the race today, as we had the early 5 a.m. wake up and we're feeling pretty tired. But we're sort of noting that we weren't quite as tired as some of the zombies we'd seen here in Ibiza. That is the athletes, not the ones coming home at 3 a.m. in the morning pumping tunes in the hotel. Yeah, it does seem like the long season with lots of racing and high-level racing. For the first time this year, we're seeing the best probably 5, 6, 7 times at this point in the year, where in, say, Jan's time in middle distance racing, they might have only seen each other once at like a Frankfurt or maybe a 70.3 Worlds coming up, but it's very unlikely that they would have even, raced 5 or 6 of the best at this point in the year versus 5, 6, 7 times having done it. So yeah, of course, it's only natural that we're seeing some tired bodies out here today.
Well, that's just a testament to the strength and depth that we've now got in this T100 series. As you correctly said, athletes are not used to facing off against each other time and time again. 5, 6, 7 times it will be by the end of the T100 series that they will have seen each other and had to bring their best on try to bring their best on every single day. And that's mentally really difficult to know that there are no soft races out there. There are no gimmies. They've got to perform every single time. And I think some of the athletes are starting to struggle a little bit with that.
Get some eyes here on Alistair Brownlee, who is holding his own, 1 minute and 5 back according to our trackers. So he had a minute penalty. He's riding extremely well. But just to your point, I do agree that, probably at the height of my time, I would race maybe 4 halves and 2 full races in a year. And yeah, of course, the 2 of those would be championship races. 3 of those actually would normally be championship races. But the other races, you'd have 1 or 2 competitors. If you weren't feeling 100%, you could still focus your energy on, getting as far as you can, faking it till you make it, kind of thing. And the T100 series has just eliminated that all together. I mean, there's just always somebody who's extremely strong, as we see the turnaround point here, and Alistair's former group just past him going the other way. You can see it's not far for the turnaround. He's riding extremely well.
He's made up a bit of time there, Jan.
Has he actually?
Yeah, 56 seconds back now. I think it even looked like it was a touch less there. It was quite a bit closer than I expected. Got out to over 1 minute 10, so he is coming back a little bit. Obviously, that's a big gap, and you wonder how many matches he's going to have to burn to get back a little bit there, and does that affect his run? All still to play out, but he's clearly on good form if he can ride time back into this group, because no one else out on course is doing that.
Absolutely, and I do want to keep the camera here just another minute or so until Yuri comes the other way. Let's see if there's just an appreciation between these 2 guys.
Directors, get the word to this camera. Keep the eyes on Yuri Kulin if they can get that crossover. Will there be any I see you or kisses blown?
We may have to wait a little while, having just looked down that pylon on the left-hand side of the screen where we see that Yuri Kulin is 6 minutes and 14 seconds down now. He's lost a huge amount of time over the middle part of this bike section.
This descent really isn't that steep. It's only like -4 or 5%, and they're doing 75 clicks. That's super fast at those kind of percentages.
Shows you though, here we go, and this is Sam Laidlow, a lap later than I predicted, but he is having a crack. And we did see in the first lap that Sam was going 81 down this climb. We were just doing, 3-4K an hour less, and this is definitely something where he has an advantage, where he's extremely aerodynamic.
Here's Yuri,
and has big power. Here we go, let's watch.
Oh, we missed it. We were so close. Almost perfect camera work there. You could tell they had kept the camera there and had eyes on Yuri, but just missed the Fred Funk and Yuri eye contact. I wonder if there was any eye contact, but as you predicted, Jan, rightly, Sam Laidlow did make a bit of a move on the downhill and is back in front of this race with 8.3 kilometres to go until we start our run here today at T100 Ibiza, the 5th stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024.
Going through this roundabout nice and aggressively. So we get a good shot. Let's see if he's actually managed to create a little bit of a gap. It's be interesting, but you can see how he's working hard now. He's really putting down the power, doing a surge. Let's see what happens.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, Jan, but it's just been good to watch this race today. We've seen most of the athletes out on course. I feel like we're finally actually seeing a race. Like, we're not just obsessed with the front athlete and have a camera on that all day. It really does feel like we've seen the race fully play out. The swim, I felt like I saw all of the action on this bike. I feel like I'm really in the race and seeing everything that's playing out, and it's just amazing to see this for professional triathlon. For those of you who are watching along at home and maybe are new to triathlon or watching this for the first time, we haven't had coverage like this in our sport ever, where it's professional coverage where we can watch a race. Usually we have to follow along at home on Instagram or on a tracking app. That's been the history of our sport. So to see these 20 men, 19 men racing each other, the best in the world, yeah, it's just, this is a great day. Fair racing. It's finally, I feel like today we're finally seeing what we've wanted to see from the T100 World Tour all year. It's taken us to the 5th race, but I feel like we're finally getting it, and it's just making me excited as a triathlon fan.
You can just see in the corner Sam starting to take a little bit more risk. This is something that we saw from his ride, making him the first ever world champ outside of Kona. And you can see he's working now. He's aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a gap into T2. He knows Martin Van Riel chose to put on his socks. He didn't for once. But also to have a little bit of a gap, just to have a buffer to start the run with. I think we know he can hold very strong, but in terms of absolute run speed, he's created a bit of daylight there.
You can tell when an athlete's working hard on a bike, Jan, when their mouth is wide open. When a mouth's closed, you're not breathing that hard. That close-up into Sam Laidlow's face was mouth wide open, then he would close it, grit his teeth, take in a deep breath, mouth wide open, grit his teeth. To me, that's when you watch World Tour cycling, the best of the best climbing, that's when you really see that someone is hurting themselves and working hard, and we saw that with Sam Laidlow. We saw Sam Laidlow get angry at the cameraman a little earlier for sitting in behind him, which is very fair to the other athletes, but he didn't want him there because it kind of drags them up. It doesn't give Sam the benefit of having a motorbike in front of him, but it gives the athletes behind of them the benefit. So good to see that motorbike come out and go to the side and not be in behind Sam Laidlow and help the athletes Enrico Bogan, Fred Funk, Mika Nuke catch back up. As I say that, it ducks in behind him again, but wouldn't mind him flashing back and seeing that gap. It might be bigger.
Oh, Rico closing the gap. Fred Funk still. Martin Van Riel's dangling a little bit at the back, but he's also trying. you could see the athletes expecting this and having prepared for it. I mean, that is always the thing when you come out with a wonder performance and such a dominant performance. We've had, what, 8 weeks since London?
Yep.
And that is enough time to create some kind of stimulus on the bike, and also mentally to know that you're in for a grueling bike ride, as the athletes will get one last look and Sam will know if he's made any time or not. 0.
He might not have broken the group up, Jan, but I think if this same group of 5 came into T2, having ridden quite easily, there not be much pressure, not having to burn many matches, that Martin Van Riel probably just runs away with it. His pure run speed, his run caliber, it's too strong. I think Sam Laidlow does his best when racing is hard, when he's out in front, making races aggressive, making everyone else work hard behind him, burn some matches, so that it kind of levels out the playing field behind him a little bit on the run. So I think he's maybe not broken the group up, but going to the front and making everyone work hard behind, that might be a thing that's playing into his favour a little bit.
100%. We're just not used to anyone being able to hold on to him on the bike. So when he is aggressive, normally he's been breaking the bunch. But that is the thing of the T100 as well. You know, if athletes face off more often against each other, they know each other's strengths, and you know, the best go adapt in order to conquer.
Martin Van Riel hanging in, last man in this lead group of 5. You can see Mick Anoot just up ahead of him. I love seeing this gap. That's 50, 60 metres. That's, yeah, it's just great to see that things are strung out. Up ahead of Mick Anoot, Fred Funk, Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow. You can see them there. Fred Funk just going into that roundabout. That move from Sam Laidlow, Jan, sure, maybe he hasn't completely broken the group, but that's a genuine gap now to Mick Anoot and Martin Van Riel. Only Rico Bogan and Fred Funk able to hold on to him, and Rico Bogan here deciding to keep it going and move to the front of the race and keep it fast. Maybe he had a look behind him and saw that Martin Van Riel and Mick Anoot were dropped, and that, hey, we've got to keep this pushing on into T2. We've only got 500 metres of riding left. Let's try and get this gap as big as we can. Let me jump out of T2 as quickly as I can and get a little bit of a gap on Mick Anoot and Martin Van Riel.
Absolutely, and he's prepared for this moment as well. He's got his socks on, so he's going to have a much quicker transition than Sam at this stage, and we're about to see some fireworks. Rico, we know he's racing to win. We know he wants to win desperately, and that's his chance against Martin Van Riel to create a bit of a gap in order for Martin to have to push and take a little lactate backpack with him.
So we can see this lead group of 3 with Mick Anoot only a few seconds behind and Martin Van Riel just a couple of seconds behind. Rico Bogan leads us into T2 here at T100 Ibiza. Sam Laidlow hot on his heels in second, and the magic man Fred Funk in third. The endless belly Mick Anoot in fourth, and the undefeated Martin Van Riel in fifth. Rico Bogan, he puts socks on in T1. He can get his runners on and explode out of T2. Fred Funk, Sam Laidlow, Mick Anoot and Martin Van Riel. Not Martin Van Riel. He also has socks on. They all have to put socks on, so slower transitions. And we can see that play out in front of our eyes as Rico Bogan gets a jump out of T2. The man who came third in the 3-up sprint finish in San Francisco is taking charge of today's race at the start of the run in T100 Ibiza. The man who won that day, Martin Van Riel, he was slower out of transition, but not quite as slow as Mick Anoot or Fred Funk, who wore 4th and 5th out of transition. The battle is on now, Jan. This is the group of 5. This is where the win will come from. And the young German 70.3 world champion, Rico Bogan, is the one taking charge as we see Martin Van Riel in second and Sam Laidlow in third, with Fred Funk and Mick Anoot in 4th and 5th.
And that was a good move from Rico. You have to see, I mean, this is a solid little gap he's got there. Let's call it 10 seconds. And I'll tell you what, to run out of transition, running a 3:10 or running 3 minutes to try and close that for the first kilometer, that makes a difference. But we see Sam slotting in and playing his cards very well. Alistair Brownlee now in transition probably what we expected a minute or so back. I think that attack would have probably cost him a little bit of time again.
It's now time to see what form is the two-time Olympic champion Alistair Brownlee in here today at T100 Ibiza. He had that 1 minute penalty, the first ever penalty in T100 history. He made some time up to the boys into T2, but what form is the Olympic champion in today? Can he catch any of the lead 5, or has that effort to catch back up taken a bit out of him? Back to the front of the race with this overhead shot. Rico Bogan leads, Martin Van Riel and Sam Laidlow in 2nd and 3rd. At San Francisco, Kyle Smith got the early jump out of T2. Martin Van Riel spoke that he pushed too hard to catch Kyle Smith early in the run, and it took too much out of him, and he was not able to have the run that he thought he could. If that same situation was to play out today, he said he would take it easier. He would slowly bridge the gap to Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith's not here today, so it's Rico Bogan is the one who has taken charge and authority at the front of the race, and he's the one that Martin Van Riel has to slowly work his way back up to.
Interestingly, everyone's seeming to take the first kilometer roughly at the same pace, or the first out and back section here. The one thing I will say about this run course is that it doesn't allow for a lot of rhythm. It's out back, there's little turnarounds. Rico Bogan looking good here early on, and I don't think it's hot enough yet to play a significant factor against him.
Jan, am I crazy, or is that thing hanging off the back of his head? Is that an ice pack? Does he have ice on his neck right now hanging off his hat?
I think he put some down the back of his suit. He did put something down there for sure. To me, it looks like one of those Sahara hiking hats. I don't know. Yeah, something to keep it out of. Just put some sunscreen there. But
is that sun protection, or what is that? Is he just so worried about the heat that he's doing everything he can to keep himself cool?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what it is. We've seen him wear it before. As we say, Sam Laidlow holding pace with Martin Van Riel. The man just keeps growing as an athlete.
And we see Martin Van Riel and Sam Laidlow in 2nd and 3rd. They have bridged the gap to Rico Bogan, the fast man out of transition 2. This is San Francisco all over again, except Kyle Smith. Hello to you watching at home. Sam Laidlow has taken your place. Rico Bogan, Martin Van Riel and Sam Laidlow take charge at the front of the race here today at the 5th stop of the T100 World Tour in Ibiza. On the bike, we said, we hope there's a battle out here on the run. We hope Martin Van Riel doesn't just run away with it as the clear pre-race favourite. And we have it here early in the run. 1.5 kilometres into it, and we have a lead group of 3. The young German Rico Bogan, the Ironman World Champion, the French-British athlete Sam Laidlow, and the undefeated over this distance Martin Van Riel, coming off a disappointing Olympics, making up this front group. This is exactly what we wanted today. A battle for the ages here at T100 Ibiza, and we have it.
Sam taking to the front here, making sure the pace stays on, and we have another one of these 90-degree turns, cobblestones. Cobblestones along with the super shoes is normally a tricky kind of combination, but 3 athletes and all of these guys are racing to win. I can assure you there is not one of these guys that's thinking, oh gosh, 3rd place would be a real treat today.
We're in the old town here at this section of the run. This is a really crucial point as we take a look at Mika Newt and Frederick Funk in 4th and 5th. It does look like Mika's got a bit of a gap on Fred Funk. This section that they're in right now, it's coming up to the pivotal point of today's run. There is a 150-metre long hill at 8% gradient. It's a really steep hill. All of the men have gone out there and ran it multiple times today in the week leading up. It's as you come out of this section, there's a left-hand turn and you go up this hill. It's where the decisive move might be made. We're having a look here at the front of the race. Sam Laidlow, who's just about to take that left-hand turn, leads the race. Martin Van Riel hot on his heels. And Rico Bogan, who led out of T2, has been dropped and is now in 3rd. This is the hill, 150 metres, 8% gradient. If you want to attack today, if you want to surge on this run course, this is the place to do it. This is where the light, strong runners come into favour. Rico Bogan, the 6'3" German, maybe not his strength.
I'm not even sure if I would attack on the up or the downhill, because the downhill, actually, it is that steep that it's a significant kind of impact on if you can keep a long stride, if you can get your stride to gather enough speed to just let it run loose. Some athletes do that a lot better than others, and this will be interesting, especially because we're going over this thing 7 times. That is going to hurt bit by bit.
This version of Sam Laidlow that we're seeing over the past 2 T100 races is crazy, with his win at London where he broke away on the bike and held off probably the in-form runner in middle distance triathlon right now in Kyle Smith, and winning that race, and now off the front of the race leading it with the undefeated runner Martin Van Riel. This is crazy what we're seeing right here with Sam Laidlow. If you had have gone to the start of the year and told anyone that Sam Laidlow would essentially hold off Kyle Smith on the run and win a T100 race, and then the very next race be leading it on the run with only Martin Van Riel able to hold on, I don't think they would have believed you, Jan.
Well, the thing that plays into this as well is that Sam is definitely looking to defend his Ironman world title. We know that he's heading from here to Kona, but for him to hold that kind of speed shows me that he is just reading his form, that he's reading the scene really, really well. Martin Van Riel, yeah, he's specializing on this. This is his new thing. He wants to be Mr. T100. He wants to be the male version of what Ash Gentle is. But at the moment, it's definitely not even shoulder to shoulder. He's just holding on to the pressure that Sam is creating.
And I've said it a couple of times today, but Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden watching at home, they must be thinking, what version of Sam Laidlow are we seeing right now? This looks like the form of his life. He's always been known as someone who swims and bikes strong and holds on the run and blows up on the run, but as we see a really, really close call then, that's actually quite crazy. That shouldn't happen. But this version of Sam Laidlow that we're seeing, this is an evolved version of Sam Laidlow who's now making the run his strength.
Yeah, of course, he's a young athlete. We always forget that, you know, he's won an Ironman world title, but he's the youngest man to ever do it. And he is only going to grow as an athlete. That is naturally going to be the case. And the other thing he's always done is he's built throughout the season. He is somebody who's normally stronger towards the end. He said that very much in Miami. He said that in Singapore. He's building, and I think we're going to see some exciting things from this young man.
So we've got an overhead shot here. You can see Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel passing the billion-dollar yacht factory down there on the dock. You can see that gap to Rico Bogan in third has really extended. Only just seeing Rico Bogan right there, that gap is really blown out, and the gap to Mika Newt and Fred Funk behind even more. So I think it's not crazy to say that might be the decisive move on the run today, and we might be seeing the battle for the win right here with Martin Van Riel and Sam Laidlow. They might have made it impossible for everyone else to even compete today. That's how fast Sam Laidlow's taken it out of T2.
Well, they're experienced runners, so you wouldn't expect that they would completely blow up. I do think that hill is going to take a toll with every single lap. You know, lap 2, 3, that's fine. But 7 times, that is going to be significant. But I have to agree. I mean, the pace Sam is setting here is, yeah, amazing to see.
And I just had the stopwatch out as they passed our commentary booth. It was 19 seconds to Rico Bogan and Mika Newt, who came through in third and fourth, and then Fred Funk just passed there, 32 seconds. So Sam Laidlow is running hard here, and he is making sure that if anyone else is going to beat him today, it's going to be really hard to do so, and he's going to put them to the test.
And I think, again, the odds being stacked against him, he's facing a little bit of adversity. You know, arguably Martin Van Riel is perfectly prepared with a short distance career. Also, these turnarounds where you have to keep slowing down, keep re-accelerating is something that plays into his strengths. And again, I think that is something that mentally Sam is just turning into a strength by saying, look here, everybody thinks this guy's just going to run away. Not without me.
Well, we have a wonderful men's race unfolding as expected here in Ibiza, and a lot more of the same expected in the women's side of things, which begins at 1:30. So we're going to quickly divert our attention to mark your card as to some of the challengers and potential champions today. And before we do that, here is how the women's series in the T100 has unfolded so far.
to Miami. A new era of triathlon is born in the USA.
Lucy Charles-Barclay, she does not mess around at the start.
Absolutely ruthless as we see the field getting decimated.
And she has just stunned the world. India Lee wins.
What have we got in store? Well, Fast and Furious is guaranteed. Twists and turns for sure. And when that gun goes, well, anyone knows.
She cannot wait to get on land and try and make up the deficit.
Is there going to be one?
Her first ever T100 World Tour Series victory.
Welcome to Escape from Alcatraz. Expect the unexpected and embrace the drama.
How is she so much better on a bike than everyone else around her? And she has completely dominated from start to finish today. Taylor Knibb, our T100 San Francisco champion.
T100 reloads as London now welcomes the heroic.
Imogen Simmons goes straight past Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Lucy Charles-Barclay has DNF.
She put her foot down there as well.
Her second T100 victory of 2024, the only athlete in 2024 to win 2 T100 titles.
Yes, Ashley Gentle looking for her third triumph in the T100 Triathlon World Tour this season. No Lucy Charles-Barclay this weekend because of injury. We wish her well. Elsewhere, India Lee obviously tracking well at the moment. Kat Matthews with a big week, obviously having come second in Nice 7 days ago. And elsewhere, 11th for Taylor Knibb, who is looking to go 3-0 in this great rivalry against Ashley Gentle. Vicky's come out to have a quick word as we look at some of the potential runners and riders today. In order for Ashley, therefore, 3-0 is very different to 2-1. How does she make the difference today against her great rival?
I think it's really important to just acknowledge the strength that Taylor Knibb has on a bike. I mean, she's absolutely exceptional. She's the best cyclist that we've probably ever seen in triathlon. And minimising the gap at the end of the bike is absolutely everything for Ashley. Like, she has to bike out of her skin today. A course like this, I think, is really good for Taylor. There's not too much technical element to it. Not that she's a bad technical rider per se, but she is very, very good in a straight line. And today she's going to have that in spades. There's a lot of riding in a straight line. Ashley has to minimise that, and she has to really, really pace that run perfectly. If you weren't with us at the beginning of the show, Ashley spoke about that, how she has to be calm, how she has to pace herself, don't try and chase her down too fast. She's going to want to beat her. She really, really wants to have that victory back over Taylor Knibb.
How big an ask for Kat Matthews today to back up what happened last week?
I can't overstate what Kat did last week. You know, the Ironman World Championships, it's a 8-9 hour event. They're racing for such a long time. They put themselves to the well and back again. She finished second there, brilliant performance, but emotionally, mentally, physically, that's taken a lot, there's no question. And it was only 6 days ago. She's the only person who finished that race who's on the start line here today. We've got other people who competed but didn't finish. She's the only one.
Great stuff. So much to look forward to as the women get underway.
Wearing number 35 from Great Britain, T100 Matthews. Wearing number 32 from Great Britain, T100 2024 champion of Miami, India Lee. Wearing number 38 from the USA, T100 Women's 2024 San Francisco champion, Taylor Knibb. Number 31 from Australia, the T100 London, the T100 Singapore champion, Ashley Gentle.
Well, we go from the excitement of the men's race to the anticipation and nerves of the women's race here today at the 5th stop of the T100 World Tour in Ibiza. Eyes on Ash Gentle, the T100 queen. She won last time up at London, but her big rival Taylor Knibb was not there. San Francisco, Taylor Knibb made Ash Gentle change everything in her life to try and compete with her. What will we see today? Ash Gentle thinks she's made the changes required. This course suits her. Taylor Knibb, she's here and she's seeking redemption from the Olympics.
On your mark!
We see Imogen Simmons off to the left-hand side of your screen in the red cap. She's taken a really aggressive start to the swim here. Ashley Gentle over on the far left in orange. She now needs to get on Imogen Simmons' feet. That's where she needs to be. Ash Gentle and Imogen Simmons, probably not known as the two strongest swimmers in this field, but they're the ones leading it. Can Ash Gentle duck over and get onto her feet? We are looking for some strong swimmers in the yellow cap to the far right. Flora Duffy, the Olympic champion, always been known for having one of the strongest swims in the sport. And then Taylor Spivey as well. She's obviously stepping up for her first time ever at the T100 World Tour. Great swimmer, history as a swimmer. The bike's the big question mark for her, but can she help shape this race here on the swim today? I think the big thing we've got to watch her early here is that battle over on the left-hand side of the screen. Can Ash Gentle get onto Imogen Simmons' feet and drag her up and make sure that she stays with Sarah Perez-Sala over there in the pink, and Flora Duffy in the yellow, and Taylor Knibb, who we can see there in the purple cap. They're the big questions. Ash Gentle cannot afford to let a big gap form here today to that strong group on the other side of the swim. Oh, Taylor Knibb's just got dragged underwater and dropped back. She's now in about 5th or 6th. She got a little bit of a dunk there, and maybe even had to put her goggles back on. So she has dropped back a little bit there, and will have to swim strong to get back to the front of this swim.
Crystal clear waters of the Mediterranean being the perfect place you want to swim. The last time in Paris, we certainly had the opposite of these conditions, so I think that's going to be quite a pleasure for Taylor Knibb to make up here. It's interesting because I do agree that I think Ash Gentle, you know, she's had a coaching change, and we can see her on the swim course that we're taking on right here. 2 laps of that as we go on to the 80k bike course, 500 meters of climbing. As they go up a little bit of a false flat on the course here, we can see the wind is going to have a significant factor, and they go through the technical turnaround, making their way back towards T2, where it is on the very, very challenging run course that we see. 7 laps of a significant climb that's going to take toll on the athletes lap by lap.
So now that we get a slightly different angle on the swim, it looks like that yellow cap of Flora Duffy alongside Sarah Perez-Sala in the pink cap have managed to eke out a bit of a lead on Imogen Simmons, who was over on the far left of the screen.
That's Taylor Knibb off to the right as well, Vicky, the one on the purple cap, red arms on the tri-suit.
Taking a very wide line, and you did notice that she seemed to get a bit dunked.
She got dunked and lost her goggles, clearly, and she had to put them back on. She was, if you look at the yellow cap and then the white cap behind, Taylor Knibb was in that little pocket. That's exactly where she was. She got dunked. She lost her cap or something, maybe her goggles. She had to sit up. You saw her head bob up. She adjusted it. I think she lost her goggles and just lost her position. And now she's way off on the far right hand of your screen and hasn't been able to establish contact with that group again. It does kind of all come back together at the far turnaround point. So can she get across to them and make sure she's in this group? But definitely not the ideal start to today's race for Taylor Knibb. And we flash back to the front of the men's race here. The battle is still on with Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel. They're 6.1 kilometres into the 18-kilometre run. They're about to take on this 150-metre, 8% gradient hill one more time. We've seen some changes. Mika Newt has overtaken Rico Bogan. He's strong in 3rd position right now. We saw the last time up the hill, he completely dropped Rico Bogan. Rico Bogan, me and Jan were watching on another screen, just exploded trying to hold Mika Newt up that climb, and he has not been able to make up that gap back to Mika Newt. So we have Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel in a tight battle for 1st and 2nd. Mika Newt holding strong in 3rd, Rico Bogan in 4th, Fred Funk in 5th, and Alistair Brownlee after that penalty suffering a little bit out there on today's run course.
Have we seen Martin van Riel go in front of Sam Laidlow yet? It feels that from the moment that Sam Laidlow latched onto the back of Martin van Riel and then they caught up to Rico Bogan, Laidlow's been the one pushing the pace, and it feels like Martin van Riel was very happy for him to do that.
Well, you saw Martin van Riel lead out of transition, and I think Martin van Riel made the impression on me, at least, that he was expecting to be able to run off and kind of set the pace, a strong pace, and be off by himself. And Sam is like, look here, buddy, I am sticking with you. Like it or not, you're going to have to work a lot harder than you think or anticipated.
We have a look at the standings of the best 3 results so far as it stands. That's including exactly where the men sit in today's race. Sam Laidlow's in front of that race. If he is to maintain that for the rest of the race, he takes the lead in the T100 World Tour. 3 races ago, don't think many people would have expected that to happen. So Sam Laidlow, he is really building into his season and peaking exactly when he has to into London, Ibiza and into Kona.
So I think, honestly, Sam has had a fantastic season the whole time around. I mean, the kind of expectation, the demands that come with being a first-time world champion, the youngest ever, the kind of media tour that he did, to come out and already have a decent performance in Miami. At least on the bike, he was very, very strong. Remember, he chose to put on his socks and change his tactics later on, but he closed that gap and rode very, very strong. It was a hot day. He put together an okay race, but you know, it was solid, it was strong, and it reflected that he'd obviously managed to keep his inertia going through the winter as well as he could. But now that he's preparing for his biggest race yet, we know he is hungry for Kona. He's obviously taking that form and really using the T100 as a kicker in order for him to build his speed, as we see Martin van Riel taking the lead for the first time. Sam Laidlow with a little shake out of the arm. He's still calm, he's still focused. I don't think he's under pressure as yet. And Martin van Riel just using the slightly technical elements to gain a bit of speed. But very interesting also in the approaches. You mentioned Daniel Beckegaard earlier, being deep and tired into a training block. Sam Laidlow's in the same place. This guy's leading the race. The other guy is, you know, close to 10 minutes back. It's kind of speaks volumes in terms of the approach.
I've said it a few times, Jan, but Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld watching back home, this is ominous what they're watching. I would love to have them in commentary to get their thoughts on what they're seeing. And Vicky, your question answered. Yeah, Martin van Riel has seen the front of the race. He's just made a move now. Sam Laidlow has his eyes on all of those street signs. He doesn't want to hit another one of them and end up on the ground again. Keeping his wits about him on the run today. No distractions.
I mean, you've got to wonder if the guy's got a headache after knocking himself out just a few days ago and essentially dealing with a concussion. This is even more impressive, I would say, from Sam Laidlow. Dealing with that, you know, slightly sore ankle, maybe that did hamper him a little bit on the bike, clearly not hampering him on the run, running toe-to-toe with the likes of Martin van Riel here. But, you know, that's definitely some adversity he's overcome there this week. And yeah, you just got to wonder as he gets really, really deep into this run now and he really starts to hurt, whether he's going to have a headache added to the mix as well.
Well, my mum always used to tell me you got to get up one more time than you get knocked down. I don't think she meant it literally, but those are the blows you take as trying to be the world's best athletes. You just have to deal with it, and yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. The gaps created here are starting to blow out. I mean, it's phenomenal. We're on lap 3 of the run. We've done 8 of 18 kilometers, and the gap is close on a minute now to Mika Noot. They ran out of transition together. That's significant. It's down another 30 seconds down to Fred Funk, and he has now passed Rico Bogan down the line. Alistair Brownlee 2 minutes down, so he's, yeah, holding pace roughly with Mika Noot in third.
Back with the swim, and I think that's Taylor Spivey at the front there. That's
that is, yes,
familiar stroke to me, someone I race against quite a lot in the short course series, and she's on debut here today, not just in the T100 but at middle distance full stop. She's never raced above short course Olympic distance racing, so I know she's incredibly nervous about that, but this is a challenge she's been looking forward to all year. She's only had 2 weeks practice on a TT bike because she was racing super short distance racing in super triathlon just about 3 weeks ago now, so she is very much new to this.
India Lee coming off that really disappointing result at the Ironman World Championships last week, where she lost 3.5 minutes on the swim to swimmers who probably aren't quite as strong as today's race. She's there second on the feet of Taylor Spivey. That time going back home to see her dog and emotionally refreshing that she's talked about, clearly working. And Sarah Perez-Sala, the lady who held the feet of Lucy Charles-Barclay and did some work with her in Singapore last year, there in third, and Flora Duffy, the Olympic champion, in fourth. Seeing something completely different to the men's race where there's gaps forming, and this lead group led by Taylor Spivey welcome the Olympians. They're making the swim hard for once here.
Absolutely. Sarah Perez-Sala, we're used to seeing out on her own, out the front, maybe with Lucy Charles-Barclay, as we saw in Singapore from memory. But yeah, that's the thing that the end of an Olympic cycle brings. It always brings a new depth, a new caliber of athletes that come and change middle and long distance racing. And that's where we are. It's always a very exciting time, I think, for triathlon, where we're slowly seeing this transition to the T100, which brings together all the distances like nothing has before.
You can see from this shot behind them that they're all being sort of dragged slightly in the water there. They're not going in exactly a straight line. Taylor Spivey kind of weaving a roundabout route back to shoreline. We could just see off the back of these front four was Taylor Knibb. So after taking that incredibly wide line on the way out to the first turn, boys, she's found herself sort of solo in 5th place and slowly working her way back onto the back of these top four, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her make contact with them.
No one practiced the Aussie exit yesterday more than Taylor Knibb. There's a swim familiarisation that you can do the day before. Taylor Knibb did the Aussie exit 15 times, I think, 10, 15 times, super hard. You can see Taylor, the purple cap, red sleeves, down the very bottom left-hand side of your screen, just disappearing now. She's sitting there in 5th. She took that wide line. She's going to need to use this back half of the first lap and the Aussie exit to catch this lead group of 4. Taylor Spivey swimming very hard here, and I've had to check this second swimmer about 16 times trying to confirm, is this actually India Lee in second place? As soon as I saw her, I couldn't believe it, but here she is. Wow, what a turnaround, what a difference a week it makes in professional sport. That's an adage as old as time and showing itself to be true here today. Taylor Spivey in first. India Lee there in second, Sarah Perez-Sala in third, the Olympic champion making her debut at the T100 World Tour, Flora Duffy in fourth, Taylor Knibb off wide on the left-hand side, she's in no man's land there in 5th. We're approaching the Aussie exit here for the women today on the first lap of the swim. This is a massive moment in my eyes. Taylor Knibb needs to close this gap on the back half of this first lap, the Aussie exit and the start of the second lap. If Taylor Knibb can get across to these lead group of 4 and find her ticket into T1 inside the lead group of 5, we might see the Taylor Knibb show again, because this bike course is perfectly suited to her. And I don't think she would have looked at anyone in this lead group of 4, Taylor Spivey, India Lee, Sarah Perez-Sala and Flora Duffy, as anyone who's capable of riding with her over 80k if she really is in top shape. So this point we're seeing right now, as Taylor Knibb looks across and sees that group, this is vital. She needs to get back on here.
And where is Ash Gentle? That is the million-dollar question. How close behind can she be?
She's there, right there.
She's at the back of this next group. There we go.
Simmons. There she is right there. Ash Gentle on your screens right now. Ashley Gentle is 26 seconds behind the lead group of Taylor Spivey, India Lee, Flora Duffy, Sarah Perez-Sala, Julie Duron and Taylor Knibb right there as well.
Someone who's just come through our screen there was Paula Finlay. I think that's a bit of a disappointing first lap from her. I would have expected her to probably be around the same place as Ashley Gentle, so she's definitely about another 20 seconds or so behind after just 1 lap in the swim.
Back to the men's race, 8.3 kilometres to go. That's 9.7 kilometres of this course done. And Sam Laidlow has overtaken Martin Van Riel yet again and is leading here today at T100 Ibiza, the 5th stop of the T100 World Tour in 2024. They've established a massive gap back to Mick Anoud, who is almost a minute down in 3rd. Fred Bunk and Rico Bogan in 4th and 5th as Rico Bogan continues his slide down the standings today, is now in 5th place after leading out of T2 with a 12-second gap to 2nd at one point, down in 5th. Alistair Brownlee, 2:15 down. It looks like he is going to catch Rico Bogan and work his way up into 5th place as Sam Laidlow just passes that street sign there. Comfortably missed his head that time.
He's never going to live it down, is he?
I've never noticed street signs on a course before, but ever since he told me that story, I keep seeing them everywhere on the course.
To knock yourself out on one of these is also another level. I mean, to hit one, I've hit my head on one before and it hurts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it hurts. But to knock yourself out is quite something.
He must have just got the angle. He probably couldn't do it again if he tried to hit himself in exactly the right spot to just knock him out.
He doesn't even really have memory of it. His dad had to tell him what happened. That's the crazy thing.
And I think as these guys battle it out, we've got some news from the beach.
Yes, I'm alongside with Martin Van Riel's father, Paul. And actually, interestingly, just as we're watching this, it gets a fascinating insight into what the friends and the family go through. Because as you're watching, what everyone at home is watching, you just said, I think Sam Laidlow looks a bit more relaxed. Is that what you're still seeing?
Yes, but Martin doesn't always look relaxed, but he has much in the tank. When he looks bad, when his face is angry, he has something in the tank, so I believe in him.
Which of course you should and you will. Interestingly as well, I mean, he's having a wonderful race again, Martin. He's 1 from 1 already, obviously off the back of San Francisco. But the first thing you said when you came over was, did you see him go wrong on the bike? It's all about the detail, obviously. How quickly will he put that out of his mind?
Yeah, out of his mind. I think he will recover from that. I think he lost half a minute or something, and he worked hard to get back to the group, and he passed one by one almost everyone, I think. So he lost one bullet there already, I think, but he has lots of bullets left.
Good to hear. And you mentioned, of course, that he's won in San Francisco. He's very well set here in Ibiza as well. Why is he loving T100 so much?
Well, he likes the bicycle. He likes bicycling, and the WTCS. It was always drafting. He was always the one who put the power in it, but often the other ones, or lots of the other ones, didn't work with him. So now it's almost everyone for himself. So I think this suits him better.
Okay. And as Dad, if he wins here today, will you start telling him, listen, it's now all about becoming T100 World Champion, or just keep the pressure off?
Yeah, I always keep the pressure off. Yeah, I have never pushed him in all his life, and I will never do. He does it very good without me, without my good information, and so.
He's certainly doing the business today. Listen, Paul, lovely to chat to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
One quick thing is that it was Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel who took that wrong turn. So, yeah, maybe Martin Van Riel lost that energy, but Sam Laidlow did as well, as we come back from that intense battle at the front of the men's race to have a look at what's happening in the women's race with Taylor Spivey being exactly where she has been all day so far, leading this swim, and India lead directly behind her, as she has also been all day. And we see Sarah Perez-Sala in there with Flora Duffy as well.
You can't really overstate how good a swim this is for Indy. She's someone who came from the short course world, although she's been racing middle distance exclusively for a few years now. But even in her days in the short course world, she would have thought it was a very, very good day if she'd made the front swim pack. But she's swimming here with right in the middle of swimmers who are lead-out swimmers in short course racing. Taylor Spivey, Flora Duffy, they are lead-out swimmers. Sarah Perez-Salo actually went to the Olympics herself as a swimmer many years ago. She was a breaststroker, but she still went to the Olympics as a swimmer. So these girls in this pack are exceptional swimmers, and Indy is in the absolutely perfect place. And again, we've mentioned it already, but to be on that start line in Nice last week, what would have been one of, if not her biggest race of the year that she would have been targeting, along with, of course, these races, to have such a disappointing day, to pull out at the start of the run, to bring herself back here to Ibiza, and then just to start in this such a positive manner, that's just a brilliant way to set herself up for a good race. And maybe today we'll see some of those sparks that we saw from her in Miami.
As we can see the conditions here, the chops definitely picked up a little bit. There is a bit of the wind that's been talked about for the bike course, also affecting the swim course to some degree. But of course the sun is higher up, so they haven't had to deal with the sun being right in their eyes as much as we head back for the end of lap 2.
We've seen that Taylor Knibb did manage to get to the back of this lead group of 5. It kind of looks like, according to the times, that there should be 6, but
I can't see Julie Derrin in
Julie
there. I
Derrin's
don't
not
think
in there.
she's there.
That's
no.
what I was just going to comment on. I think the tracker is wrong. For my eyes, we can see Taylor Spivey in the lead, India Lee in second, Sarah Perez-Salo in third, Flora Duffy in fourth, and then Taylor Knibb in fifth. So not quite sure whether I'm blind or whether Julie
Derrin
Derrin
I am too, because I've been looking and looking and looking again and trying to work out where on earth on this screen Julie Derrin is, because I'm pretty sure there's only the 5 of them.
She's not there.
Well, if she's not in there, then she's got a significant gap. As we could just see on the last shots there was something going on. And a gap is what neither of these two gentlemen have managed to put in between each other. They're heading up towards this heartbreak hill, shall we call it.
Let's go with
lap number 6. Let's go, boys.
6.2 kilometres to go. Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel locked horn on horn in a battle like two old bulls, even though they're both young men. Martin Van Riel not actually so young, he does look it though. Up this hill for the 5th time now. Jan Frodeno, you've ran this hill multiple times. How hard is it? It's hard to sometimes tell on camera just how steep and long a hill is.
I've only ever run it in training because this was not part of the course last year. But I can tell you it's a little surge where you're just going into the red zone every single time. And also, not to be underestimated, when they run down, the so-called eccentric loading, when your muscles have to slow you down in order to not fall over, that actually takes a bigger toll on your muscles as such. But these two guys look like they're on lap 2, not on lap 6, as they go into the final stages of this run, still locked in, 6K to go.
I know I'm seeing it. I know I'm watching Sam Laidlow in the lead of this race with Martin Van Riel on his shoulder in second. It's happening, and he just won at London, but I'm still struggling to believe it a little bit that Sam Laidlow is the aggressor 12 kilometres into this 18-kilometre run with who I looked at coming in today as the strongest runner in the field in Martin Van Riel. I mean, maybe it's what I said earlier, Jan, that Sam Laidlow made the bike so hard that Martin Van Riel doesn't quite have what it takes to surge off in front. Or maybe Martin Van Riel is just sitting in there, biding his time, staying within himself. Maybe he's learned some lessons from San Francisco of how to play these battles in the T100 World Tour.
Look at the pace they're running. If you look at their turnover, you look at their cadence, and also what we can see on screen, the average time that they're running, they're holding like 3:12, 3:13 kilometers, which is, it's quick for this kind of distance. And that is something that is definitely a testament to how good they are running. They're not tired. They haven't made everyone else more tired. They're running well. They're running quick, and they're running significantly faster than the rest of the field.
At San Francisco, talking to Kyle Smith, Martin Van Riel and Rico Bogan after the race, they all said they settled in and realised it was going to be a sprint finish with about 10 kilometres to go. Well, we've got 5.7 kilometres to go here today in Ibiza. I wonder if these men have both realised, oh, we're sprint finishing here. This is going to go down to the tape. Whoever's the strongest man over the final K, 500 metres, 100 metres, 50 metres, whatever it is, that's when the race will be decided. I wish we could be inside these men's head right now.
Well, that was actually going to be my question. Is it too early to start talking and hoping that we're going to get another one of those epic sprint finishes from these guys? But something we haven't really talked about too much with Martin van Riel is he is at the tail end of his season, really, because the big peak for his year, he was very honest about it, was the Olympic Games. Whilst he's very committed now to the T100 and to being a middle distance athlete, he's left short course behind him. He was peaking or trying to peak for the Olympic Games. He had a disappointing result there. I think he was about 22nd. And he's been devastated since then. And so whilst he's of course been focusing on trying to get himself physically and mentally ready for this race, it's hard to do that. And there's not really a quantifiable amount of time that you can put on how long it's going to take each person to bounce back from Olympic success or from Olympic disappointment. And there could just be a fact that we're maybe seeing a little bit of a 2-3% off where he maybe was in San Francisco from Martin. Or alternatively, all of that's absolute rubbish and they're just running so fast. Sam Laidlow's pushing him so hard that they're locked in battle toe to toe.
It does look like Martin van Riel is putting a little bit of a surge in here. Look, he's not all or nothing here. I'm going for my big move. But since he took the lead coming down the descent the last time around, he does look like he's put in a bit of a surge, a bit of a tester. They just came past our commentary booth right there and we got eyes on them. It did look like Sam Laidlow was hurting a little bit to hold onto the back of Martin van Riel's shoulder. Not to say he's suffering more than Martin van Riel. I think it just shows that they are running quite fast right now and Martin van Riel is testing to see if he does put in a little surge, can Sam Laidlow hold on?
No, the way he just threw away that gel into the aid station there was a little zone that we could see from our commentator's booth right here. He was focused, clear. Yeah, I think we've still got a bit more battle as the men's race, as we get eyes back on the women's race right here, as their battle is only starting as they touch land finally into T1 they go.
T1, or as it sometimes is, the launch zone for the rocket ship that is Taylor Knibb. Will we see that again today? Taylor Spivey has taken charge of this swim today. Her debut here at the T100 World Tour, and she's found herself leading it for the first 26 minutes. Right on her feet, as it has been most of the day, Sarah Perez-Sala and India Lee. We can also see that Flora Duffy is in there, and Taylor Knibb assuming position in 5th, able to hold on. Quite an impressive swim from Taylor Knibb, considering where she was.
Do you think Taylor Knibb maybe has a little bit of a regroup phase now? She obviously had to work really hard to get back onto that group. Do you think she will just take a minute to get into it on the bike, or are we just fully expecting Taylor Knibb to just put the hammer down?
Taylor Knibb was a top 10 finisher at the Olympic time trial with 3 crashes, right? I don't think, even if she does wait, that's an all-out effort for everyone else to hold on to on a normal day. I'm not trying to discount the race early on, but I don't think Taylor Knibb is waiting for everyone. She is such a strong caliber, and she can deal with adversity. As we see a quick transition from Sarah Perez-Sala taking it out first.
She didn't have a swim skin on, did she? So she had a little bit of an advantage on the other girls, as that's Indy Lee, I think, running through for second.
I think we've just got to call this how it is. The only women who can hold Taylor Knibb here potentially are India Lee and Flora Duffy. Taylor Spivey, her strength is her swim bike, her swim run. Her bike is a little bit of a weakness, I think, particularly over this distance, and particularly considering she hasn't spent much time on the TT bike. And Sarah Perez-Sala has never been able to go with Taylor Knibb on the bike. So the big question here is A, what shape is Taylor Knibb in? And B, can Flora Duffy and India Lee hold on to Taylor Knibb for even 4 or 5k, or will Taylor Knibb just go straight to the front of this bike, ride off and never be seen again?
I think unfortunately our timing's a little bit out on the side of the screen there, because unless Julie Derren is wearing her invisibility cloak, she's actually not in that front group, and those splits are just a little bit out for the time being. But we are seeing the next swimmers come out.
I think clearly Julie Derron and Sarah Perez-Sala have just got each other's timing chips on, right? And where we see Sarah Perez-Sala a minute 20 down in 7th, that's actually Julie Derron. and Julie Derron on the timing boards is actually Sarah Perez-Sala. So a bit of a timing chip confusion there, but Julie Derron clearly a minute and 20 seconds down, and Sarah Perez-Sala actually in that lead female group. And we are here, 4.1 kilometres to go in this tight tussle at the front of the men's race here at T100 Ibiza. Martin van Riel, he's been in the lead for the last 2 kilometres. Once they come out of this little aid station here, they take a tight left-hand corner and they go up the hill, the 150-metre, 8% gradient climb. I wonder if Martin van Riel tests the waters a little bit there, or with 4 kilometres to go, 14 kilometres done, have these men just accepted that it's another sprint finish today here at T100 Ibiza?
Well, on paper, Sam is obviously going to come off second best in the sprint. But if anyone is good at tearing up the paper, it is Sam Laidlow. I mean, that's what he seems to do. That's what he seems to be making his trademark. He is somebody who says he wants to transcend the sport. He wants to go and be the name of the sport, be a household name of sport in general. And he's slowly but surely, you know, laying the foundations of being an athlete who can win in any sort of conditions and any sort of race and distance.
I mean, that's the mark of great champions, isn't it? Being able to do it in multiple ways, multiple distances, multiple different courses and conditions. And he's still a young athlete, so he's shaping himself into just such an all-round athlete who can compete over this middle distance where many thought he would struggle, as well as being so competitive over the full Ironman distance as well. He's just become the complete package.
Eyes on Mika Noot here as he whips that Morton gel away, hits the wall. That's a Morton move there from Mika Noot. He's in 3rd position, Alistair Brownlee in 4th. If he hadn't lost that minute for the penalty, he would be right here on the shoulder of Mika Noot, potentially 5 metres ahead of him. Locked in a battle for 3rd. I wish we had seen that, but I do like fair racing. So
I was just about to ask you this exact question, Jack. You know, we wanted a penalty just to show that we are serious about this, that we are taking drafting seriously, that we are on it. Then we got the penalty that we'd been asking for, and it's robbed us of a battle that we were hoping to get for 3rd and 4th place. But still, a brilliant race from Mika Noot.
Here's the move, Vicky. Martin van Riel has made a move. Sam Laidlow looks at his watch, checks the pace. He can't hold on. Is this the decisive move of the day? Martin van Riel, the T100 San Francisco champion, here today at Ibiza on his next stop on the T100 World Tour, has broken Sam Laidlow and he's running away with the race with 3.3 kilometres to go. Can Sam Laidlow rally and hold on here? Can he fight back onto Martin van Riel's shoulder, or has he lost the race here with 3.3 kilometres to go?
Sam is looking like he is indeed dropping off a little bit on the pace. This is also coming into the technical bit, which I felt like Martin had a bit of an edge on him anyways, going through the corners a little bit quicker, but he is putting down his head, and it wasn't just a short move to break the string. He is keeping the pressure on because Sam hasn't really backed off either. It's definitely a strong move, a solid move, and going to be a deciding move. If Sam can come back here, mentally it's going to be very tough for Martin.
15 kilometres down in today's run here at T100 Ibiza, and Martin van Riel has put down the hammer. He has dropped Sam Laidlow. Sam Laidlow holding tough. He's looked at his watch. He's checked the pace. That means it's hot. Can Sam Laidlow rally? Can he fight back one more time here today? We saw him locked in that battle in London where he fought for bitter life to the end of that race. Can he rally again today, or is it just one step too far? And has Martin van Riel finally broken Sam Laidlow? And is this the move that decides the race today here at T100 Ibiza?
Well, with 2.8Ks to go, it still feels early. It still feels like it's not 100% gone. And even though Martin looks good, you can see there's quite a lot of head movement there. He's got a little bit of a shoulder wobble going on, and his head's rocking and rolling a little bit. He's gone hard to make this break. He's put everything into this, and he's got to hold on for another 2.5 kilometres.
Well, they've got 97 kilometers and they've been at each other. They were the two to make a mistake on the bike that cost them 30 seconds that they had to close a gap on. You can see both of them struggling. I mean, Sam's got his suit open, and this, I assume, is where we will get the images of Martin van Riel just letting it roll. He's just got the quicker turnover, and he's not even using energy. He's not really forcing it. He's just letting his run legs carry him with a bit more speed down the hill, as I kind of thought he would. And we're seeing him on screen, and the second athlete we saw there is not even Sam Laidlow, so he's created a significant gap between these two champions.
8 seconds is the gap here at the front of the men's race at T100 Ibiza. Sam Laidlow is in second, Martin Van Riel in first. Can Sam Laidlow find one more fight? Can he get back to Martin Van Riel, or with 2.4 kilometres to go, is Martin Van Riel making the move that will make him a 2-time champion here at the T100 World Tour and remain undefeated over this distance? That gap just keeps growing. Martin Van Riel is extending it step by step here with almost 2 kilometres to go. We are verging on seeing history being made here as Martin Van Riel would win his second title at T100 Tour. That would be the first man to go back-to-back in 2 races.
As we get eyes on Alistair Brownlee, who is looking the best he has ever looked at kilometre 16 of a T100 race. He's still going strong. We can see he's actually making a bit of time on Mika Nutt. It's 50 seconds or thereabout. I mean, that's a lot to make up over 2.7 Ks. But who knows? I mean, Mika Nutt is a very tactical racer. I think he races within himself, and he's played a strong run. But we'll see what Alistair Brownlee can still produce on this last lap.
Ashley Gentle has won 5 PTO or T100 races. Taylor Knibb has won 2, but no male has ever won 2 PTO or T100 races in the history of T100. Martin Van Riel is looking like not only will he become the first man to win 2 races, but back-to-back. Martin Van Riel on the literal verge of making history today here at Ibiza. Is Martin Van Riel now asserting himself as the man to beat over this distance? Is Martin Van Riel showing the world that I am the best in the world? It certainly looks like it to me. What a statement today from Martin Van Riel. 1.9 kilometres to go, 16 kilometres done. Can Martin Van Riel hold on?
Well, funny you mentioned that, because of course Martin Van Riel missed London, so either of these guys, whoever wins, is going to be the first ever double champion and is going back-to-back to win a race. But at this stage, it certainly looks like Martin has his eyes firmly set on a victory.
It looks to me, looking at the difference in the 2 men, that Martin Van Riel is running hard. You can see a man who is chasing the victory, who feels good, who's on top of his running. Sam Laidlow looks like he's almost given up. It looks like Sam Laidlow might have accepted that Martin Van Riel is just the better man today, and he's going to run away and win this. It does look different, doesn't it, Vicky?
That gap now has gone out to 16 seconds, and it does look like Sam Laidlow is still running incredibly well, but still just probably in the same gear that he was in this point on the last lap, whereas Martin Van Riel, he has gone up a notch, maybe even 2. He's taken 16 seconds out in just about 2 kilometres, and I think it's fair to say we're about to see Martin Van Riel defend his unbeaten streak at middle distance racing and defend his title, his win from San Francisco. He's going to be the first man to go back-to-back.
Kyle Smith sitting on his couch, sick at home, unable to make the start line today here at T100 Ibiza. He's the man, the only man who could hold on to Martin Van Riel for every centimetre of the race at San Francisco, with Rico Bogan dropping back by about 30 centimetres. But I wonder what he's thinking. I wonder if he's thinking, would I have been here today? Could I have been the one to test Martin Van Riel? He's not here, and without him, Martin Van Riel takes charge of the men's race with 1.3 kilometres to go on today's run. Martin Van Riel is showing himself to be an absolute force to be reckoned with over the T100 distance. He's 32 years old. It's taken him a long time to make the step up to middle distance, but Martin Van Riel is proving that this is where he belongs. This is where he should be.
Well, Martin wanted one last chance at the Olympic Games. He was 6th in Rio, he was 4th in Tokyo, and he really thought he could go 1 or 2 steps better. So he held on to Paris, and although he has dabbled in a bit of middle distance racing, the reason he didn't commit fully was because he wanted one last shot, and he always said he was going to middle distance full time as soon as the Paris Olympics were done. And we have seen that absolutely play out today. He's only had 2 months since the Olympic Games. He's put full focus on this race after a disappointing Olympic Games, 22nd, so much further down than his other Olympic performances. When he felt that he was ready to deliver a medal-worthy performance, he has been heartbroken. He's mentioned it on social media, how it's been devastating for him, but he's put all of his focus, everything he could muster into this race, and he's going to be rewarded with a victory.
So we're inside the final kilometre today here at T100 Ibiza in the men's race. 17.1 kilometres down, and Martin van Riel, he's just past the point where he made the decisive move. He passes Peter Heinrich, who offers some assistance. Martin van Riel's not looking at anyone. He's in the zone. He's focused. He's committed to winning today. He's not going to give it a single inch until he crosses that finish line and wins today here at T100 Ibiza.
As he passes his countryman there, it is beautiful to see how he's got such a complete game. Like, it is definitely going to be something for everybody who's thinking about, you know, in Las Vegas, who's thinking about Dubai. How are we going to beat this guy? He is the full package. He's got a good swim. He's very strong on the bike. He actually surprised me just how strong he was on the bike. And here he has put together a masterpiece on the last 18K, making his decisive move as he's now got a bit of time to even enjoy the finishing meters, the last kilometer of his second T100 win, managing to extend his unbeaten streak.
He just passes the transition point for the very last time, and then he's just got that short little out and back to do before he'll head onto the blue carpet of the finish line and take that finishing tape. It's been the ultimate all-round performance from Martin van Riel today. He knew exactly when to push the button and to go all in on the run, and he hasn't seen anybody since. Sam Laidlow just unable to respond. Fantastic day of racing from him, a really complete performance. Has surprised us time and time again, Sam Laidlow, but just couldn't match this man today. Martin van Riel, he has been exceptional.
We get eyes on Sam Laidlow here, and I do take my hat off to him. He's done an amazing performance. We did mention it. He is deep into his Kona preparation as well. He's used this race very smartly, in my opinion, to build a little bit of speed, as he, I think, will also, to a degree, be happy reaching out for a high five. He doesn't even get it. Martin van Riel leaves him cold.
I think he noticed.
Love
a bit
given
too late.
as he was, in fairness, looking the other way. I don't think he actually saw him. But it has been a masterpiece of a performance here. And I think even Sam Laidlow is going to be happy with second place, considering the rest of the season building.
Martin van Riel, he won T100 San Francisco on debut at the T100 World Tour. Undefeated streak remains. Martin van Riel, your two-time T100 World Tour champion. Take a bow. What a performance today from Martin van Riel to assert himself as the best T100 athlete in 2024. And Sam Laidlow, perhaps the story of the day, deep in an Ironman World Championship field, coming off that amazing victory at his semi-home race at London. He's been pushing the pace all day today. Sam Laidlow, second place here at T100 Ibiza.
Bravo, bravo. That is honestly, for me, got to be the story of the day as well. Sam Laidlow coming out here super strong. His training shed recently burning down at home, but you can see this man has his eyes firmly set on his targets, and he is here to stay.
Wow, what a battle we've seen here today as we get eyes on Mick Anoud in third. Martin van Riel and Sam Laidlow really proved to be on a different level to everyone today on the run. That lead group of 6 on the bike that turned into 5, that turned into 2 on the run. What a battle. Sam Laidlow and Martin van Riel, already deep in sharing war stories, no doubt. The respect between these two men after today's battle must be huge. Sam Laidlow and Martin van Riel, they took that wrong turn early on the bike. They fought hard to bring that gap back up to the front group, and then got involved in one of the best battles we've seen so far on the World Tour. What a day, what a race.
As Mick Anoud comes around for the last turn, we saw Alistair Bradley going the other way. Another podium performance here. He was deeply disappointed in Singapore, but we see Mick Anoud, high fives, fist pumps as he comes in for his next podium on the T100 series here in Ibiza.
Mick Anoud's highest ever finish on the T100 World Tour, his first podium. You see the excitement and what it means to him. Mick Anoud. The passion, the energy, the finish line sensations that every triathlete on the planet knows so well. Whether you're the last age grouper to finish or the first professional male, it's all the same. It's a special, special place in endurance sport.
Alistair Brownlee as well, just rounding that final section now, heading into the finish chute. This has been his best performance of the series so far by quite a long shot. Yes, he had a penalty. Yes, we would have loved to see that sprint finish between himself and Mika Nut, but I do think this is a real good sign of things to come.
The two-time Olympic champion, one of the greatest short course athletes to ever live, if not the greatest, crosses the line here at T100 Ibiza in 4th place. That penalty might be the second biggest story of the day, the first ever penalty in T100 World Tour history. And Alistair Brownlee fought strong all day, held tough mentally, clearly, to maintain that desire and that fight and that will to dig deep that he's shown throughout his entire career and finish 4th place here today.
And I think it's also a testament to see how long it takes to get a real world championship kind of crushing form. It's just something that doesn't happen overnight. Athletes get strong, you know, a month can make a difference, but it takes a while.
And here he is again, 5th place at T100 London, and 5th place again today at T100 Ibiza. The magic man himself, Frederick Funk.
It's a nice little present to go take into his wedding wedding week or wedding month. Great solid performance from him. Nice to see him finally get his performance on the bike. I think that's something we haven't seen from him yet, is just how strong and good this man is on the bike, and he was able to show it today.
Jana commented in our interview with her about how a top 5 would have been perfect for him today, and that's exactly what he was hoping for, to boost his rankings as well going into the later part of this season, and that's exactly what he's managed to deliver. Antonio Benite Lopez here coming in for 6th place. Great performance from him. He was someone who came onto the start list quite late. Fantastic runner and has put down a 6th place performance there.
A little Sebastian Kienle heel kick as he crosses the line there. What a way to debut. I mean, this man has shown some extremely good running performance in the past, but to get into top 6, fantastic.
And just as expected, 10 kilometres into the female race here today at T100 Ibiza, Taylor Knibb, she's taken charge. She does lead this race, and she has built quite a gap to India Lee in 2nd. India Lee did lead out of transition 1. She got about an 8-second gap to Taylor Knibb, but Taylor Knibb fought it back. Flora Duffy, Sarah Perez-Seller and Taylor Spivey, as expected, not able to hold on and do find themselves over 1:30 back now. India Lee, 34 seconds down, 10 kilometres into this bike ride. What we're seeing with Taylor Knibb is literally out of this world as we quickly get eyes on Rico Bogan, who faded throughout that run. The heat probably got the better of him there, the tough bike. We know these conditions don't really suit him. As soon as it's above 16, 18 degrees Celsius, he really does just become a different athlete. If it's 12 degrees, he's one of the best in the world, though.
Do you think he was maybe just a bit cold from chucking a bit too much ice down his suit? Honestly, it's not that hot. It's not warm.
You got to understand with Rico Bogan, where you need a jumper, he needs to take his shirt off. It's just who he is.
We've got 4 athletes in really quick succession here, so you don't often see this at this point in the T100 race, but they are fighting for every last position here because they know these points are so important.
This is a great battle. Maximilian Spurl leads at Yuri Kuhn. He's actually fought really hard and had a great run here today. We saw Matthias Margier just behind him, and then Aaron Royal, I think, was potentially the next one I just saw on camera.
And we see Yuri still trying to sprint, but Max is onto him. Not quite enough from Yuri there, but like you said, a decent run.
Sparrow getting the best. They're right on the line. Of Yuri Kuhn and Matisse.
A great run from Yuri Kuhn, the fastest run split of the day today, 56 minutes and 44 seconds. That's 2 minutes faster than Max Newman last year on a very similar run course. Martin Van Riel, 57 minutes and 45 seconds. So Yuri Kuhn's ran over a minute faster than what Martin Van Riel did to work his way back up into 9th there. That shows that he's clearly on good run shape, and Maximilian Spur just held on really tough there. Matthias Margier, 59 minutes and 44 seconds, also a very strong run to finish 10th. Not quite on his best shape, but clearly working his way back. And here we are at the front of the women's race. Taylor Knibb 10 kilometres into it. She's about 12 kilometres into it now. She's got a 34-second lead to second place, India Lee. Flora Duffy in third, 1 minute and 13 seconds behind. Julie Duron has worked her way into fourth, 1 minute and 53 seconds. Sarah Perez-Sella, she's fifth, 1 minute and 55 seconds. Taylor Spivey, who she was in transition one with Taylor Knibb, 12 kilometres into the ride. She's now 2 minutes down. 2 minutes Taylor Knibb has put into Taylor Spivey over 12 kilometres. That's quite absurd and crazy and shows the level that Taylor Knibb's on. Lucy Byram's in seventh, 2 minutes down. Paula Finlay in eighth, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Emma Pallant-Brown, she's in ninth, 2 minutes and 20 seconds down. Imogen Simmons, she's in 10th, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. She's followed by Kat Matthews, and also in that group, Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug. So Ashley Gentle, Annie Haug, Kat Matthews and Imogen Simmons, four of the big hitters. They're almost 3 minutes down, 12 kilometres into this bike ride. What on earth are we seeing with Taylor Knibb? Who are you? Are you an alien? Are you a human?
It's a very good question. It's just Taylor Knibb doing Taylor Knibb things. She's just on a different planet when it comes to the bike. You would not expect to see those girls so far back at this early stage.
No, seriously, Vicky, we need to do genetic testing on Taylor Knibb. Is she the same species as you and I?
I don't think she is, no. I mean, she doesn't look like she's putting out, you know, particularly high power. It doesn't look hard. And then there's no real giveaways, tells that it's exceptionally difficult for her out there right now. She looks incredibly smooth. And I don't think I could even dream of the same power that she's putting down at this point, even for a few minutes. It's unreal what she's able to do. And the likes of Ashley Gentle and Paula Finlay being minutes down at this point. They're some of the best cyclists in our sport. Annie Haug, minutes down. No one has been able to go with her at all straight out of T1. And maybe she's just trying to show that she's actually all round in really great shape. She wants to show that she can swim, that her bike's great, and that she's going to run the way she wants to demonstrate. She hasn't been able to do that, she said, yet this year, show quite where her run form's at. But right now, it's just all about how she rides the bike, and it is just so impressive.
She just put another 15 seconds into India Lee over that 2K. 15 seconds over 2K. That's crazy. Like, no word. I don't know what I'm saying.
As we go back to the finish, and it is Alex who's got Martin Van Riel for us.
Yeah, and thank you very much indeed. He looks like he's been out for an afternoon stroll. Congratulations to you. That was a fantastic finale to a wonderful race. And actually, just as you were coming over, there's a lovely moment between you and your family. What did the old man have to say to you?
Yeah, he didn't say very much. I think he was just proud and happy to be here. Like, he hasn't been at that many races in my career even, so to be able to win with them present, like that's I can't wish for anything more.
2 out of 2 in the T100 this year. Break that performance down for us. What pleased you most about it?
Yeah, I think the swim was quite good. I think I led pretty much the whole swim, and I think I put a little bit of pressure on the other people, and then on the bike it almost went wrong. Like I saw a motorbike going straight, and I kind of didn't know that we had to go right to the finish area first. So I followed the motorbike and had to turn back and was lost of the group again. And yeah, to be honest, like, the boys made me really suffer on the bike. I was happy to be able to just hang my card on this kind of course. Pure watts matter, and I'm probably lighter than most of them, so like I'm more a watts per kilogram guy. So yeah, I came into T2 like kind of not cooked, but like I was definitely feeling it. And then yeah, Sam really strong today. Like, he really made me work for it. So it's amazing to share a battle with a legend like Sam, like winner of T100 London, Ironman World Champion. I mean, one of the greatest in our sport, and to be able to take it in the end, that makes me even more happy.
It was brilliant to see the two of you duking it out on the run, but at 3.3 kilometers left, you put the foot down. Was that just feeling? Was that something you'd looked at pre-race? Why did you decide to go then?
I felt like Sam was like, once he got his stride going, he was doing quite well. Like on the long straights, he was running really well. So I thought that part was a little bit more technical and also up and down. And I just thought, like, okay, I'm just gonna hammer this a little bit and try to put pressure on him. And if that doesn't work, I can still count on my sprint as well. So lucky I didn't have to do that this time, and I could win with a little bit more than the 3mm from San Francisco.
And that one will live long in the memory. You mentioned San Francisco, you've won here as well. Vegas, and then the grand final in Dubai. A lot of people now are going to be talking about you as the man to beat for the overall title of T100 World Champion. Do you listen to that? Do you ignore it? Or is that your own expectation?
I mean, it was my biggest goal before this year to become the first T100 champion, so I'm all in for it. And like, if I do my best on every single race that I'm on the line and I keep getting good results like this, I'll be very close. So yeah, like, it's definitely a goal to win the first T100 championship.
Great stuff. The noise is only going to build from here, particularly off the back of another great win today. Congratulations to you, Martin. Sensational. Well done.
And here we are, back with Taylor Knibb. We've been in this situation before, Vicky, you and I, where we were at San Francisco and we saw Taylor Knibb go off the front of the race and she just kept putting time into everyone. And 2 hours later, she just kept putting more and more time in, and we talked about Taylor Knibb for 2 hours. What are we going to talk about today? How good she is for 2 hours, how on a different level she is, how no one can compete with her. Well, I think the thing we need to appreciate here is that we are seeing an athlete on a whole different level to everyone else. Got some issues with her shoe here, not tight enough.
Yeah,
need to tighten it up a bit, or is there actually issues?
Just using this section at the turnaround where it's a bit more technical and she can't put down the power anyway to just adjust the shoe a little bit, but whatever that is has obviously not been hampering her too much up until this point with the amount of time that she's managed to put in. India Lee is still her closest rival at 51 seconds back.
Wow.
Just unreal, the time gaps that she's putting in here, and this is, as usual at the T100, another world-class field. These are not athletes who are here to make up the numbers. These girls are good. You know, I expected Taylor to be off the front, I really did, but I didn't think she would be this far ahead this early, and especially of some of our really big contenders that we're keeping an eye on to see what those time gaps go out to, the likes of Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug. What are they going to be able to do come the run? Are they going to be able to run her down? Flora Duffy as well, still came out the water with her 2 minutes down now. That's Flora Duffy, one of the strongest cyclists in the world. Yes, she's still relatively new at this distance. She's been focusing heavily on the Olympics, trying to retain her Tokyo Olympic title in Paris. She was 5th at the Paris Olympic Games just a couple of months ago, and since that point has turned her attention back to the middle distance, but she's only been doing that for 5 weeks, so she's someone who's surely got some more to come.
She's got 2 minutes to third in Flora Duffy, 2.5 minutes to Lucy Byram and Paula Finlay in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is crazy what we're seeing Taylor Knibb do here, but we should expect it. And speaking of crazy, and maybe what we should just come to expect as the new normal, Sam Latho in second place here today at T100 Ibiza. He's with Alex.
He is indeed. Sam is alongside, as is Mika. We're completing the podium here. I know it's not always sort of consolation, but that was a heck of a race to watch as far as the fans are concerned. Delighted with your performance, gutted not to quite finish it. Where are the emotions off the back of that one?
No, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at the moment. Yeah, I didn't feel great on the bike, unfortunately, so yeah, I kind of hit a bit more than normal. I broke up the pack in the first half of the ride, and I think that was the best choice because we broke off some good runners. And then, yeah, I kind of just saved myself and backed my run because it's something I haven't really done in the past, and I've been working quite hard on my run, so it's great to show progress.
It's been a heck of a week for you. Bang on the head, bad ankle, wrong turn, fight with the broadcasting motorbike. Do you like a little bit of edge when you race? Do you go looking for that sort of thing?
No, not at all. But yeah, my prep was going really smoothly, and I was running and actually thinking, God, this is going far too well. And then I ran into a post and knocked myself out for a bit. But yeah, it didn't affect me. It didn't affect me or my performance. So yeah, it was all good.
Okay. And I remember talking to you in London before the race, and you sort of shrugged and said, oh, I'm just not sure what's going to come out this weekend. You've won that. You've come second here. What is the fuel on your fire at the moment?
Fuel on my fire is just that I want to be the best triathlete in the world, and it's a slow process to get there, you know. And today I lost to not only an amazing athlete, but a great guy. I really, really like Martin, and yeah, he's just phenomenal, and clearly he's the real deal.
And in terms of the overall T100 World Champion, you're now right in the running for that. Is it little tweaks? Is that a big focus, or do you just kind of take it a week at a time at this stage?
I'm not sure I am in the ranking, to be honest, because I came 8th in Miami, or 9th even, and with one race being taken away, but yet the scoring system stayed the same, I kind of lost out in that sense. So for me, I found it a bit unfair, but yeah, that's just the way it is, and I have to deal with it. So yeah, I can probably get a podium, but a win I'd have to be really lucky. All the best guys would have to finish like 15th in the grand final or something.
Anything's possible right now. Let's not write anything off. Well done to you, Sam, and I'm going to bring in Mika as well. Congratulations, first T100 podium of the season. Tell us about that performance from your perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. Super happy about it. It's my first start, my third start this year in the T100. Every start I had to rely on a white card, so quite a bit of pressure on every race, because I want to, of course, prove that I'm worth a white card and hopefully worth a contract for next year. And I was P5, P6 in Singapore, P5 San Francisco. So I mean, I will never aim for a P4. So yeah, the podium was the goal, and yeah, really happy that I got it.
You mentioned the contract. How big a motivation is that for you as you're racing at the moment?
At the start of the year, it was a very big motivation, but right now I'm just looking race for race, and yeah, just want to get the most out of every single race. And now I think I'm quite safe for next year, so yeah, I can just enjoy the race and go take it more aggressively, which I do anyways. But yeah, it's nice to not have that pressure anymore.
And in terms of performances overall, it's building very nicely at the moment. What are you most pleased with in your progress?
Being injury-free, for sure. I still run like maybe a third or a fourth of what most other guys do. So yeah, I'm really happy that this brings me to a solid run level, and I'm just looking to build that up throughout the next months and years. So hopefully I can compete with those guys on the run as well.
Well, listen, well done today. Enjoy your time on the podium. Great to see you. Well done, Mika. Well done, Sam. Thanks for hanging around. Congratulations. Thanks, guys.
What a performance it was from Sam Lalo here today at T100 Ibiza. He was an aggressor on the bike. He ran probably better than what most people would have expected. Really, really strong in that battle with Martin van Riel for the win today. And Martin van Riel just getting him, but still super impressive. And Mika Noot, his first podium this year at the T100 World Tour. He must be just stoked with that. Like, you can see what it meant to him. He's always a cool, calm, collected guy, as he was in that interview, but yeah, I know what that would have meant to him, and it's great to see a young man who puts all his eggs in one basket. It's good to see it pay off. And here are the results from today's race here at T100 Ibiza for the men. Martin van Riel wins. Like he said, he led all day in the swim. A solid bike, a really solid bike, and of course a strong run. Sam Laidlow in second. What can we say? He just continues to impress. Mika Noot, Alistair Brownlee, the first ever drafting penalty. It cost him the podium potentially in the end, but fourth place, still a great result. Magic Man Fred Bunk in fifth. That's 2 fifth places in a row. Rico Bogan, he led the run at one point, finishes down in seventh. And Yuri Killam with the fastest run of the day. Super impressive. He's your Singapore champion. He proved again today that if he can find himself there off the bike, he's one of the strongest runners in the field. Mattis Margier, he continues his return to racing, finishes 10th. That's a good stepping stone for him, I think, to continue his build into the grand final at the end of the year. And here we are, we've got eyes on Flora Duffy and Imogen Simmons. They're in third and fourth today as it stands. They're in fifth and sixth. I keep looking at Imogen Simmons since she sort of come into form midway through the year, and I just think she looks so much smoother on a bike. Her position looks a little bit better. I think she's the one who could have a bike time that could compete with Taylor Knibb. I'm not saying she's going to ride as fast as Taylor Knibb, but I do think she's the one we can keep eyes on throughout the day, as maybe being able to maintain pace with Taylor Knibb. Flora Duffy, Vicky, you obviously have plenty of experience racing alongside her. She's known for being a great swim biker in short course racing, but it is in technical courses where there's punchy climbs, steep descents, really technical sections. She can often make gaps through these weird, windy technical sections, but these long, straight, slightly uphill, slightly downhill TT stretches of today's race at Ibiza, I'm not sure if they're her ballpark and what she's trained for potentially.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we've just seen Emma Palmer-Brown come round her there as well, so she's sliding back a little bit further down the pack as well. But she is an exceptional rider, but what she's made her career doing is over the short course racing, where she quite rightly said they are often much more technical, punchy climbs, hard corners. So you've got to take risks and really choose those moments to put power down and be tactically very smart and savvy. this kind of racing is so different from that. She has to become very good, and she has to mould herself into an athlete who can ride these long sections in aero and hold that power, and she's just learning.
I don't want to be critical, because that's not what I'm doing, but she doesn't look great. She looks like she's quite new to the TT bike. Like, it looks like she hasn't really ridden it much. She looks a bit rocky and rolly, which when you've spent a lot of time on the TT bike, you usually look a bit more locked into position, a bit stronger. She looked like the wind was rocking her a bit, and like she just needs maybe 6 to 12 months even of purely riding a TT bike. And I think she did comment during the week that she hasn't ridden her TT bike since 2022. And if you look at India Lee here, see how locked in she is, how strong she looks. That's someone who spends a lot of time on a TT bike. And yeah, I think we will see potentially some good races from Flora Duffy, but the bike is the thing where maybe she's not quite on the level as she is on the swim and the run.
Yeah, you hear a lot of athletes who have been short course athletes and raced on road bikes who then step up into middle distance and they have to race on these TT bikes. They say that it does take them quite a while to just adjust to that, to feel comfortable even on the TT bike. It's quite an aggressive position. It's really hard on your neck, on your arms to hold that position out front, and it's just something that takes a little while for you to feel that you can get used to it. And I remember speaking to Flora actually when she did those couple of middle distance races back in 2022, and she said even the muscles you use are slightly different in your legs. She said she felt it was much more hamstring dominant as opposed to riding a road bike, which she felt was more glute dominant. So those are just little differences that you have to kind of overcome and adapt to. And she is committing now to doing all of this middle distance racing. She was in the T100 series. She wants a contract for next year, and she says she's achieved so much in short course that now she wants to focus on middle distance. And who can blame her? She's won the Olympic title, she's won gosh knows how many world titles. It's time for her to move up in distance, and she will no doubt go about her business in mastering the art of middle distance racing too.
So just earlier we saw Taylor Knibb go through that cobblestone section. She had to adjust her shoe, lost a bit of time there, lost 15 seconds, and then sure enough 3k later she'd made it all back up plus some. She's just showing that even India Lee, who is in second right now, she's a minute back, showing that she's just on a different level to all the other women on the bike. So I think maybe we've got to start focusing in on some other stories. We see that Taylor Knibb's off in the front of the race. She's going to be doing Taylor Knibb things, but India Lee is a very interesting story, and I don't want to brush off it. Last week at the Ironman World Championships, she lost 3.5 minutes on the swim. That's almost a 4.4 kilometre swim. She came into T1 and she literally walked through T1. She slowly grabbed her transition pack, her bike shoes. She sort of meandered through T1, rode very slowly for her. And talking to her during the week, she just said she was exhausted. She didn't want to be there. She was miserable. She had spent too far away from home. She said she felt refreshed coming in today. And look at what we're seeing. She's in second.
Develop on this side. Should we go back for a phase on this side?
She's not quite keeping up with Taylor Knibb, as we can see she's a minute and 15 seconds back now, but she is the next fastest cyclist out on course. She's riding a little bit faster than Paula Finlay, a little bit faster than Lucy Byron, a little bit faster than Imogen Simmons. So, I mean, I'm going to say it again, what a difference a week in sport makes. Like, the India Lee of last week looked like her season was done, and now she's back here, second place at T100 Ibiza. She had the swim of her life, which was crazy to see. I mean, what happened in that week to India Lee?
I think we'll be asking her these questions after the race, but she's spoken about how she feels that she belongs here, that this series is home for her now. She doesn't feel that she's yet there at the Ironman distance, and I do think that she's someone who is quite emotionally charged. I think she races at her best when she's relaxed and happy. She's not someone who deals especially well when that pressure mounts of something like the Ironman World Championships. I think she enjoys the familiarity of this series and knowing that she is good at this distance.
Speaking of last week's Ironman World Championships, T100 contracted athlete Laura Phillip was the champion, a 2:44 marathon. Whew, it was special. She joins Alex right now.
She does indeed. We're just nattering away actually about the Vegas course to come in a few weeks' time. But first things first, congratulations. Nice heroics. Tell us what it means to you a week on to have achieved such an amazing feat.
Yeah, still feel like I'm flying on cloud 9. This was definitely my strongest performance ever, and winning that World Championship title is definitely a lifetime dream come true. Something you always believe and hope that you're one day capable of, but to actually achieve it, and it's still sinking.
I can imagine. Have you watched bits of it back? Do you go through races afterwards and sort of just relive it, or is it just banked in the memory forevermore?
Well, I think it depends on the race, but I'm really, like the whole week, I started to re-watch clips and watch at pictures just to help me realize it. And, you know, just 2 days ago, I watched a short clip and brought back the tears into my eyes, you know, and I think this just shows how much it meant to me, or still means.
How have you celebrated, if at all? Have you had enough energy to do that?
Well, you know, the evening of the race, there's like this tradition of going back to the finish line to welcoming the last finishers. I did that, and it got quite late, I think around 1 o'clock, and then we still went out to have a few drinks, you know. I mean, like, this is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and we definitely made sure to celebrate.
Well done, you. Let's turn on to the T100. Third in San Fran, fourth in London. We were talking about Vegas. You're quite excited about potentially a big old climb. But where are your ambitions now for the T100 World Series?
Yeah, so obviously I'm pretty sad that I'm not racing today. I mean, this location looks stunning and the competition is fierce. So yeah, it's a new experience to watch from the side and cheer them on. And to be honest, I enjoyed a little bit to see others suffer today because I still feel so sore for my own race. But yeah, I'm definitely hoping that I can return to training soon, and Las Vegas is just around the corner, and I'm looking forward to come back to the T100 Tour and racing myself. So yeah, Las Vegas and Dubai, hopefully I can yeah, find a bit more speed than for the longer distance and continue with my good results.
We are looking forward to having you back on the start line. And as far as this one's concerned, what is it now, a minute 18, a minute 20, I think, that Taylor is out in front. Who catches her from here, if anyone?
Well, it looks like the Taylor Knibb show again. Yeah, super aero, she looks really strong. But I also see like the strong riders there forming in the background, you know. I don't think this race is done yet. I mean, obviously we are still early in the bike leg, but you know, I think there are some very experienced athletes in the like Anne and Ashley. I think they can pace themselves really well, so don't write them off yet. But yeah, it looks like a tough race out there.
Okay, great insight. Thank you very much. We'll let you head back to VIP and another glass of champagne, deservedly so. Laura, lovely to see you. We'll catch you in a few weeks' time. Good on you.
Thank you.
Laura Phillip maintaining a positive outlook on today's race, saying that it's not done yet, but Taylor Knibb does look like she's on another planet today, and if the race isn't done, it's going to take an extraterrestrial effort from someone else to catch up. I mean, something I want to talk about as we get eyes on Imogen Simmons here, Vicky, is Ash Gentle. Anytime Taylor Knibb's not in a race, she looks like a different version of herself. And as soon as Taylor's sort of dynamics are a part of the race, something happens with her. She's 4 minutes and 15 seconds down in 12th position now. And like, it's like San Francisco all over again. We've still got 50 kilometres to go in the bike and she's over 4 minutes down, and it's highly unlikely that Ash Gentle's going to ride time back into Taylor Knibb. So what's that gap going to be into T2? Like, Taylor Knibb is just Ash Gentle's absolute kryptonite.
And we've seen Ashley run down huge gaps before, but we've never seen her, or not for the last couple of years anyway, run down something over 5 minutes on Ashley Gentle. Like, that's going to take, on Taylor Knibb. That's going to take a monumental effort, and that's if she only loses another 45 seconds over the last 50 kilometres, which seems unlikely at this point, the way that Taylor Knibb is riding. And you're right, Ashley Gentle seems almost unbeatable pretty much every time that Taylor Knibb isn't at the race. And is that because there is a psychological component to have Taylor Knibb in the race, or is it the dynamic that Taylor Knibb brings to the race? The way she blows the race apart from the front is just different to what anybody else can do.
I want to ask both of you a question, Jan and Vicky. And look, I don't ever want to question a champion, and who am I to question a champion? I'm no one really, but is there an element that when Taylor Knibb's in a race and Ash Gentle gets into T1 on the bike, starts riding, and Taylor Knibb's way off the front, 2 minutes ahead of her, 2 minutes 30 ahead of her, and after 10 kilometres it's 3.5 minutes, and after 30 kilometres it's you know, almost 4.5 minutes. Does Ash Gentle's mentality change, and does she sort of become defeated by, oh, here we are again, the same thing that always happens when Taylor Knibb's in the race, versus when she's not there and she's in the fight and she can see a path to victory? Is there a chance that she kind of just gives up by the dynamics that Taylor Knibb's bringing to the race?
So to be very frank, I thought she gave up when I heard her pre-race interview. The pre-race interview to me spoke miles in terms of her confidence and seeing where she is. I know she's not someone to oversell herself, but there was a genuine lack of confidence there. And I can tell from myself, sometimes there are just athletes that break you before the start line. Before the gun's even gone, these athletes have got into your head and they've made you change your training, and all of a sudden you're not chasing your personal best, you're trying to chase what you think that they are doing. And that is something that took me years to overcome as an athlete, to realize that you can do the very best thing for yourself, and that is follow your own path. That's what Ashley Gentle said in her interview, that she wants to do her own race, but at the moment I'm not sure she's running her own trajectory in general. You know, I think she is somebody who's overcome extreme adversity in the past and can definitely grow from this, but days like today show that this is still a journey she's probably going to have to face.
I guess what I would just add to that is that I think whether it's she realises it or not, there probably is a psychological component to having Taylor in the racing, and just the fact that she knows that Taylor will change the dynamic of the race. But I think if we were to take Taylor out and just look from second down and see where Ashley Gentle is there, so you take out that minute and a bit lead, Ashley would then be, you know, just over 3 minutes down on the lead of the race. If you said to Ashley she was going to come into T2 with all those other names in front of her, about 3 and a bit minutes down, she probably would think, yeah, you know what, I can probably do something here. I can probably catch most, if not all of them. Whether she can when it's Taylor Knibb, that's another question.
30k into the bike though, I mean, we've got 50k to go. Like she's bled quite a bit of time just this early on.
She has to some of those girls, but a lot of them did come into T1 a fair bit ahead of her as well. There was a good minute and a half or so ahead that they were into T1. So she's lost a lot of time, but not maybe as much as it appears.
We're seeing that India Lee is making a bit of time up on Taylor Knibb. It's through the technical sections. The technical sections, Taylor loses time. The long straight, slightly uphill, slightly downhill, she gains the time back. We're seeing such a battle here. India Lee, she started the season off hot. Miami, she won. She's had a bit of a disappointing patch, but it looks like today she might be back. Let's hear from India Lee.
Ibiza is an important race to me. Last year in Ibiza, I had a really good race, and I think that was a catalyst to me having more confidence in myself and believing that I could perform in the PTO/T100 races. I've got good memories in Ibiza, and it's really important to me to perform well there. Yeah. The year started strong. What happened in Miami? Well, I was so nervous. It gives me goosebumps when I think about it. Looking back at the race, being able to put together a race that I knew that I was capable of, also that I know that I'm able to replicate. Nothing I did was far beyond my ability. I just got into training mode, so I know that I'm capable of doing it again.
I'm going to get emotional about it.
A bit of gangster rap there with a training montage for India Lee. Love that on a Saturday morning here in sunny Ibiza. These times, Jan and Vicky, we've gone and really just given this race to Taylor Knibb already, but India Lee and the whole field are really pulling some time back into Taylor Knibb here through these technical sections. Questions now in my head are, has Taylor Knibb been training for the Olympic distance and that shorter time trial? Was she obviously always going to put in some big power early, and you know, is 80k a long time for her right now, or is it just the technical elements of the course where she does lose a bit of time? We saw what happened at the Olympic time trial. The straight section she was great, the technical section she did crash 3 times. So yeah, still questions to play out in front of our eyes today.
You know, quite frankly, I think those crashes, they tend to sometimes stick with you. We did see Taylor Knibb and the images of her very, very timidly riding around that turnaround, but she knows how much time she's got, and you know, why take an unnecessary risk. I think the high-speed sections going through the roundabouts, they're definitely something where you can make time. That's where we saw Sam Laidlow try to make a move. But yes, I mean, Taylor Knibb has got extreme power, but she spoke to her lack of technical confidence in San Francisco, even, where her coach was telling her about cornering techniques, braking and finishing the braking process before you then steer into the turn. That was news to her, which is amazing. I mean, she is triathlon's best cyclist, you know, straight out, and she's learning about cornering just before a race. So, you know, there's always margin for improvement.
And as someone who comes from a short course background, who's used to having to ride tight technical courses, a bit more crit style racing, you'd expect her to almost be better at that. And as someone who's raced her for many years at short course, I mean, this is quite a long time ago now, we used to say if she could learn to be technically and tactically smart, she'd be world class. And I mean, she is better, and look where she is now. So we've still got Ashley Gentle on the screen in front of us there, and just in front of her is the figure of Annie Haug. So they are probably two of, if not the two best runners that we've got in the race today, and they are both at around just over 4 minutes down at the moment. But that gap hasn't gone out, so it hasn't ballooned out like we thought it would do when Taylor Knibb started to make things look a little bit ominous within about the first 10 to 15 kilometers on the bike. It's actually just stabilized now. So, you know, whether that's the other girls have all rallied a little bit or Taylor's gone out a little bit too hard, that's yet to be seen. But it's making the race more exciting for us to watch now. We know that that gap hasn't ballooned. She's not taking it up to 6-7 minutes at the moment. We're still steady at around 55 seconds to Indy Lee, and 2:40 back to third place in Julie Derren. And she's an athlete we've not yet touched upon today, but we do need to mention she was second at the recent Olympic Games in the individual race in Paris. That was the most phenomenal performance from Julie. It was by far and away her best ever career performance. I don't think she'd ever finished above about 7th place in the Short Course World Series, the equivalent, of course, of the T100. And she put out her absolute career best performance on the day that mattered most to her at the Olympic Games, and has walked away with a silver medal. And she's been someone who's dabbled a little bit in these middle distance racing. We saw her at the inaugural PTO Canadian Open way back in the middle of 2022 in Edmonton, and she finished 5th on that day. So that was actually a pretty strong performance from her there. She rode it on a road bike rather than a TT, but she is now fully set up on a TT bike too, and her run is the thing that has improved phenomenally over the last season. She was always a good bike rider, but her run, she went toe to toe with the very best of them to the line in Paris, and we're expecting to see that from her today.
Okay, something is now very clear, Vicky. The technical sections are Taylor's kryptonite. If Ash Gentle if Taylor Knibb is Ash Gentle's kryptonite, then technicality on a bike course is 100% Taylor Knibb's kryptonite, because literally they were out on this flat section for 1.5k and she put 10 seconds into India Lee. But she lost about 10-15 seconds through the technical section. So Taylor Knibb's just starting the long flat out and back now. It's a big lap, this second lap. So she goes all the way out. It's a long straight section, lots of slightly uphills, slightly downhills, and then again on the way back, the same thing. So we do expect to see Taylor Knibb now put time back into everyone over the next sort of 20 kilometres or so. But then through the technical section at the end of that, she might lose it again. So I guess that's just going to be the story of today's race, is Taylor loses time through the technical sections, Taylor makes time back up on the flat, strong TT position, sections.
I wonder though, because, you know, in San Francisco, it was a technical course.
So it's interesting you say that, Jan, because I was talking to Kat Matthews and her team, and they felt like they were losing a lot of time up the climb to Taylor Knibb and then making it back on the technical downhill and technical run in back into T1. But they felt like Taylor Knibb was just putting so much time into them up the climb that they couldn't really do much about them. Eyes on Taylor Spiver here. I think you can definitely see that she's new to the TT bike. It's her first T100 World Tour race. Got more the semi-road bike, semi-TT aero position compared to, say, what we saw on Sam Laidlow out in front of the men's race. And it is tricky. You can't just go into a super aggressive aero position all the time when your whole career you've been used to riding a road bike. So you have to take these like intermittent steps to getting towards a super aggressive road TT position. So, I mean, on a bike course like this where both power and aerodynamics matter so much, her CDA obviously going to be quite high compared to even what Taylor Knibbs was. And we saw Taylor Knibbs transition from ITU racing through to what it is now. And Taylor Knibbs' bike position used to look like this. So it is a process, and it's going to be obviously a tough day out in the bike there for Taylor Spivey, but hopefully she can have a good run and make up some time.
Taylor Knibbs' bike position used to look like this because she used to ride on a road bike. I mean, and still take time out of everybody. I think that's just something, whether you have a natural affection towards the bike and love to tinker and play with it. It's obviously not forever since the Olympics, but if you, like us, want to check out more of the data, take out your phone, get the QR code on the screen. This is where you can get all the live data and figures and facts as we see Taylor Spivey on her debut, having had a great swim, losing a bit of time right now.
Almost 4 minutes she's lost to Taylor Knibb out of T1. That is not even 40k into the bike ride. She's lost 4 minutes. That's that's a lot of time. And Flora Duffy was in that group as well, and she's lost just over 3 minutes in under 40k. So you extrapolate that, and that could be, 6+ minutes for Flora Duffy into T2 and 8+ minutes for Taylor Spivey into T2. I mean,
and Flora Duffy is someone who's made her career in short distance racing by breakaways. I mean, she was a force to be reckoned with on the bike, always in danger of breaking away. Of course, backed it up with a strong run later on in her career. People forget she's been around forever. I remember as we come back to India Lee, but just finishing off on Flora Duffy. She's been around forever and a day, the ITU circuit, finally coming around here now. Interesting time of her life as well, deciding whether she's going to pursue this path or, pursue a career in winemaking in South Africa, where she currently resides.
Yeah, I've raced against Flora since we were teenagers, actually, and I won't go into quite how long ago it was, but we raced World Junior Championships together. Oh, go on, I'll tell you, 2005. So we're talking 19 years ago, Flora and I first were competing against one another, and I think there was only one other person on the start line that day who's still competing in triathlon, so I think it shows you where we've come to in our career. And we didn't have good days either. We were down in the 30s and 40s, I think, on that day, so perseverance is key.
Well, Flora retired between then and now and came back to be one of the world's best and well, win an Olympic gold medal. But we get eyes on Kat Matthews here, who is, of course, going back-to-back. One of her hardest races ever. Silver medal at the Ironman World Championships just a week ago. I have no idea how she is even walking by now. But here she is, battling it out, tough as she is. And resilience, I guess, is one of her big traits that she's showing yet again today.
We saw at the bike last weekend at the Ironman World Championships, Kat Matthews was the aggressor along with Laura Phillip. They came into T2 together and had a little bit of a run battle for the ages, where Laura Phillip ultimately got the better of Kat Matthews, but Kat Matthews putting down a 2:53 marathon after hammering the bike. And yeah, just incredible that she's back racing this weekend, when I know for a fact every other woman on that start line that finished the Ironman World Championships is barely getting back into their training. They might have just started to go for their first swims and bikes, and maybe might be getting their first jog in today. So for Kat to be out here not only racing at a T100 race, but she's not coming dead last. She's in 9th, 3 minutes 50 down. It's very impressive.
Oh, I was about to reiterate exactly that. I'm so impressed with Kat right now. I think many people probably wouldn't be surprised to see if she doesn't make it to the end of today's race, but right now she's looking in actually a pretty good position. I think 3 minutes 50 down for Kat, especially when you take into consideration what she's done in the last 7 days, is a phenomenal effort. And I just don't know if there is another athlete out there that's quite as gritty and quite as resilient as Kat, and able to just pick themselves up time and time again.
Just a quick little announcement. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see Tamara Jewett. Looks like she's 16 minutes down. She's not. She's DNF'd. She's the first casualty of today's race. First casualty of the Taylor Knibb show, it looks like. And like we've talked about, Taylor Knibb's losing time in those technical sections. India Lee got back up to within 55 seconds, and she's blown that out another 30 seconds. So Taylor Knibb really playing down the power on this long, like, drag out. Slightly uphill most of the way, slightly downhill most of the way back in. She really is just putting on a show out on these flat parts of the course today. So we're here in Ibiza today for the 5th stop of the T100 World Tour in 2024. Our 6th stop, sunny Las Vegas, the casino capital of the world. We're at Lake Las Vegas in just a few short weeks' time. And if you want to join us for the 6th stop of the 2024 T100 World Tour in Lake Las Vegas, then there is just a few slots left. And if you want to join, get your camera, QR code, bottom right-hand side of the screen. That there is where you can register to come and race with us. You'll race on the same course as the pros. It's a pretty good course. It's a hilly bike course. It's not like a traditional T100 course where it's sort of lots of flat laps and gentle racing. It's a very tricky bike ride. It's a spectacular bike ride. And the run course is beautiful as well. And you just saw Lake Las Vegas there on the promo. So come and join us. It's a great course. We'd love to have you there. And you get to watch the men's and women's pro race as well while you're there for the weekend. And yeah, make a holiday out of it.
I remember that course actually, or the area. That was my first ever 70.3 World Championships. Sebastian Kienle winning at the time. It's certainly worth a visit.
Craig Alexander came second that day. That was that year?
No, that was the year before. I don't actually remember. Terenzo Bozzoni may have been second. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. We were just talking about Michael Raylert the other day, Jan. That's a name you haven't heard of in probably 5 years. When was the last time you heard of Michaal Raylert?
Oh gosh, he and I used to butt heads. That was never a too friendly rivalry. He is, him and his brother Andreas Raylert, I'm one of the biggest fans of. But Michael and I never really got along. As we get eyes here on
Emma Pallant-Brown.
On Emma Pallant-Brown going up the hill. She's had a tough season, I think. But I think she's got some ambitious goals for the future, which maybe she'll tell us more about in the interviews later.
Yeah, Emma Pallant-Brown is someone that I sort of thought we might see a few more sort of exceptional performances from this year. She's just been a little bit under the radar. Last year we saw her perform pretty well on this course here. I think she was 4th in Ibiza last year, and that was a pretty strong performance. And since that point she's had some other good races, but not really yet on the T100 circuit. And so I think she needs a strong performance, not just for herself, for wanting to, everyone wants to have a good performance every time they race, but for people wanting to try and secure contracts for next year. They're now at the point where we're starting to see some jeopardy from people who got their contracts this year. They need to protect that to get into the series for next year, and someone like Emma Pallant-Brown needs to have a result for that.
She did come 5th in San Francisco, keep in mind, and at Miami, remember she passed out on the bike course, which was quite hard to watch, and that's the second time that's happened in a pretty short amount of time. And she's won 2 70.3s for the year, so it's under the radar.
It's under the radar on T100, I would say.
Yeah, the 5th place is the big highlight, but a big performance today, a podium today, I think that's what she would love. And eyes back on India Lee. She's a minute 45 down now, so what we've been saying has really played out with Taylor Knibb taking back time on these long TT stretches. Let's hear from someone close to India Lee, her manager, with Alex right now.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, Ian is alongside India's manager. Give us a little assessment of how your star is getting on.
Today's the sort of day that she basically has when she's going well. Everything at the moment, great swim, sitting nicely on the bike, but obviously, it's a long day, and we're just getting closer to when it starts to get serious, I guess.
Tell me a little bit about the recovery from last weekend at the Ironman World Championships in Nice and what that's involved to get India to where she is now.
Yeah, she's put a little bit of work in this week. Obviously, she had a training ride around Nice last Sunday, and she went out and did one lap on the run just to see whether she was going to continue to do the marathon or not. Made a sensible choice and stepped off just before 10k. But she's put a few good sessions in, and I think that's actually really sort of like it's just coming together today. So we're in, we're really happy.
Tell me about her ambitions for the series overall.
I guess ultimately she wants to win, and winning in Miami was the best start. I think that was a surprise to her. It was a surprise to us. But I think days like today make a massive difference to her sort of like self-confidence. And so there's 2 races left for her to do, and after today, she might do both.
And your role as manager today involves what? You here pressing palms and sponsors and collecting checks? Is it more morale and backstage? What is your role?
More that sort of like backstage element at the moment. It's like the key from our point of view is to get Indy to that finish line as quick as she possibly can. She's got a really tight, close little team, and it's really nice to be part of it. And good result today, that's when you start to press the palms and possibly pick the checks up.
Okay. And if we could give you an earpiece into her now, what is she, 1:45 back on Taylor, you would be saying what?
Looking good, just absolutely keep it going like that. She's such a controlled athlete, so all she needs to know is that she's looking good. She won't be worried. She'll know that Taylor's going to go away on the bike, and she'll probably be quite happy, and already she'll be thinking about what's happening on the run. So it's just literally all she needs to know is like, you're good, you're looking good.
Lots of life left in this one. Well done, Ian. Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Manager coming in, aviator sunglasses standing there, and I just have to have a laugh in terms of the cliches some people serve. But of course, I mean, it is a great chance to come around and see some of the people as we get eyes back on Taylor Knibb. And funny enough, I just had Lawrence van Lingen message me, and Lawrence van Lingen, for those of you that don't know, is a bit of a run guru who's helping a lot of people and has including also helped me get back on my feet after injuries. He's very much into whole body and wholesome movement, and he told me that Taylor Knibb, being Taylor Knibb, knows that she's technically weak on the bike and has recently started working with a coach to address this. She's spending significant extra time on the gravel bike to try and get over, well, I guess her technical deficits. Perhaps not paying full dividends yet, but I just love the attitude. She's winning by country miles, not even one country miles, and she's still going back to the drawing board and thinking, what can I do better? Where can I improve? And she's found someone to help her.
I have to make a retraction. Apparently we've been led down the garden path, and the spotters on course called Tamara Jewett as having DNF'd. Apparently she hasn't really DNF'd, and she is just a long way down. But potentially she stopped on the side of the road and got back on. Eyes on Lucy Byram here. She sits in 6th. It's crazy to say that she's almost 4 minutes down and is still in 6th with 33.3 kilometres to go in today's bike. One of the young stars of the T100 Tour this year and 2023 as well, towards the back end with that incredible performance in Milwaukee. I think it's time to start talking about some other stories here as we look up the road, and we can see that Lucy Byram, Imogen Simmons, Julie Durant and Paula Finlay have a really strong working group of 4 here. Now, look, Taylor Knibb's doing Taylor Knibb things. She's Oh, she's an alien up the front of the row, but it's the other battles that I'm really excited about. So this is a battle for the podium and potentially even second place. And who knows, if Julie Duron can get on a crazy run like she has done in the past. She's ran 1 hour and 13 minutes for the half marathon, which Taylor Knibb's never done. Actually hasn't really ran that close to that. So if she can get on a roll on the run, she's only 3 minutes and 50 seconds down. She's in this group. She might be able to, push Taylor at least give Taylor to something to think about and run up there into second place. And Imogen Simmons, we know that she's coming into form, and even Paula Finlay, she's been riding incredibly strong. She just did the World Champs TT. She's won her national TT this year. And Lucy Byram, young gun, who knows what improvement she's made on the run over the past 3-4 months.
Yeah, and Emma Pallant-Brown, who we had on screen earlier, has run a 71 for a half marathon. Granted on fresh legs, but triathletes don't tend to run that much quicker if they haven't swam and biked before. There is some thought of her perhaps doing more run-focused work and really focusing on maybe even trying for one last time to make that Olympic spot as a runner. But there's certainly some firepower here.
Didn't she run about a 32 flat or just under 32 flat for 10k as well, which for Emma Pallant-Brown, which is exceptionally fast. There's not many people running in short course racing who could put down that kind of 10k pace. So yeah, for someone like Emma Pallant-Brown, I can understand why that lure, that carrot dangling of trying to get to the Olympics would still be there.
Especially since she's kind of been denied twice, due to various factors that just haven't played out for her. That Olympic dream is something that athletes carry with them for a lifetime. And yeah, I mean, good luck to her. But just for this group, again, like you said, if she has that special day,
yeah,
we can expect something marvelous.
Yeah, that's Julie Duron we've got there on screen, riding a really slow cadence. That's quite a trademark of her coach. He often has his athletes, Brett Sutton that is, he has his athletes ride big gear, slow cadence. Looks very smooth doing it though, and is one of the few short course athletes who does seem to look very comfortable immediately on a TT bike, and I'm sure there's still improvements that she can make the more of this kind of racing that she does, but just stepping up, slotting into this kind of racing, she's doing it very well.
It's interesting that you say that, Vicky, but she did race the draft illegal Olympic distance race in Beijing in China, and Paula Finlay put so much time into her on the bike, but here she is today with 30 kilometres to go, 50k in, so already past that 40 kilometre mark, and she's holding Paula Finlay's wheel today, so clearly big improvements in just a couple of weeks.
Well, we saw the difference a week has made to India Lee, so there are certainly things that are more mental than they actually are physical in terms of getting things right, in terms of traveling, especially traveling from Europe to Asia. It's a long trip, and some athletes deal with it better and others worse. I think she probably just had an outrageously bad day for Julie Duron kind of standards to get dropped the way she does. Paula Finlay is obviously no slouch. We know she's a national champion time trialer, even though she's bleeding significant time here in the grand scheme of things, as Julie Duron actually makes a pass in a tricky part of the course.
I don't think anyone else has put a pass on there today.
No, absolutely not. And yeah, it's a good place to do it, because if you can carry the speed and you're not afraid of the fact that you go over the edge by 5 meters if you get it wrong, then it's a great place to pass.
That was super aggressive, actually.
She obviously wanted to be at the front just as they're coming into this technical section in Sant Hilaria, which is the final turnaround, far turnaround I should say, on the course. So she chose her moment, maybe a little bit riskily, but she did choose her moment there to try and get to the front of this little working group that we've got. It's a beautiful part of the course. We can't actually see over to the right hand side of the screen, but it looks out into the valley. It's really, really beautiful. And yeah, this is the far turnaround at the end of lap 2.
We just saw Laura Phillip before, the newly crowned Ironman World Champion. And speaking of World Champions, someone in our sport's won 10 of them, and they join Alex right now.
Yes, Danielle Arif is alongside. We had Javier Gomez in earlier, who's announced his retirement, and you have done likewise. How has life been off the back of, it's the day every athlete dreads, but you've made a clean decision. How's life been?
It's been more busy than I thought as retirement could be, but yeah, I definitely enjoy it. I feel like I got the most out of my career. I feel very grateful, and now it was time to accept that it was time, and now I'm enjoying the new side. So it's a bit more relaxing to be here than when I was racing last year. So definitely also some positives.
Certainly much easier in a studio than out on the course, I can tell you that for free. How easy a decision was it, and how much wrestling did you have to do as to whether this was actually the time?
To make the decision was really, really hard. I definitely felt like I had that one more race in me, and when the T100 series came up, I definitely wanted to be part of this and really have that one more great race. And when I was injured already in February, and then I saw Taylor Knibb really smashing it in San Francisco, that kept me, like, I was sitting there watching that race, and I worked so hard to trying to get back, and I was so keen to actually race her one more time, because I think she's going to be the future of our sport. And yeah, things meant to be different, and I think it's also, you have to accept certain things. You can't always have that extra and that other one. And since I accepted that, I'm really at ease with the decision.
In years to come, when you reflect on your career and you're in a rocking chair with a cocktail watching the sunset, you've had some amazing days, but which are the ones that will live longest in your memory?
Yeah, I believe it's the moments you celebrate with your team after a big success. And I think there was last year when I broke the world record. We had pizza after the race because all the restaurants were full, and we were just sitting there on the grass and sharing that moment. I think that was very special. Just celebrating it together and enjoying that moment. And I think where I got stung by a jellyfish in 2018, I think that was maybe one of the craziest races I've experienced, and that's still very present.
I asked Javier how the sport has changed in the 26 years that he's been involved, and his answer was fascinating. How would you compare and contrast the sport you started in to the one that you're stepping away from?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the last 10 years, that's kind of where I started to go into long course. I was racing in a top in Kona thinking that would be faster and less hot. And now, I mean, we could not imagine that. We have the best race suits helping us to be faster with the aerodynamics. Also, I was back then I was second with a 9:02 for the long distance, and now we're getting to almost 8 hours at the women's. So that is an hour difference in just 10 years. And I think that really shows how the sport changed, and also how the material improved, and also the athletes.
A lot more to come as well. As far as you're concerned, you've completed triathlon. What's next?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot coming up next. At the moment, I'm just also really looking at opportunities, and then I'll have a bit of a rest. I definitely want to take myself also the time to not rush into something new. I've worked hard my whole life, so I think it will be nice to also have a bit of a holiday. And definitely I want to stay involved in the triathlon community. I think it's a very unique community where there's just so much camaraderie, and also it's really performance orientated, but still I think the whole surrounding, and it feels like a family, and it's very nice to be involved in triathlon.
Jan was saying at breakfast this morning he's had his first holiday in 23 years with the wife and the children. I'll get him to give you some tips. It's been a glorious career. Congratulations to you. Well done, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So after today's race here at T100 Ibiza, the 5th stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024, we take a look at the men's standings as they are. The best 3 results, keep in mind, it's not all races combined, it's your best 3. Magnus Ditlev is in the lead, Kyle Smith in second. The 2 big movers are Sam Laidlow and Martin Van Riel in 3rd and 4th. Look at the top 7, from 63 points to 79. That's all that separates them. Mika Newt also having a day out today in his best finish so far of the year. Rico Bogan and Alistair Brownlee, well, they had good races for most of the day today, but that drafting penalty for Alistair Brownlee, what a story that is. And Matthias Margier, 10th today and 10th in the standings. And here we have it, 11th to 20th. This is where things get a little bit interesting. Jason West, he came into the season as one of the big favourites. A lot of people picked him to win the series, and he's down in 17th. Leon Chevalier, not a specialist at this, but you know, he keeps fighting on. And we heard in commentary earlier, Jan Frodeno maybe talking about Aaron Royal needing to make some changes to move up these standings in 14th. And Frederick Funk, 2 5th place finishes in the last 2 races. He's making moves up this leaderboard.
Interesting listening to Daniela there. You know, over a long time, if you've stuck around the sport a long time, like, you know, both you, Vicky, and I have, there's always got to be the next series, there's always got to be the next athlete, and you can see what it means to the athletes that Daniela Reef is kind of speaking to the T100 series being the one thing she really wanted to do, and Taylor Knibb being the one athlete she wanted to race. I probably had the same thing with Christian Blumenfeld, where there's just, you know, you have someone who's coming up and they have a whole career ahead of them, and they're just looking really, really something unique that just draws a certain magic.
And here it is, the second ever drafting penalty at the T100 World Tour. It's the debutante, Julie Durand. She's being shown a blue card. That TO looks like he's just explaining to her what she has to do. Keep in mind, she has to stop in at the next penalty tent and take that 1 minute penalty. I mean, it's brutal. It's a brutal reality of the sport, but at least the rules are finally being enforced, and we're finally seeing fair racing here at the T100 World Tour. It's great. It's a great thing for the sport, but Julie Durand and Alistair Brownlee, the unfortunate victims of it today.
Well, I'll tell you what, there were two debutants on that screen there, because we know the moto guy, he's the same guy because the PTO is the only one contracting the same motorbike riders. But I swear that technical official must also be here for the first time, because we are seeing penalties for the first time. I am very convinced that they are fair, because we do have the Race Ranger technology telling the referees whether athletes are too close or not. It is a light that's flashing red, and that's why you know that these penalties will be handed out fair. Again, not celebrating the fact that an athlete has to stand by the side of the road for a minute, but that the rules are being enforced. That is something we've asked for all season.
And we did comment about how Julie Durand lost so much time in that Olympic distance race in Beijing where you weren't allowed to draft also. I mean, maybe she just pushed it a little bit to try and hold this group. Maybe that was in the back of her head about how badly she got dropped that day. And she found herself in that group with Paula Finlay and Imogen Simmons and Lucy Byram. And maybe in an attempt to hold on, she just got a little bit too close for too long and unfortunately gets that penalty here today.
It's also such a different focus, you know, when you're used to racing short course and you're in short course racing, you ride in pelotons, you are supposed to be as close as you possibly can be within, you know, the realm of safety to the wheel in front of you, whereas you come to this kind of racing and you've got to start judging your distance, and you've got to keep focused in being an aero, and you've got to keep focused on that race ranger of the bike in front of you. And to just explain that a little bit further to people who maybe perhaps don't understand exactly this race ranger system at home, the athlete will be looking at the bike in front of them, they'll be looking at the rear light on the bike in front of them. If that light isn't on, they're absolutely fine. If that light is blue, they are starting to approach getting into the realm of where they're potentially gonna have to keep minding the gap, shall we say. Once that light goes amber, they know they've only got 2 meters until they're encroaching on the draft zone, and then if they encroach on that draft zone, which is 20 meters, it flashes red, and at that point they need to make a pass, and they have 45 seconds to do that. If they don't do that, we will see the light continuing to flash red on the athlete in front. As you can see there, no light has been lit up on Imogen Simmons' bike, which means that Julie Durand is currently more than about 25 meters behind, so she's well outside of the draft zone at the moment.
So keep in mind, there are 4 places where you can take your penalty today. 3 kilometres into the bike, 34 kilometres into the bike, 61 kilometres into the bike, and 79 kilometres into the bike. So it looks to me like Julie Durand will have to take that into the exact same penalty tent that Alistair Brownlee did.
Yeah, she'll be taking it just before she heads out onto that final lap, that shorter final lap, which is probably, as it was with Alistair, maybe her saving grace of the day. She only has to do the shorter lap to finish off the bike ride on her own rather than do the longer laps. I think it's much more detrimental to take the penalty or have your penalty given to you early on this course rather than at the last moment.
Interesting also watching the standings on the left of your screen. We see Anne Haug moving into the top 10, having passed Kat Matthews. They still seem to be together, separated by a few seconds, but slowly making her way up to Ash Gentle, which could at least provide us with the run battle of the day that we've been looking for, because that could be one. That could be one for the ages, actually.
That could be an epic run battle. We know Anne Haug is seeking redemption after her unfortunate incident at the Ironman World Championships last week. So her, Ash Gentle, Kat Matthews, might be tough for Kat Matthews. That's not a great group to come into T2 with when you've just done a 2:53 marathon 6 days ago. Imagine that. But yeah, great battle for us as fans. Have a look here at the comparison between our two front runners in first and second. Taylor Knibb in first on the left-hand side of your screen and Indy Lee in second on the right-hand side of your screen. I mean, India Lee's riding well compared to everyone else, but Taylor Knibb on another planet. We're all on Mars. If we're on all on Earth, Taylor Knibb's on Mars, I should say. So, yeah, I'm pretty serious about that genetic test. Let's get that done.
I mean, that's a 1.5 kilometre per hour difference we've got there between our first and second fastest riders. And
how
that's
is it
huge.
1.5 kilometres, but it's an 8 mile per hour difference? Something's not right here in the maths, for sure. I think 40k an hour is a little, is more, a little less than
I think the
33.
kilometres per hour are the one that makes sense.
Yeah, I sort of just disregarded
I think so. Just for the American fans, there is a difference here, but actually I have to say, India Lee is doing incredibly well, riding completely by herself. 2.5 minutes down, yeah, that's a lot of time, but it's not that much time to Taylor Knibb. Like, we saw the differences she was creating in San Francisco. Again, realizing that Taylor Knibb is someone who has made the US time trial Olympic team. I mean, that is quite a feat. And, you know, finished in the top 10, crashing 3 times. Yeah. Like, imagine she would have had a smooth run. Like, she could have been right up there. I understand technical riding, we've spoken to it, is a part of what's required. But India Lee's having a fantastic ride.
Yeah, she's holding off everybody else by over 2 minutes. So she may be 2 minutes down on Taylor, but that gap she's got to everyone else is, if anything, going out. So this is a fantastic ride from her.
I think people don't understand the level of female triathlon bike riding. Maybe the male cycling side of the professional sport has gone, like, it's been around for over 100 years. It's at a super high level where the men probably can't go across and compete like the women can. But with women's professional cycling being a little bit newer, women's professional triathlon's been around for longer than women's professional cycling. So the women in our sport are such strong cyclists. We saw Paula Finlay, national champion, Taylor Knibb, of course. But it's not just them. We've seen others, like Lisa Norden's also a national champion. Amelia Watkinson podiumed or came 4th place in her national road race, and she's almost 10 minutes down on the bike. Like, women in triathlon are some of the best cyclists on the planet. It's not just in triathlon, it's on the planet. And I think so often people don't believe that when you talk about just how good the women in our sport are on the bike. But any woman who you talk to who's a professional cyclist who rides with the likes of Taylor Knibb, or even, like, I use the example again, Amelia Rose Watkinson, she's been offered professional cycling contracts because of how good she is and how well she climbs, but she's clearly not on the same level as the best cyclists in our sport in triathlon. So I think India Lee, Taylor Knibb, Kat Matthews, they would all find themselves a home in professional cycling if they wanted one. They would all get contracts in 2025 if they wanted them. And Daniela Ryf, she put Emma Pooley to the sword in triathlon, and Emma Pooley was the best time trialist in the world at one point, and Daniela Ryf was on another level to her. So, I mean, I think as triathlon fans, we should celebrate just how strong the women in our sport are on bikes.
Absolutely, and I mean, women's cycling is so exciting at the moment. If you look at the Tour de Femmes, the Tour de France for the women's side, you know, it was really exciting racing that's happening there. Won in the end by, I believe, 4 seconds. I mean, the level of racing there is obviously fantastic, and it's a great time as a fan for women's sport, women's cycling. But yes, indeed, we can see that, you know, our girls here are definitely at the very forefront of what's possible on 2 wheels.
It's also probably a testament to the fact that triathlon pays its women properly. So we have parity in our sport. Our women and our men are paid equally. The prize money is the same, the opportunities are the same, and the broadcast coverage is the same. And when you have that availability to you, as been championed by the T100, by PTO from its very beginning, the possibilities are endless. You can become better athletes when you are paid to be professional athletes. In cycling, that has been a problem for the women for many years, and that is starting to change now with the Tour de Femme and the coverage they're getting. But for a long, long time, they have been treated as the very, very much poorer siblings of the men, and they haven't had their own races, and they haven't had their own coverage, and they haven't been allowed to do the harder events. And as that starts to change, maybe the overall level of cycling in women's cycling, pure cycling, will change. But right now, it's allowing our athletes to dip into cycling and show how amazing they are.
Absolutely. I mean, if you speak to parity, I mean, Tour de France for the women, they're not even they're going a week versus 3. If you look at tennis, they play to 3 sets, not 5 sets. And you know, if you look at the scene of sport and how it's changing, I think triathlon has always been at the forefront and is pushing the boundaries of what I think is actual fairness and equality.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, those things you mentioned are improvements on what there used to be. I mean, there wasn't a Tour de Femme until a couple of years ago. So these are things that are improving, but we are in triathlon, we're just ahead of the curve.
So eyes on this battle here between Ash Gentle and Annie Haug. This is 9th and 10th right now. They're also there with Sarah Perez-Sala and Kat Matthews and Taylor Spivey, but Kat Matthews coming off that 2:53 marathon at the Ironman World Championships. I mean, never count out Kat Matthews. She's as tough as they come, but keeping up with Ash Gentle and Annie Haug when this gets into T2 would be one of the greatest feats of the year. So this is the real battle. I think that Annie Haug and Ash Gentle can still do damage here. It looks like they're so far behind because of Taylor Knibb, but really they're only 2 minutes down to third in Imogen Simmons, and they can definitely both run 2 minutes into every single person in front of them. Maybe Julie Duron might be the exception, but she's got a 1 minute penalty to serve. So look, Taylor Knibb, if you look at the left hand side of the screen, all these time gaps, it just looks like they're so far behind and the race is over. But the race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, they're all still on and like by far not decided. And these two women here in Ash Gentle, the queen of the T100 distance, and Annie Haug, out seeking redemption and last year's champion here at T100 Ibiza when it was formerly called the PTO European Open. This is one I want to keep my eyes on all day.
Yeah, the fact that we don't think it's yet clear the podium in any way, that's really exciting at this point. Taylor Knibb doing Taylor Knibb things. How many times can we say that, you know? Indy Lee looking brilliant in 2nd position at the moment. She's going to have to really hold it together on the run. We've seen what she can do on the run. We saw her do it in Miami. She was fantastic that day. She has another day like that. She will hold on to that 2nd place. But there are going to be people charging from behind. And you're absolutely right, Jack, with the likes of Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug coming from behind. You're going to have Julie Derham probably, you know, dangling in somewhere in between there after she's taken her penalty. That battle for that either final or maybe even final 2 podium positions is on.
Something I've been loving this year is just how often we're getting to see the best women race the best women. It almost feels like even more than the men, we're consistently seeing the women show up to these races plus other races. How many battles have we seen so far this year between, you know, Ashley Gentle and Taylor Knibb, or Ashley Gentle and Kat Matthews, or Taylor Knibb and Kat Matthews, or Taylor Knibb and Ashley Gentle? It's almost like I'm just getting used to it, which we touched on earlier in the men's race. I mean, we were lucky to get the best race the best twice. It often was just once and then an 80% field, whereas here we are yet again, barely anyone missing. Maybe add Laura Philipp and Marjolaine Pierre, but really this is the best of the best 20 women in the world racing each other. And yeah, I feel spoiled because, you know, what a privilege it is to be a triathlon fan at this period of time in our sport. Ash Gentle and Annie Haug in a battle for 9th and 10th. What other race in the world would that be where they are right now? You know, go back to 2005, these two would never not be 1st and 2nd.
I mean, it's a testament to the T100 and what they're doing, what PTO are doing by creating this series. This was the dream, to have these girls face off against each other, and obviously the men on the men's side, multiple times a year, and force them to perform again and again and again if they want to be known as the best. If they want to become the T100 World Champion, they have to perform every time. And it's been incredible to see the differences each race. It's never been exactly the same in each race.
You know, you say, what other race would we see them go 9th and 10th? Like, I mean, on a good day, these women are 9th and 10th in the overall field. You know, they are that good. So, yeah, it's a testament.
Annie Haug, She needs redemption here today following last weekend, but sometimes she didn't have a bad performance was last year here at T100 Ibiza, where she was the champion and she got the better of Ash Gentle that day.
I mean, you always come here and have something to prove, but yeah, you know, last weekend was really difficult for me. I mean, I prepared the whole year for the Worlds, and in long distance racing you have pretty much this one chance in a year, and if you don't make it, it feels a bit, I don't know, I feel tired, although I haven't really raced, and I prepared for that long course race, so for sure my body should feel a little bit fresher than the others maybe, but my head is really tired, so we will see. A race is always different. In a race, you kind of switch to autopilot here somewhere, you press the button, and if you can sniff a chance, at least a little chance, you will go for it. Because, I mean, in triathlon, it's not soccer. You don't have the chance every single weekend. So you have to take the chances you got. And for sure, if I'm in the race, and I will give it my best, even if I'm last. That's how I race my whole life. And because you never know what happens, the race is always over after 18 Ks run. So until then, everything can pretty much happen. And I mean, what I promise myself always is I want to cross the finish line, saying to myself I have nothing more to give, and that's what I'm always aiming for, and the result will be the result. You have no influence on that.
And here we are, locked eyes on Kat Matthews. We've talked about her multiple times today. She's on the back of this Arnie Haug and Ash Gentle group. I mean, kudos to Kat Matthews for even being here. I kind of was questioning it during the week, like why did Kat Matthews decide to race today, given that she just had one of the performances of her life? She had that amazing race at London and San Francisco. She's won 2 Ironmans as well this year. She's done everything. I was just like, why doesn't Kat Matthews just take a break, take a few weeks off? But here she is yet again. I think she just loves racing the best in the world, and she doesn't want to miss out on any of it.
Well, that is one thing. The other thing is also, I do think it's a tactical decision. She needs to have this race in order to be able to take a break in Las Vegas, and she's really trying to build for the grand final in Dubai. So she's trying to avoid the travel of having to go stateside again. That is why she decided that this race, she's got to just throw herself in the ring. I mean, absolute kudos to her. You know, currently probably going through the section that she is very, very fast and the one able to rest the most. If we saw some of her Strava splits from World Championships, she was on the podium again for the overall split on one of the descents, which is something that very, very few people are able to do. She is not only a strong cyclist, but also technically fantastic rider, as we see her taking that very smooth and playing with the limit, the absolute limit.
You nearly jinxed her there, Jan.
No, but I think that's what Jan's saying. Like, she just takes risks. She just took that corner super hot. If you watched last weekend, she was just descending like a possessed human. It was super impressive. She was only, for like a long descent, she was only 32 seconds slower than Sam Lalo down one of the longest descents at Nice, and he put time into pretty much every guy on that day. So yeah, Kat Matthews is a super good technical rider, kind of the exact opposite of Taylor Knibb. I think Taylor Knibb could do with going and doing a training camp with Kat Matthews and going in the mountains with her, because I reckon that would progress her career even to the next level.
Yeah. Just to sort of touch upon why else she might be here, I mean, I imagine there might also be an element of just honouring your contract and honouring the fact that you said that you were going to come and do this race. And a lot of the girls who did start in, or finish even as well, in Nice last week, did pull out, and I don't blame them. They obviously are absolutely shattered, but at the same time, it's meant that 4 athletes were called on Tuesday evening this week to give themselves wild card opportunities to start in this race. I mean, that is no preparation time at all. These athletes were not focused on this weekend because they didn't think they were going to get a start. It's middle of race week, and those 4 athletes were Lisa Norden, Kaidi Kivioja, Laura Madsen and Kate Curran, and they're currently sort of sitting between 14th and 17th place. That's not really a surprise. They've had absolutely no preparation for this, and so I do have to say, is full respect to Kat for honouring the fact that she said she was going to come here, and she's come here and she's given it everything she's got.
So one thing just to keep in mind here as we lock eyes on Flora Duffy is that it does look like Sarah Perez-Sala and Flora Duffy's timing chips are swapped around. So Flora Duffy isn't in 7th, she's down in 12th, and Sarah Perez-Sala isn't in 12th, she's up in 7th. And we can see that because Flora Duffy is very clearly the athlete behind Kat Matthews in this group with Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug. So Flora Duffy, she came into T1 in that lead group along with Taylor Knibb, and she now finds herself 7.5 minutes down with still 10 kilometres to go. So over 70 kilometres, she's lost 7.5 minutes. So clearly a lot of work for Flora Duffy to do over the next few months and even, you know, going into the pre-season for 2025 if she wants to compete with the best of the world on a TT bike over 80 kilometres.
You can see her going through the technical sections here very, very smoothly and very, very quickly, but she is playing with fire. I mean, that is very, very close. It's the second time it's been that close, and this is not a kind of a technical area where you are able to close the gap. She's got to be careful there, but I think it's going to be the one thing that either challenges her and interests her, and she's like, okay, I really, really want to get my head wrapped around this and start training for this, or it's going to be the one thing that she's been like, you know what, I've done it, I've seen it, thank you very much, it's been a good time.
Yeah, she's just at that point in her career now where she's achieved so much. There are very few athletes who are more decorated than Flora Duffy, and she's now kind of having a go at this middle distance. She's excited by doing the T100. She's spoken about wanting to commit to middle distance in the T100 next year and then sort of see where she goes from that. But she is at that point where she has to be excited by it, otherwise she won't perform.
Ashley Gentle, she's the only 5-time champion of the PTO/T100. We saw that Martin Van Riel, he equalled the next most with 2 today. Let's hear from Ash Gentle about today's race.
Yeah, I definitely have, I guess, dedicated a lot to focusing on this series. It's been, 3 months away from home now, and that's, just 2 races, London and Ibiza. But I knew that being in Europe was really important. Travelling from Australia is just obviously super difficult, and I needed to set myself up to be able to have, a really good camp in between those races. And I guess when I think about it, I've had a mixed relay world title with the Team Australia in 2017, but my last individual world championship was when I was a junior, when I was 18, 19 years old in 2010. So I look at that and I'm like, I've never really been one for labels, but, I'm a professional athlete. Like, a world championship title next to your name sounds pretty nice. And if I could do that 14 years, I guess, after I won a junior world title would be, super special and, motivates me.
Eyes on Ash Gentle. She is clearly one of the only athletes who fully dedicates their life around the T100 World Tour. I mean, most of these athletes, it still is their priority. There's a few where it's not, but the large majority, it is still their priority. But no one really takes it to the level of Ash Gentle, where it's all she races, it's all she does, it's all she trains for. And so that's why I think today it's like, she's invested in this in a way that, say, someone like Kat Matthews isn't today. Kat Matthews clearly can't be 100% in on this because she raced an Ironman last weekend, whereas Ashley Gentle can taper perfectly for this, train up to a week ago and fully target it. So, clearly Ash Gentle still has a lot of work today, but I think we'll be prepared to do so.
Yeah, I don't think that we're seeing Ashley Gentle's best day. I think that's probably an understatement, but we're not going to see her just give up. We're going to see her try and fight for every place and move herself up that leaderboard as much as she can, because as she just said in that interview, she would love to be the world champion, the first world champion we're ever going to have over the T100 distance. And she's in with a great shot. She's our series leader at the moment. She's got 2 wins under her belt, and if she can get out a solid performance, a solid result at the end of today and catch some of those girls in front of her, that keeps that dream alive. Because right now, the woman on screen, Taylor Knibb, is looking like she's heading towards winning her second race of the year, and that puts them pretty even as we head into the latter part of the series.
And let's remember that, of course, Taylor Knibb does have, an advantage in terms of the series only. I'm not saying it's an overall advantage, but because she went to the Olympics, she does fall under the special ruling that she can miss a few of the races. No? Is that not true?
I'm shaking my head because...
There's a bit of a technicality there.
Yeah, the technicality is that herself and Martin van Riel already raced before the Olympics. They sort of did themselves out of that clause. So if they hadn't raced before the Olympic Games, they would only have to do fewer races. Whereas because they did race...
The look on Jan's face right now, Nikki. Jan wants to speak, but I've got to say this. He looked at you like you're saying something that was completely crazy, and it is a little bit, because it's ridiculous, Jan. So because Taylor Knibb and Martin van Riel raced that extra race and did the right thing by the T100 World Tour by coming and supporting it, they actually got punished for it, because if they had have chosen not to do that, then they would have had the special allowances that Taylor Spivey and Flora Duffy did, and Julie Duron. But because they did that extra race, no, it's the same as everyone else for them.
So they've got 3 races plus the grand final.
Correct.
And Flora and Julie and Taylor Spivey have 2 races plus the grand final.
Correct. Even though Taylor Knibb and Martin van Riel raced the Olympics just like Taylor Spivey and Flora Duffy and Julie Duron.
And we should say that to calculate the result for those athletes who will only have 2 results plus the grand final, you take the average. So the average of their 2 results, multiply it up to make the 3 results. So that's how they'll have a similar total to everybody else once they hit the grand final. I think it's possibly something that's in the rules that maybe wasn't factored in, that this might happen and that might happen, but it has sort of played out that both Martin van Riel and Taylor Knibb are slightly penalised because every single race that they do at T100 has to count. And I actually spoke with Taylor about this a couple of days ago, and she highlighted it to me for the first time. I didn't realise this was an issue. And she said, I'm a bit nervous about that. What happens if there's a mechanical? What happens if I get a flat tyre? She wanted to have an extra race as a bit of a one in the locker, just in case something bad happened, but she doesn't get that luxury. She has to perform at every single race if she wants to be world champion.
There you go. I mean, her average for the 2 races, as it stands right now at this very moment, the average, she's doing all right. But yeah, I guess that will be a bridge to cross when you get there. Let's hope for none of such races, but amazing that these 2 athletes both dedicating themselves to the Olympics, currently looking in a heavy favorite role for the overall title.
So we've done almost 72 kilometres here on today's bike course at T100 Ibiza, and Taylor Knibb has completely blown things out now. India Lee's back to almost 3 minutes behind, and then we see over 5 minutes back to that next group with Imogen Simmons, Lucy Bryan, Paula Finlay. Emma Pallant-Brown, she's 5 minutes and 50 seconds back, almost 6 minutes. Don't really know what's going on with that timing chip with Flora Duffy, which is potentially Sarah Perez-Sala, and Sarah Perez-Sala's potentially Flora Duffy. Not quite sure there, but that gap back to Ash Gentle, Annie Howard, Kat Matthews, those timings are definitely correct at almost 8 minutes down. And Taylor Spivey, who came out of the water with Taylor Knibb. Keep in mind, Taylor Spivey led the whole swim. 8 kilometres to go, she's 8 minutes and 11 seconds down. That shows 2 things. It shows that Taylor Knibb's on another level, and Taylor Spivey has some work to do over pre-season for next year if she wants to compete at the T100 World Tour on the time trial bike.
It is fascinating for these athletes, and you know, the one thing that the T100 kind of brings is it looks for the best performances, whereas athletes dedicating themselves to the Olympics often struggle with the fights they have within federations. And I know Taylor Spivey definitely had her ups and downs in terms of selections and being selected, not being selected. It is an obvious choice because here she would be judged purely on her performance, but clearly it's not an easy path to just take and simply swap over.
Eyes on Paula Finlay here. She's 5 minutes and 19 seconds down. Keep in mind, Paula Finlay is a 2-time national time trial champion for her country. What do they call it? The Maple Leaf, Canada? What is it? It's the Great White North or something like that, the Canadians call it. I heard her and Eric talking about it the other day. I think they said the Great White North. I'd never heard it before, but apparently that's what Canada is.
Great White North.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean,
I'm shaking my
not sure
head
you
here.
can say that in this day and age. It seems a little bit racist, to be frank.
I think it means
cloud cover.
I think it means snow.
Yeah.
I'd never heard it as well. It stuck in my head because I was like, oh, that's weird. But anyway, Paula Finlay, she's a 2-time national time trial champion, and she's 5 minutes down.
Well, she also competed at the World Time Trial Championships in Zurich just last week. So this is someone who is in form on the bike, and I saw her earlier this week and she was happy, relaxed, excited to be here, and that's often when we see the absolute best out of Paula. And so far today, I mean, this isn't by any means a bad race. She's riding along in that group that are sort of, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th place at the moment, but Paula Finlay's someone that we might have thought might have ridden through this and maybe tried to bridge up to Indy Lee, and that just hasn't materialised.
So if she competed at the Worlds and she's a national champion, how come she didn't race at Olympics, do you know?
It's a relatively complicated system, but I believe you have to be chosen by your federation to race both the time trial and the road race. And so they'd chosen someone else already, and therefore she couldn't go. They didn't have more slots. I believe that's right.
See India Lee there crossing over and getting eyes on Imogen Simmons, Lucy Byram and Paula Finlay. It's crazy to think what must be going through someone like Imogen Simmons or Paula Finlay's mind, knowing how strong they are on the bike, and Lucy Byram clearly establishing herself as one of the best cyclists as well, seeing just how big that gap to India Lee is, and just how big that gap to Taylor Nidd must have been when they crossed paths with her as well. Would just be interesting to know, you know, where's their head at, like seeing a gap that big.
Well, it looks like Julie Duron has served her penalty as well, so that's why there's only 3 of them. But yeah, that is definitely a psychological factor. I mean, you know, no one's freewheeling here, no one's waiting for the next. They're all handy cyclists on this 3rd, last and shortened lap. So interesting to see what happens in the last technical section.
We have a look here at the changes in position throughout today's women's race. The big things: Flora Duffy down 10 spots, Taylor Spivey down 11, Kate Curran down 10. They're all short course athletes, so I guess we are seeing just how important it is to be a good long course time trialist in today's sort of current with how the time trial bike is shaping long course triathlon. So we saw the 2nd ever penalty given in T100 history today with Julie Duron. She's the Olympic silver medalist, so clearly on great shape. We're joined once again, or Alex has joined with her mum.
That's right, Marion is alongside, and I was asking you as you got here whether you're a proud mum, a frustrated mum, an anxious mum, and you said, I'll tell you when she's finished. Break down your daughter's race for us so far.
Well, I guess she's doing very well. It's a pity that she got this penalty. She was in a really good place. But I guess she gets like an angry tiger now, and she will run it down.
Hold on tight, everybody, in that case. You were saying that after the warm-up this morning, Julie was quite nervous. Where did that come from, and how did you sort of calm her down and get her ready to go?
Yeah, she was really a little bit nervous with all these very, very good athletes today. And then we had to breathe a little bit, and I guess she had a good swim then, so far.
I actually read a blog yesterday about your daughter in which the title screamed, "An apprentice no more." I actually wrote it down because I thought it was a fabulous line. How proud are you overall of just how much progress she's made and what the recent months have brought her?
I'm really, really very proud. I never expected that one of my daughters going to Olympic Games and do it so well. And yeah, I'm overwhelmed as well.
Quite right too. You should be incredibly proud, Mum. And in terms of obviously the angry tiger you've mentioned, how much of that was born and brought up in competing against her 2 sisters?
Well, I guess they always have a little bit of fight together, but they made them strong, and yeah, they always needed each other for getting better all the time. Yes.
And if you could give her one message now, because obviously she's had the setback with the penalty, what would you say? Would you say hang in there and keep calm, or now's the time to put the foot down?
Oh, I would say, yeah, or I told her just fight it back and do your best as you can, and I guess she will do that.
Good stuff. We look forward to seeing how you're feeling come the finish line. Well done. Thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck to your daughter. Thank you, Marion. All the best.
Nina Duron, the sister of Julie Duron there that they were talking about. She raced the Ironman World Championships with Kat Matthews last week. Unfortunately, Nina was one of the women who DNF'd. She was in the same boat as India Lee, just a tough day out there on a brutal course. So, yeah, the triathlon blood strong in the Duron family.
As we see Taylor Nibb coming around that turnaround for the last time, we can see the salt from her sweat just slowly starting to collect on her suit. It's, again, something we've talked about in the men's race. The sweat rate seems to be up there, which I think is also a sign of exertion. Obviously, the harder you push, the more heat your body produces. And again, a little bit surprising for me to see as we sit here. I've still got a jumper on, and so does Vicky. It's not very hot, but we saw some of the athletes still definitely struggling with the conditions.
Yeah, the obvious one there was Rico Bogan, but we know he likes it pretty much as Arctic as you can get it, and we're not in the Arctic, we are in Ibiza, and yeah, we are sat in the shade here, but I've been dipping in and out, and it's warmed up, but it's definitely not a scorching day here at all. There's still a good breeze out there, which is keeping the temperatures down, and yeah, it was only having a high temperature today of around 22 degrees, so that's relatively mild for a lot of these athletes.
Let's see what India Lee can take back in this last technical section. She's opened up her gap to about 2:20, almost 2.5 minutes to people chasing, and let's see if she can crawl back a few minutes on Taylor Knibb. But it would take a run of a lifetime, I think, especially on this course, for her to do serious damage to the gap she's got to Taylor Knibb.
The crazy thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Taylor Knibb put time into India Lee. We know India Lee's a great runner. We saw it at Miami, but I think that Taylor Knibb's run gets lost in how good her swim bike is. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Taylor Knibb have a top 3 fastest run today. I really wouldn't.
I think you're absolutely right there, and I think that's probably been one of her biggest aims coming into the race today, is to prove to herself and other people that she's not simply just this absolutely phenomenal cyclist, that she's one of the best runners out there as well. And she said earlier on that the only time she thinks this year she's even got close to showing how good she is at running and how far her run has come, it was in the mixed team relay at the Olympic Games. She said, that's the only race I've come close to showing where my run form's at. So I know she'll be trying to do that today.
Absolutely, and she's just getting ready here to get into a T2. But the thing is, you know, athletes, they look for things to make them a little bit angry, and I think she's actually taking it as a criticism, just the fact that people aren't recognizing how good of a runner she is. She said it herself, she hasn't performed over this distance. As she comes into T2, getting ready to put on her run shoes and show the world that Taylor Knibb is the full package, a swim, bike, and runner to play all the cards as she chooses.
It's a long and lonely run in for Taylor Knibb. No one else is going to be in sight for a very long time, and the nature of this bike course, this run course, sorry, means that she's never going to have a chance to go out and back and see people. The only people she's going to see out on the course are people that she laps, or if anybody can possibly manage to overhaul this deficit, if they can get anywhere close to her and have some company for her to run with. But at the moment, that doesn't seem likely.
Looks great coming out of T2 to me. I think she does have a point to prove. I know it might seem quite hard to put yourself in her head because she's got such a big gap. She could so easily just run within herself and get an easy victory here today. But talking to her throughout the week and the interviews she did throughout the week, it really does seem like she has something to prove, like Jan said, about wanting to show that she is one of the best runners in the world. And I think she really hates people who doubt her. Like, you get that vibe when you talk to her that, like, if you question her, or if someone questions her, it just irks her. It doesn't sit right with her, and she does want to prove people wrong.
I don't know, as an athlete, I think it's actually quite easy to understand. I think someone who, or where it was portrayed really well, is in the documentary of Michael Jordan. He looks for things people say and he decides to take them personally. He knows that really everybody appreciates his performance, whatever, the same as we all really, you know, we're all Taylor Knibb fans. But as an athlete, you need to have that chip in your shoulder in order to keep improving, to keep getting better. And she realizes she's on an endless mission to become better at being better. And that is just something that never ever stops. And for such a young athlete to have such a maturity to realize, like, for me to get the very most out of myself, I need to find ways that keep motivating myself, as she just flies past the commentator booth over here.
Well, you have to be ready to evolve at any moment as an athlete, and the very best athletes that we've seen who have had the longest, most successful careers, the likes of Daniela Rief, Javier Gomez, yourself, Jan, you've had to evolve as sport has moved on. You've had to be ready to do that. And often you've had to almost be one step ahead of the curve. You can't sort of sit back and wait for one of your rivals to come through and suddenly be infinitely better. You have to sort of see who's coming up and understand that there's going to be changes coming, and if you're not ready to put your foot down, you're going to get left behind. And Taylor's been doing that from day one, and she's still only in her mid-20s, but she's always evolved as an athlete, whether that's she's become better. I mean, we said today that her technical riding is still not her main strength, but she has become better at that from where she was when she first stepped up into senior racing. Her run has come on infinitely, even her swim. She's led out swims now at World Series level, which is an incredibly impressive thing to do. She's always looking to just be a little bit better again. And that, I think, she will have taken on when people have said, you know, when we maybe have commented that her run isn't her best. I'll show you. I'm going to make my run the best. I'm going to be the best at everything. And who would bet against Taylor Knibb doing that?
Yeah, as we get India Lee coming into a transition 2 here, the next athlete. Daylight between the two of them, but also daylight to the next group. So it'll be really interesting. 250, we're hearing one of her teammates throw in. She does have to put on the socks, which Taylor Knibb didn't. But this is so far a fantastic performance from India Lee.
You saw her acknowledge that information that was being fed to her by one of her friends there. She sort of nodded her head, took it on, questioned what one of the pieces of information was, nodded again, said, okay, got it, and off she went. So she just had a moment there to regroup as she got her shoes on and take in all the information she can do to give her the best possible chance of holding on to this second place.
All right, so we're getting 3:13 actually on the top of our screen, but you know, it may have cost her an extra 20 seconds to put her socks on. As we see Taylor Knibb here already going the other way, so she's done that little out and back and then the big out and back. Yeah, she's a long way ahead, and this is going to be something where she's going to have to keep reminding herself to stay in the moment, because it's easy to become complacent, but especially if you're trying to prove a point, you just also have to focus to keep yourself in the moment, not become distractive and think about other things that you want to do in your training, that you want to improve on next. Yeah, that's got to be Taylor Knibb's biggest challenge here.
I know India Lee isn't leading this race. She's 3 minutes and 13 seconds down on Taylor Knibb in first, but she's in second place. India Lee looked a broken human in T1 last week at the Ironman World Championship. She looked like we've talked about, she looked like she needed a break. She looked like she needed to go and sleep for a week and really just relax, maybe go sip some pina coladas next to the beach and just, you know, take a break and get back into the season. But here she is 1 week later, and she's second place at a T100 World Tour race, leading Ash Gentle, Annie Haug, Imogen Simmons, Lucy Byram, who come into T2 right here. It's just a crazy turnaround in 1 week for India Lee, and it's amazing to see.
I was certainly a little bit worried about India. I thought that incredible performance she had in Miami may have almost been a bit of a peak that she maybe wasn't expecting and wasn't ready for, but it came, and then everything that's come off the back of that, the extra attention, maybe the expectation, might have just been starting to get to her. But the performance that she's put down so far today has shown me that I had nothing to worry about and that she is still ready to deliver amazing races.
Imogen Simmons, yet another great performance from her, leading this group out of transition as we get eyes on Paula Findlay, changing, trying to get socks and shoes on, whilst Imogen Simmons is already out and about, making ground, working for what would be a back-to-back podium place.
So Imogen Simmons, she takes a 30-second lead on Paula Findlay and Julie Duron into T2. Lucy Byram was right on the heels of Imogen Simmons as she, pretty good save in the end. That was nearly a bad start. It is just carpet, she would have been fine, but good save all the same from Imogen Simmons.
Probably a bit more worried about damage to the bike at that point for future races.
Something amazing about today's race, Taylor Knibb, she did this bike in 1 hour and 56 seconds. She beat a few of the men out there on the bike today. Peter Hemrick, one of them, which is quite crazy. Jan Frodeno's old training partner, Bradley Weiss, he got a couple of minutes put into him by Taylor Knibb. I don't know if that says more about them or Taylor. I think it says more about Taylor. And Josh Amberger, she nearly got you as well, Josh. So Yeah, it's an incredible bike ride from Taylor Knibb out there today. So no wonder the women in today's race are having a hard time keeping up. So I think Julie Duron is one to watch here now. 5 minutes and 42 seconds down in 5th. 2.5 minutes to India Lee, but she has ran 70.3 times, much faster than India Lee has in the past. And speaking of, much faster than Imogen Simmons or Lucy Byram have ever run before as well. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Julie Duron and, you know, the hype around her run over this distance. Is it real or is it not real? I think we're about to find out today. And Paula Finlay in 6th, we know that she won't beat herself. She just is consistent. She always performs to the same level. She's not just going to fall out the back of this race as well. So the battle for the 2nd and 3rd, in my mind, are still on and are probably going to be on right down to the finish line.
Well, that overhead shot there, we can see Imogen Simmons just rounding the top corner, and behind her is Lucy Byram, and she's had an incredibly consistent season so far. She's raced 3 times so far in our series, with a 6th in Miami, 7th in Singapore, a 5th in London, putting her 5th in the standings overall at the moment. So she's really consistent, on for possibly an even better performance today, and I know she'd love to step up again.
Amazing. Also, remember Julie Duron had to sit out for a minute and get a penalty. She's back within that group of where she was riding, so she's already made up a minute. You know, probably some of it on the last bit of the bike, but also starting on the run as the ladies are still rounding out the harbour, and Taylor Knibb is already coming in.
Julie Duron moves past Lucy Byram. She came into T2 with 20 seconds behind Lucy Byram, and there she is, already past her, and he's about to make the move on Imogen Simmons as well. So this is definitely the lady to watch today. I mean, India Lee, I think, is about to be in one of the battles for her life to maintain that 2nd place, and that is something to watch all day. And then the next big battle, as we see Emma Pallant-Brown, Ash Gentle and Annie Haug enter T2. These 3 women are known as being 3 of the best runners in the sport. They've shown it, they've proved it time after time. So can they even run themselves up into that battle for 3rd? That's the story of today now, with Taylor Knibb already there past Ash Gentle. That's quite crazy.
Taylor Knibb lapping Ash Gentle. Get your head wrapped around that. I mean, that is just such a statement of intent. That is got to be soul crushing to a point that, yeah, they're going to be, Ash Gentle's going to have to ask herself some heavy questions. We expected this to be a battle.
Wow.
Not a lap between them.
No,
I mean,
this was not on my bingo card for today. I don't know about you, but seeing Ashley Gentle having already been lapped at this point on the run, and now she has to go about unlapping Taylor Knibb and trying to just make some ground up as many places as she can.
What are we going to see here? Are we going to see Ash Gentle and Taylor Knibb run together for the rest of this race? Is Taylor Knibb going to drop Ash Gentle here even though she's already lapped her? Does Ash Gentle go around her? This is like a really crazy dynamic.
Probably really helps Taylor, because Taylor wants to run fast, right? She wants to be in a run race. She wants to try and prove where her run's at. Maybe this is a blessing for her.
Yeah, but Ash's body language right now isn't quite saying it. I mean, she might still need to find her run legs, but she finds herself in the traffic there. It's an awkward position.
Yeah.
Like, me personally, embarrassed is a strong word, but as an athlete, you'd not be happy being in that situation. Anne Haug, world champion, defending champion here in Ibiza, is another 50 meters behind that. Yeah, that is a sign of dominance that we haven't seen in the sport yet.
I mean, for Anne and Ashley, they already knew they were a long way down coming off the bike. That wasn't a surprise to them to come into transition and suddenly find out that they were 9 minutes down. But to have the realization at that moment as they're putting their shoes on, that means that they're currently being lapped by the race leader, by Taylor Knibb. That's a really hard pill to swallow, and that's really mentally damaging to you when you're really trying to build up for a hard run chase where you've got to chase down as many people as possible, to then know that, well, actually, first off, I've got to try and unlap the leader. This is how far ahead of me she is. That's just so hard to overcome.
It is, but it's also so awkward running past being lapped that I think the only reason, or the only way we would see that, is if Anne Haug bridges up to Ash Gentle and these two start having to fight each other. That's kind of the only way I could see it, because, yeah, again, what an uncomfortable situation.
Just a statement from Taylor Knibb today. A statement that you're talked about as the queen of T100. I don't lose to you. I beat you at San Francisco. I made you change your coach. I made you question your training, and I'm doing it again today. I mean, sometimes sport's full of hyperbole, but Taylor Knibb is just showing everyone today that she is the best in the world. And anyone who questions that, anyone who says that Ashley Gentle can beat her, that Annie Howe can beat her, that Julie Duron's going to come in and beat her, that Kat Matthews and India Lee can beat her, she's proven them all wrong, and she's showing the world that she is the person to beat in women's triathlon.
It sort of is the ultimate flex, isn't it? Lapping your biggest competitor. Yeah, it doesn't get much heavier than that.
Silver medalist.
Even Indy Lee here coming through for the end of her first lap is lapping some of our athletes further back in the field. And of course, with such a long race and 7 laps on the run, that was always likely to happen at some point. But that will be a massive boost to Indy to know that she's coming through in such a good position, that there's so many of these athletes that on days when she hasn't had such a good day, she might have been running with. Where now she's running a whole lap ahead of, and that just is, again, it's another testament to the amazing day that Indy Lee's having out there.
Looking at the timings though, it's been 1 lap, so not even 4Ks run, and the gap is coming down significantly from Julie Duron towards Indy Lee.
Yeah, it seems like Julie Duron, unsurprisingly, is the one that is coming through from that chase pack. If you look back to Imogen Simmons, that gap is holding still at around 2 minutes. Imogen's closed it down just by about 10 to 15 seconds. But the one who's making the inroads, the one who is going to be very much in the eyes, or that Indy Lee has to keep an eye on, I should say, is Julie Derron, and she's absolutely charging. This is Julie Derron we've got eyes on now as she rounds the corner and runs alongside transition to end the first lap for her. She is looking fantastic to run herself up into 2nd place right now.
Well, it's quite a way to go. I mean, Indy Lee is already heading out towards the back, but certainly quite a bit of pace being set. The good thing for Indy Lee is that, you know, she's got some decent runners around her who are probably run specialists that she's lapped, who can help her stabilize the pace so she doesn't have to do it all by herself.
Yeah, Julie Derron as well, coming from a short course background and having predominantly raced short course her entire career, and still is racing a lot of short course racing. One of the things you have to do in short course is just run out really, really hard. Even if it's a 10 kilometer, breaks get made in that first 1 to 2 kilometers on the run, and you've got to be able to run really hard out of transition, then recover and then back it up, and that's a real skill to short course racing. So she's already doing exactly that, and now as we progress through this run, we'll see whether she maybe has gone out a little bit too hard and her inexperience over this distance might show, or whether the fact that she is in absolute career best run shape by a good long distance is going to show, and she's going to run away back up, well, run away up, I should say, into silver medal position.
And Julie Duron has put that minute into India Lee, like you said, so yeah, if you project that out, she's definitely going to make the pass and catch her. So we could see a battle there for 2nd place, because will India Lee hold on? Like, will Julie Duron just run straight past her? That's something that I can't wait to keep an eye on. But eyes on Taylor Knibb here for now, running up that hill. Like we said, 150 metres at an average of 8% gradient. It really is a steep little pinch every lap they have to do here. And then we saw that Martin Van Riel made the decisive move on the downhill, running just a bit too fast for Sam Laidlow. But here is what Jan Frodeno talked about, the awkwardness, as he described it, of today's race, where Taylor Knibb has lapped Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug. And if we had have projected to see that these 3 women would be in a battle on the run, Annie Haug, Ash Gentle and Taylor Knibb, with Ashley Gentle making the pass on Taylor Knibb, you might have thought it was for 1st place, but no, it's not. Ashley Gentle and Annie Haug are fighting for their position in the top 10, while Taylor Knibb is way out in front. And if anything, this could pull Taylor Knibb onto a faster run time, because she has the carrot of Ashley Gentle and potentially even Annie Haug to chase.
Yeah, what are the rules on that? I presume it's absolutely fine, but it's just something that you kind of never really consider, is that she's sort of pacing her unintentionally, but I mean, they're still in the same race, so I guess it's it's fine.
Well, I've been in races where lapped athletes were considered to be out, like that. You couldn't, continue racing if you're
interfere with
lapped.
the race, essentially.
Pretty much. And you think about it, if this was anyone else but Ashley Gentle, if this was a wildcard athlete that is just making her way into the sport, you'd be like, please just stop interfering with the race, right? Whereas we're seeing a very exciting battle for the top 10 between a world champion and Ashley Gentle.
Well, she also needs anything better than a 7th place moves her score up. So right now she's sitting in 9th. If she can catch a couple of those girls in front of her, or 3 of those girls, move herself into 6th place, she actually improves her score. Anything from 7th and down, she doesn't improve her score. So there is something still to play for with Ashley here. It's not just like, oh, I'll just give this one up as a bum day. This is she's got to keep fighting.
Well, the way it's going, she's going to need a whole lot better than a 7th place if she wants to be the overall series leader. I think Vegas is going to be a bit of a make or break situation for her, where she's definitely looking to move, like we said, far better than a 7th place in order to have a chance for the grand final.
All because of one lady, Taylor Knibb. She is really turning the long course triathlon world on its head at the moment. A middle distance specialist, I think. I don't think she would have this same dominance over the full distance, and I think we saw at the Olympics, clearly not over the short distance, but this distance, middle distance racing, does seem to be where Taylor Knibb is showing that she's by far the best in the world. And yeah, you're right, Jan, it's interesting whether this should be allowed. It's like a philosophical debate, really, because Taylor Knibb is definitely going to get pulled along by Anna Haug and Ashley Gentle there. And yeah, there's some scenarios where it would be weird. Imagine if those two were her training partners and you could argue they were helping her in the race or something like that, or if they were lesser known wildcards where it looks like they're interfering with the race for what. So,
or imagine, for example, if the people behind her were a little bit closer and they were charging towards, this, so then she gets an advantage from having been pulled along by other runners rather than being charged down. Say Julie Derham was a few minutes closer, then this becomes a real moral question of how this works.
I think the debate is probably more on the bike. If depending on how many laps they are being passed on the bike, that is a genuine advantage, drafting, all these kinds of things, and also becomes a safety factor. But I guess there's only 20 athletes out on course, so there is a justification to that. I honestly just I wish this lap wouldn't be between them. This would be a race for the ages. All our top 3 favorites sitting within 100 meters of each other.
We can just close our eyes and pretend that it is a battle for the win, even though Taylor Knibb's almost 10 minutes ahead of them. It's astonishing, really.
Yeah, they are the 3 that I spoke about the most before the race, probably alongside this lady here, Julie Derham, who's having a great day. She's continuing to take that gap down to Indy Lee. It's now at 1 minute and 20 seconds, so she's taken out a good amount of time already, and she's only on lap 2 of the run, so she's looking good for a podium position. And can she make it up to Indy and get into 2nd place?
Here it is, Julie Derham and India Lee lock eyes on each other. Julie Derham's about 30 metres up the hill, and India Lee's got 30 metres to go on the hill. So that means there's about 300 metres in between them as it stands right now, or 1 minute and 10 seconds, as it says on your timing screen, which is not much. And I think that crossing over might have worried India Lee a little bit, and also might have highly motivated Julie Derham.
Was it just me, or did you guys also notice India Lee sort of tilted to the right? She looked like her whole upper body was at any time ready to take a 90-degree right-hand turn. Maybe a sign towards that she's struggling, or that she's overexerted herself on the bike. Just her back. We'll have to have a look if we get another good look on her position.
It is it's either motivating or it's a little bit worrying and demoralizing when you do see that someone is catching you as fast as Indy will have seen that Julie's catching her there. She'll know the distance of that hill. She'll know that she couldn't see Julie at all on the last lap, whereas now she's within sight, and that will be playing on her a little bit. What I imagine she's probably getting fed into her from her people out on course is that actually she's still holding really strong to everybody behind Julie. So while she's 3 minutes 42 behind Taylor Knibb, she's only got not even a minute now on Julie Derham, but she's still holding 2.5 minutes nearly on Imogen Simmons and Lucy Byram. So that for her will be the information that she needs to keep her confidence going and to just keep her relaxed as she goes into this deep midsection of the run.
Well, if you get your phone out and you check the live data, extra live data that you can see, you will be able to see that Julie is running a minute a lap faster than India. We got 7 laps, just to remind you. She is the fastest out on course at the moment and looks like she's even running roughly 40 seconds faster than Taylor Knibb. She's putting on a ferocious pace here, but India Lee's a fighter.
And like you said, Jan, Julie Duron is the fastest mover out on course. Emma Pallant-Brown in 7th is the 2nd fastest out on course, and Annie Haag and Ash Gentle follow them in 9th and 10th. So Emma Pallant-Brown, she's 7 minutes and 9 seconds down on Taylor Knibb, but she's only about 3 minutes down on where she needs to be for that podium battle. And given that she is running stronger than Imogen Simmons and Lucy Byram and Paula Finlay, we could see Emma Pallant-Brown be the big mover through the field and try and compete for that 3rd spot if India Lee falters, maybe 4th spot if India Lee holds on strong, as India Lee and Julie Duron just see each other again. That gap's closed even more. That looks like that's closing quite quickly now, almost at 40 seconds.
So we see India looking around a lot, which is also not a great sign in terms of her and how she's feeling. She's obviously worked very hard riding the whole time by herself. The last time she came out of that little dog leg, Julie Duron had not even made it onto the finishing straight here. And this time they were almost next to each other. So again, that's a minute a lap per 2.5 kilometers. That means she's running 20-25 seconds faster per K. Yeah, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, there's no doubting that Julie Duron is closing that gap, and she's closing it incredibly fast. We're just looking at what you were talking about earlier, that slight lean that Indy's got over to the right-hand side. Maybe that's just a quirk of her running style. I can't say I've really noticed it before, but athletes do tend to do quite strange things when they start to get in the hurt locker, when things start to really pinch. Everyone has certain tells that they're hurting, and we saw earlier, even though Martin van Riel obviously won the race, he did start to rock and roll quite a bit more with his head and his shoulders, and maybe this is just what Indy does. So Julie Duron can't quite see Indy Lee in the distance. She's got some other lapped athletes that she'll be going past before she gets to Indy, but they will have just passed each other as they go into this long looping U-turn section, and she'll know she's catching. She's running a fair bit faster than Taylor Knibb up front, but I don't think there's any chance at this point that we're going to see a pass of that nature. She's 4 minutes and 22 down on the lead, and there's no question she's going to make that gap smaller. How close can she get? How much can she put that pressure onto Taylor Knibb? Because we've been talking about Taylor Knibb having had this sewn up. She was so far in front of everybody, but the way that Julie Duron's running, she can't afford to take her foot off the gas too much, because otherwise she really will open the door for someone else to come in and steal the crown.
And such a unique running style on Julie Duron as well. Like watching her in Paris, running next to Cassandra Beaugrand. I mean, somebody in this gazelle-like running style, and Julie Duron is just like literally looks like the Duracell bunny, just like keeps going, marching strong. Yeah. Exactly. Very specific, I guess, to her coach, running cadence-based rather than strength or style-based.
Yeah, what was so impressive at the Paris Olympics was for someone who, I mentioned early on, hadn't finished in the top higher than 7th at a World Series event, and that is, of course, the equivalent of our T100. She then was so impressive on that day that she didn't just come away with an Olympic silver medal as if that's not enough. She ran on the front of that pack for around 9 of those 10 kilometers. She led the way, she set the pace, and she ran under 33 minutes for that 10K. So that's the level of athlete we're talking here. She is in the absolute form of her life and showing it again here today. Even after a penalty, she's running her way closer and closer with every step to second.
She made up 34 seconds in that lap to Taylor Knibb. Mathematically, that still doesn't quite work out, but it certainly shows just how quick she's moving.
It also is just exciting as someone to watch for the future. You know, she's someone who's coming into T100, and hopefully we'll see more of her in future races, even this season. And that's the sort of person we want coming into this sport. Make it really exciting. We don't want the foregone conclusions of who we know is going to win and we know is going to deliver. Yeah, it's brilliant to have our stars, but we like a little bit of excitement. We like new people coming in, and I think she's someone who's going to do both sports, both short course and middle distance triathlon for the foreseeable future. And given on what we've seen both here today and also recently at the Paris Olympics, she's going to do both very, very well.
Well, I wouldn't quite go as far as coaching her, as calling a coach a science denier, but he's certainly not somebody who seeks out technological aid, so that may be something she might have to do her own in terms of her time trial position and time trial setup to get dialed in there. But yes, this is the very, very beginning of her journey as she embarks on a new part of the sport and tries to prove herself in the T100 series.
We just saw Ashley Gentle overtake Sarah Perez-Salada, so she's up into 8th place, but she needs another 2 places to improve on her scores for the series. But as you correctly said, Jan, she's going to need a lot more than a 6th place if she wants to contend with Taylor Knibb, who's on for the perfect score at the moment of 2 first performances, 2 35-point scores. She'll need 1 more in Las Vegas, and it means whether Ash was planning to go to Vegas or not, she will have no choice now to go and try and improve her score. I think it's fair to say that if Ashley had won this race, she may well have decided to skip the race in Vegas and go straight to the final, maybe put in a good training block and prepare solely for that race. I know some athletes are hoping to put themselves in that position where they've got a little bit of a buffer and they can decide whether they need to race Vegas or whether they can just tactically go straight to the grand final. But after today, I don't think Ashley Gentle has a choice. I think she absolutely has to go to Las Vegas, and she has to try and get herself back onto the top of the podium if she wants to become that world champion.
Well, we can see she's in good shape. I mean, she's absolutely running away from Taylor Knibb and has unlapped herself, which, yeah, is probably the one thing she can take away. But yeah, there is a big chunk of work left, and maybe this is something that actually can give her some hope that she can see, yes, she is that much better of a runner. As we get onto the screen and we see Julie Duran has not even taken 3 laps to catch India Lee.
And here it is, the battle for second place, India Lee and Julie Duran. Julie Duran, it's her debut here. She's a rookie at the T100 distance. She had a minute penalty as well on the bike. So without that minute penalty, she would only be 2 minutes and 50 seconds behind Taylor Knibb. And with almost 10 kilometers to go, I mean, she probably wouldn't catch her, but we'd be talking about it and it would make this race a lot more exciting. So we get a fair race. It's what we need, but you know, it's also that what if that it creates. Same thing with Alistair Brownlee. He probably would have got a podium without it, but that's the price of fair racing, and we love to see fair racing. As Julie Duran makes the pass on India Lee for second. Wow, her debut race, and she's made her way up to second, and we've got pretty much all the big hitters in today's race. Kat Matthews here, hampered, sure, but she's here. Ashley Gentle, the queen of the T100. Annie Haug, Emma Pallant-Brown, Paula Finlay. They're all here today, and Julie Duran is showing that she is now putting herself up in lights with all of those big names over the T100 distance and is a threat.
This is a really important time for Indy now. She has to relax and keep doing what she's doing. Julie Duran is on a different planet in terms of the speed she's running, and it wouldn't really be right for Indy to even try, I wouldn't have thought, to respond to that. I think that's a recipe for a blow up a bit later on in the run, whereas what Indy's doing is holding really firm against those athletes who came in behind her, the likes of Imogen Simmons and Paula Finlay and Lucy Byram. They are still over 2 minutes down on her, and she needs to try and just maintain that gap. She almost needs to ignore what Julie Duran's done, keep doing what she's doing, and that will be enough, surely, to see her on the podium at the end of the day.
Well, if she would have blinked, she would have missed it. I mean, honestly, she's absolutely flown past Indy Lee right here. That's, you know, 60, 70 meters already, and she's only just passed her. So Julie Duran on a mission here hoping for some sort of a blow up at the front, because I think out of her own speed, it's not quite enough to Taylor Knibb. But this is the kind of course, you know, it's technical, lots of accelerations. That hill in there is going to take a toll. And Julie Duron is definitely a strength-based runner, running for her life right here.
Great to see the T100 listening to feedback as well. A common complaint in triathlon is that we just miss all the battles. Like, the camera's just off with the person in front for 4 hours and everything gets missed. We've seen the battle there with India Lee and Julie Duron. It's taking front and center stage here. You know, Taylor Knibb, we're not even that worried about her. She's out in front, but we get to see this amazing battle. We saw the battle with Ashley Gentle and Anne Haug as well. It's just great to be able to see all the different battles throughout the race. And yeah, great. I said it already today, but yeah, this race here at Ibiza, it's just a great time to be a triathlon fan. Like, I'm just so privileged to be able to sit back and watch this battle.
I'm just looking at where Ashley Gentle is now. She is now under 2 minutes from 4th place. She's still got 4 laps to run. I don't know about you, but I think that's doable for the likes of Ashley Gentle. Yes, she's got Emma Pallant-Brown in front of her. It looks like she's now started to move faster than Emma. Emma was running about the same as Ashley before, but with that gap now being almost bang on a minute, I think that means that Ashley's starting to move a little bit quicker. So yeah, this could be a day where it's still not going to be a podium. I just don't see how Ashley can make it to the podium. I don't want to ever say that it's done and it's over, but I'm not sure that she can get there. But she could end up as high as 4th.
Taylor Knibb's also holding strong here. Julie Duron was running time into her, but only 15 seconds in that last lap. So Taylor Knibb is proving that she is strong and she is a runner, not just a swim biker. But yeah, Ashley Gentle, she's not going to make the podium. That's a bit too much with, you know, 9 kilometres to go, or 9.5 kilometres to go there for India Lee. That would take a bit of a blow up from India Lee and a huge back end to this run for Ash Gentle. But yeah, 4th and 5th, that's within grasp for Ashley Gentle for sure. And like you spoke about, Vicky, she needs to beat her 7th place at San Francisco. She's got the win at Singapore. She's got the win at London. So she needs a result that's better than 7th for her points rankings to move up or progress in the overall standings, with Taylor Knibb coming strong, clearly going to get 2 35-point races with her win at San Francisco and what's happening here today with her win here. So it is super important for Ashley Gentle to make up as many positions as possible with those overall standings.
I don't know, Vicky, what your take is on this, but if I think of Ash finishing 4th or 5th, you know, what she's currently in for, does that make it better or worse? Because as an athlete, the really bad performances, they're the ones that, you know, you write them off. There could be a mental thing, there could be whatever else it is. It's the mediocre ones that you worry about. And, you know, it shows that Ash is not having a bad day. She's actually having a good day. It's just that, you know, the level overall is just definitely stepping up.
So I think after San Francisco, which was a really bad one, she clearly said, I need a change in coach. She made that coaching change, and she'd mentally made that the reason why. She needed some changes in her life. It was maybe getting a bit stale. What would her reasoning be today to justify the big gap to the front in Taylor Knibb? Would it be the course didn't suit me? Would it be travel? Would it be altitude, coming down from altitude? The timing of that didn't work. Would the thought cross the mind of an athlete to the level of Ashley Gentle that Taylor is just that much better than me? Or what is the excuse if she can find one?
Well, we didn't catch it at the time. I think we were watching a lot of the men's race because it was getting very exciting towards the end of that. But I feel like something happened with Ashley at the start of the bike. It felt like she lost a lot of time to people that she came out of the water very close to early on the bike. And yes, okay, that gap did, of course, you know, balloon from that point onwards. But it felt like the first 20, 25 kilometers on the bike, she lost a lot of time, and that put her in a position of being way behind the people that she would normally ride with. Seeing that gap go out hugely to Taylor early on, that has a psychological effect on you. And I just wonder if she sort of let the game slip away a little bit before kind of rallying and getting back into it. Her running, there's clearly nothing wrong with her running. The way she's running today is classic Ashley Gentle. But the rest of it hasn't quite fit together, and I just think there was a period early on the bike where I just would love to hear from her whether she didn't feel right, whether the level was just too high for her, or what. It just feels like something happened.
Champions don't look for excuses. Honestly, I hope she's honest enough to realize that her bike needs work. It needs a lot of work. Her changes maybe haven't taken effect yet. You know, it's more than a psychological effect that you see in a soccer match where you have a coaching change and all of a sudden a team goes on a winning streak. You know, because there's a technical element there. There is very much a physical part to the sport that you cannot debate your way around. And I hope she sits down and just either considers that she needs time to build on her current training, that it actually takes time to have an effect, or otherwise that she needs to adapt her cycling training to be relevant, because we can see she's a force. She's put 20 seconds into Annie Haug right here. She's obviously in good shape, but her cycling just isn't up there at
Well,
the
I mean,
moment.
it hasn't been today, but do you think that's fair when we look at some of the other races? For example, you look at London and she was only a couple of minutes down coming into T2 in London on Imogen Simmons.
Taylor wasn't there. To whom? Singapore, she lost 6 minutes. She had an incredible run, but you cannot tell me that the cycling is not her weak link. I mean,
you're right, San Francisco as well, Jan. She lost so much time to Taylor Knibb on that course that the race was done into T2.
And that's the thing, she's got a phenomenal weapon of a run, but it's what we saw in the race of Martin Van Riel earlier. He's got no weakness. And that's what the series is starting to show more and more, that complete athletes are rewarded because you need the tactical options to be there at every point of the race. And I have no doubt that Ash Gentle can do it, but I also have no doubt that it's going to be a very, very tough journey, either from here to Dubai or through the off-season when she's going to have to redefine herself.
She has made that coaching change, and she went and picked an ex-professional cyclist, a time trial specialist, a pursuit specialist, a guy who's beat Filippo Ganna in the pursuit on the track, who's a world champion and Olympic champion. So clearly I think she has identified that. And like you said, Jan, champions don't make excuses. So to me, making that specific change in coaching, she left a triathlon coach, someone who specialises in coaching professional triathletes, and went to someone who's never coached a professional triathlete in their life, but is a cycling expert. So I think you're right. I think she realises that and recognises that, but the gap between her and Taylor Knibb on the bike is monumental. Like I said, it's Earth and Mars, the gap between Ashley Gentle and Taylor Knibb on the bike. So maybe it's just time. Or maybe it's not even possible. Maybe she can never bridge that gap to Taylor Knibb on the bike.
I don't think that's accurate. I think she can definitely, maybe not bridge it, but she can definitely come closer, which will again open her options because she is still a quicker runner, at least on this format. But we're seeing athletes like Julie Duron. She's so far put a minute into Ash, if our research is correct. And you know, what are you going to do? You got to first ride with Julie, and then you got to try and somehow create a minute's gap, even to make up for the run. So, you know, she's definitely challenged, and someone's taking a saw and cutting at her throne. And those are the situations where champions grow and redefine themselves and find another way.
Well, that is the thing. Ashley Gentle has been the best runner in this format, but maybe Julie Duron's now the best runner in this format, and is matching Ashley Gentle in that area and has a stronger bike. Maybe Julie Duron's just doing what Ashley Gentle's done and doing it a little bit better. It's a harsh reality of professional sport, but you hope this motivates Ash Gentle. You hope it doesn't bring her down and defeat her. You hope she sees it and goes, well, this level is rising. I am the best athlete in the history of T100. I've won 5 of these. No one else has won more than 2, but yeah, you hope that it helps her elevate her game as well.
Well, it's what we said earlier. Champions do have to elevate their game. You have to evolve or die in this game of professional sport, and it's across all sports. If you can't do that, your career will be short. Ashley's already had a long career, but I've no doubt that she wants to extend that and achieve more at this distance. She wants that world title, but she has to evolve to do that. And you know, you guys have very systematically there just proven her weakness on the bike relative to the likes of Taylor Knibb, and that's something that I'm sure she knows, and is probably the exact reason why she's working with a cycling specific coach right now. She knows that there's a gap there that she's got to try and manage, and so far it hasn't quite shown.
There's some physiological things there as well that I think you have to talk about. I know that, Jan, you've talked about the importance of things like gym and getting stronger in your career as you get older. Ashley Gentle's definitely getting older. She's not as young as, say, Taylor Knibb. So it could be a thing that over the pre-season maybe she does put on a bit of mass and get a little bit stronger and get really strong in the time trial position and things like that. Maybe there is some things she can do late in her career that maybe she didn't have to do over the past 3 years.
I think it comes down to being a mental factor of whether this really irritates you and you just want to resist it and fight it, or whether it's something that you defend yourself against and you're like, oh, well, I'm going to try and be the best I can be. There's going to have to be a significant change as we see some shoppers trying to get a little bit too close to Julie Duron on the course there. And, you know, this is the phase that we talked about earlier in the men's race as well. This is the end of an Olympic cycle. There's going to be fresh talent coming, fresh talent that's been trained over years through some of the best federations and gone through the scientific process that is very much included in the Olympic journey. And it's definitely not going to get easier. And that's something where I think Ash is, like I said, in the interview before when I listened to her, there's going to have to happen some sort of a change. And I'm confident she can do it because she's really found her home in the T100 and I don't think she's just willing to give it up.
Imogen Simmons has just gone through the picture there as we now see Paula Finlay coming round the corner as they head out onto lap 5 of 7. These two athletes in 4th and 5th place at the moment, but they'll know that they're being hunted down. Lucy Barham is behind them, but they started the run with her, so it will be behind that Emma Pallant-Brown and Ashley Gentle that they know that those are the two athletes that are coming at speed.
45
and they'll be
seconds,
trying to hold
Vicky.
off. Yeah, it's closing fast.
We should get the image very soon. Looks like Ashley Gentle has just overtaken Emma Pallant-Brown.
Yeah, that gap was 2 minutes when we last touched upon it, and that feels like it was only a few minutes ago, and now it's 45 seconds.
She's just showing that her run is such a strength still. Like, clearly Julie Duron's the only woman out on course who can compete with her on the run today, but yeah, that bike, like we talked about, it's the obvious weakness. So I like your question, Jan, and I want to get your opinion on it. Is 4th or 5th better, or is it worse? What do you think?
I think, to me, it comes back to mediocre results just being the worst because they make me challenge the fundamentals, and that's something that, again, she has to choose for herself. In my case, I would challenge everything I'm doing for a result like that, simply because, you know, you didn't have a terrible day. Something just doesn't seem to play out, as she, you know, has clearly got a very strong swim. She had a good swim by her standards, and she's having a great run, as she always does. But she's being challenged, and there are other athletes out there that, you know, are definitely not accepting her role as the queen of the T100.
Taylor Knibb looks great as well. She's sort of rallied a little bit. She's not losing that much time to Julie Duron anymore. With only just over 5 kilometres to go, we are seeing a truly out-of-this-world performance by Taylor Knibb, and Julie Duron battling all day up this climb as she has for the last 13 kilometres.
So Julie Duron is still holding pretty firm there. Her lap splits are maintaining pretty much even. She ran exactly the same time actually on her 4th lap as she did on her 3rd lap, and that was 18 seconds quicker than Taylor Knibb had done. But Ashley Gentle has actually now increased her pace, so she is the fastest runner on course. She went 17 seconds faster than Julie on her last lap. So Ashley Gentle has found her run legs, unsurprisingly, but it just goes back to the same old thing. We need to see more from Ashley on the bike if she's going to really feature at the front of these races from now on.
And good to see Ash run a strong, consistent race. I said before, maybe Julie Duron's come in and overthrown her as the best runner in the sport, but Ashley Gentle showing her experience at the 18-kilometre distance. Julie Duron clearly probably a better runner over 5 and 10K, given that she's been doing short course racing at the moment, but Ashley Gentle maintaining a more consistent tempo throughout the whole 18K and taking over as the fastest runner out on course right now. As we have a look at Paula Finlay and Imogen Simmons locked in a battle for 4th and 5th, with Ashley Gentle now in sight, having passed Lucy Byram and on the chase here. On the chase, she's right there with Imogen Simmons and Paula Finlay in sight now.
Just as she passes Taylor Knibb going the other way, so still a demoralising thing to see, but at least she'll know that for the day this is what she's doing that's top class. This is world class running from Ashley Gentle. She is running away from Taylor Knibb.
And at the very top we can see Anne Haug, who is not able to keep up either with Ash Gentle. So all these things kind of make me feel good about the fact that she's hungry, and this is, you know, making her want more. And perhaps maybe the thing that keeps her engaged, because she realizes that, you know, she has a massive challenge, and she definitely, I think, wants that world title to be something that she eventually takes into her retirement with her.
Not that I ever feel that Ashley is someone who would get complacent, but what this does is just highlight to her that there is absolutely no room for complacency, and it's always got to be about moving forward and finding those extra margins and working on the next thing. And today that's been shown to be her bike, and she needs to improve that. And with a few modifications, we could be seeing her right back at the front of these races.
If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, if you've liked the look of this course in stunning, beautiful Ibiza, then get your phone out, get your camera open, scan that QR code and register, and come and join us here in 2025 as we return for the 3rd straight year to sunny Ibiza for the T100 World Tour.
Taylor Knibb not only executing a masterclass on the bike today, but her pacing on the run here has been fantastic as well. She is not slowing down. She ran the same split on her 5th lap as she did on her 4th lap, and that this deep into a race where you are essentially on your own, having won this race, so impressive.
We see the fastest runner so far on course. Ashley Gentle has sort of pulled things back, but Julie Duron still has the fastest overall run time so far today. At 11.7 kilometres into the run, she's running in 39 minutes. Taylor Knibb out in front has run in 42 minutes. So Julie Duron has pulled 3 minutes back into Taylor Knibb. Rewind to that drafting penalty. If that had never happened, then Julie Duron's probably more like 1 minute and 20 seconds back from Taylor Knibb, and with 4.4 kilometres to go, we might be seeing a battle for this win. But hey, you get the unfair advantage by drafting, then clearly you've got to pay for it. But yeah, this is really impressive and does bode well for some potential battles that we might see in the future between these two women in Taylor Knibb and Julie Duron. And Ashley Gentle, she's only ran 2 minutes faster than Taylor Knibb to this point. Julie Duron's still 1 minute faster than Ashley Gentle overall, although Ashley Gentle is starting to turn that around.
So the next question is, Ashley Gentle, can she possibly make any inroads on the podium? We know she's now just making that pass up into 4th place. Sorry, that's 5th place. She's still got Paula Finlay ahead of her to make into 4th place. She's got about another 2.5 minutes to try and close down Indy Lee for a podium spot at the end of the day. She's got around 5 kilometres left to do that.
She's actually got more than that though. She'll have about 6.1 kilometres at that point, and yeah, so technically she could do it, but
I mean, this is on Indy now. I mean, Ashley is flying, but Indy has to hold it together. She will know, the people on course will be telling her that the threat from behind now is Ashley Gentle, because she is motoring, and Indy has to keep herself running fast and smooth, otherwise she's going to lose that podium spot at the death.
So it's about 2 minutes and 45 seconds, the gap, with 6 kilometres remaining. It would be tough. It's a stretch. It's not undoable though.
That's almost 30 seconds a K. I mean, that's significant, but again, she is flying, and yeah, that would be quite something.
Well,
from being lapped
we
to running your way to the podium.
Yes.
and running to such a bittersweet podium.
Yeah, it's like 25 seconds a K. It would take a blow up from India Lee at this point, wouldn't it? As well as Ashley Gentle is running, it would take a blow up here from India Lee, but it will be close come the finish line, I think. I think that might be down to within 30, 45 seconds if it holds tough like it is now. Eyes back on our leader, Taylor Knibb. It's been a really dominant display here today by Taylor Knibb. She is showing that when she races a T100 World Tour race in 2024, she wins. And just like Martin Van Riel, they both won T100 San Francisco, and they are both going to win T100 Ibiza. So 2 from 2 for Martin Van Riel and Taylor Knibb. And yeah, I've just given her the win there. The thing to talk about is that if Julie Duron hadn't had that penalty, that would be a minute and 20 seconds gap between Taylor Knibb and Julie Duron with just under 4 kilometres to go. That would be a crazy battle. So yeah, I think Taylor Knibb's performance is on that next level, but Julie Duron showing her face at the T100 World Tour is exciting for the future and the next races in the season at Las Vegas and Dubai.
So I was just looking at some stats there. Ash Gentle was just under 6 minutes behind India Lee at the end of the bike. So she's now
2 minutes and 39.
Yeah, I was going to say well under 3 minutes, but there you go, 2 minutes 39. My maths isn't quick enough, but anyone at home can have a look at that. So with that, you would say it's unlikely that she's going to catch Indy, but she's going to get close.
Oh, it's come down even more now, 2 minutes and 30 now.
But they'd be within 5K off the finish. Again, it's 30 seconds a K. And that's roughly what she's currently doing, but that would be heartbreaking for Indy Lee, actually.
It does look like India's rallying a little bit though. She hasn't completely slowed down. And if she does hang tough, she will hold on to her podium position here, which, like we talked about earlier, is a miraculous turnabout from where she was a week ago in T1 at the Ironman World Championships, where she looked defeated. And, you know, she's talked about it all week. She was sad. She was not enjoying her training camp. She'd been away from home for too long. She went back home for just a few short days and saw her dog and her family, and she felt like a different person. She said she felt like the weight of the world was on her shoulders, and then suddenly it had just lifted after just a day at home, and we're seeing that in a result here today.
Yeah, her mum's out here with her as well. I know she's very close with her family, and I think just having some of those comforts just gives you that reset and a reboot and a boost, you know, just for India, a huge boost. What we've seen today is just a different planet of performance to where she was a week ago.
Talking of just a week ago, Kat Matthews, as you can see on the graphics on the side, they're currently in 14th place. I mean, honestly, the fact that she's still here and the fact that she's still going, 14 minutes to Taylor Knibb in San Francisco would have probably put you in the top 5 or top 8. I mean, it's quite a testament to her spirit.
She just doesn't know how to quit. Kat Matthews doesn't know how to quit. If there is any physical way she can get to the finish line, she will do it. And I can't even begin to imagine the pain that's in her legs right now after what she endured last week, and then getting herself up for a race like this against these ladies who are primed and fast, ready for it. But absolute respect to her for still being out there on the course and still turning in an all right performance as well. Taylor heads out now onto her last lap proper. She's just passing the finish chute there, so next time round she'll head down that chute and take the tape unless something can be done behind her. But Julie Duron is still 2 minutes down, and unless something happens to Taylor, she would have to falter dramatically over these final couple of kilometres, or she's going to be the winner here in Ibiza.
Taylor Knibb would have to do a Sam Laidlow at this point on the training run throughout the week and hit that sign that the athletes have come close to a few times on that tight right-hand bend. That's the only way she loses today now, is a KO out on course. So Don't think that's going to happen. It's not completely outside the realm of possibility, as Sam proved, though, throughout the week.
Depends. She's got a bit of time to get back up too, in case she does knock herself out.
I mean, that's why we love triathlon, right? There are all these external factors, a bit of jeopardy. That's what makes it exciting.
And Jan Frodeno, the 3-time Ironman world champion, 2-time 70.3 world champion, Olympic champion, he is leaving us on commentary now. He's going to the finish line to do the winner's interview. So it'll be me and Vicky taking you through the end of this run, the final 2.3 kilometres for Taylor Knibb and the rest of the field.
Taylor Knibb still holding things together very nicely. She's still running smooth pace. She hasn't really dipped at all. And we don't really know either how hard she's actually having to go. I mean, I don't mean to say that she's running easy, but she's not been under threat. So at no point has she had to really dig deep and put in a surge and try and up that pace. She's been able to just probably stay within herself a little bit on the run. And it's actually really hard to run really your maximal effort when you're on your own at the front and you know you're going to win. So I'll be interested to know how much more there is in the tank for Taylor Knibb, sorry.
Ashley Gentle up into 4th now. She has made that pass on Paula Finlay and Imogen Simmons and is about to lap Grace Tech, who is in 18th, 15 minutes and 36 seconds behind the leader, Taylor Knibb. Ashley Gentle holding tough here. There's a few interesting mental states right now, isn't there? There's Taylor Knibb, who has had the race won from the moment she entered T2, and like you said, Vicky, has probably been able to run within herself and run a 9 out of 10 compared to, say, what an Ashley Gentle has had to do to hold on to some pride and make her way up and salvage something from this race and get herself into some point scoring. She's probably had to go to the depths, and Julie Duron the same, you know. She's only 2 minutes back and she had to run her way up into 2nd as well, so probably had to dig quite deep, whereas Taylor Knibb, although she is losing time to those 2 women, maybe she could find some time if she absolutely had to.
Yeah, I wonder if there's maybe a little bit extra in there. You know, as an athlete, nothing brings out more than you than that head-to-head battle, than when you are fighting head-to-head for the victory. You'll find an extra 1-2% that you just didn't think that you had if you're being pushed every ounce of your being to the finish line. And we haven't seen that with Taylor Knibb today because she's just been so spectacular. She hasn't been seen by another athlete since her exit from T1. So that's been just a remarkable performance from her once again. But with Ashley Gentle, she gets up into she is into 4th position here. And while she's now only 1 minute and 50 seconds down on Indy Lee in 3rd, it's still looking like that might be just a little bit too much for her to shut down on Indy. If you're Ashley Gentle, do you now perhaps forego Vegas anyway and say, well, I've got some work to do. If I want to contend at the grand final, and we know that the points are so huge at the grand final, they're worth more than they are at all these other races. Do you go all in on the grand final and say, well, I'm just going to put in the biggest cycling block of my life and try and turn up at the grand final and actually win the thing? Or does she just kind of have no choice but to go to Vegas?
It's a great question.
I know you normally like to ask the questions, Jack, but I'm just throwing it back at you.
if I put a coach's hat on, I think it depends. Like, what motivates her? Does Ashley Gentle, is she more motivated by going and winning the grand final, or does she want to go and get a 2nd place, or potentially just go back and try and fight for the victory at Lake Las Vegas? I mean, if Taylor Knibb's going to be at Lake Las Vegas, which we think she will, barring injury or illness, that course suits her even more than what this Ibiza course suits her, in my opinion. It's not as technical. There's some places where the bike ride really suits a strong cyclist. So I think if I was in that position, I would take the break and do the block, and I'd let Taylor race herself sort of a bit tired and not have the training block that I was capable of doing, and come and try and make a point at that grand final and be like, okay, whether you beat me or not at Lake Las Vegas doesn't matter. Whether you go and win there, I don't care. I'm going to beat you at the last race of the year, the race that really matters. So yes, that's the decision I personally would make, but I don't know what motivates Ash, you know.
I think I would agree with you. If it was me, I would be looking at it and saying, if we're kind of agreeing that her cycling just hasn't been where it needs to be at critical points this season, she needs to make a change there, and that change can't be done in the couple of weeks that she's got to train between now and Vegas. I mean, it's only 3 weeks away, which means she's probably not going to do loads this week. They need some time to recover. They also need to taper down into the race again. So realistically, what changes can you make in a 10-day block or a week block? Whereas you give yourself an extra month, well, then you're talking. Maybe you can actually start to make inroads. And, you know, she takes a minute or two off what she did today on the bike. She's right in the mix again.
The only thing you can do is freshen up. So the question is, Ashley Gentle's been in Andorra at altitude. You know, there's always questions about your drop down from altitude. How did you do that? Are you still a bit tired? Are you still feeling a bit sluggish? And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's the only possible thing that
it can be a factor.
If you had an extra sort of, you know, like if you go and do Lake Las Vegas on October 19th and you can't really make the training changes, maybe you can freshen up a little bit and do your taper a little bit better. But realistically, I think that if Ash Gentle goes to Lake Las Vegas, it would take a monumental performance for her to compete with Taylor Knibb. So yeah, I'm with you. I think I would just skip that and do the grand final, but I don't think she will. If you ask me what I think she will do, I think she will go to Lake Las Vegas and try and get instant redemption and put some more points on the board and then do the grand final as well.
Yeah, I think that temptation to sort of chase the world title possibly comes above maybe what would make her a better athlete by the grand final. And the way Taylor Knibb's racing, I guess you've got to ask yourself whether being a better athlete by the grand final actually is going to make that much of a difference anyway. If Taylor Knibb is just this far ahead right now, you know, she's currently 6.5 minutes ahead of Ashley Gentle right at the death of this race. But yeah, just interested to know what Ash is thinking and what's her next move, because it is tactical. As much as anything, it's a tactical decision on what she's trying to achieve for the year and what is her motivation. Is it to be the best athlete she can be? Is it to try and be world champion? Is it to try and become a bike monster? You know, what is that?
Emma Pallant-Brown, who we're seeing here, she was one of the fastest runners after lap 1, and Taylor Knibb is now running faster than her and about to lap her again. So that is huge from Taylor Knibb, but the heat we know does hurt Emma Pallant-Brown. We talked about her earlier, maybe not the year she would have hoped for, a 5th place in San Francisco. She went off the Miami course in a hospital, in an ambulance, not in a hospital. She went to a hospital in an ambulance at Miami because of the heat. So I do think these conditions don't necessarily suit Emma Pallant-Brown with just the heat and humidity that is out there. Keep in mind it is 2 p.m. local time now, and it is gotten quite hot and quite humid out here on the race course.
Yeah, Emma Pallant-Brown, a bit like Rico Bogan, one of our athletes who just really doesn't enjoy the heat, and it's something that she's struggled with time and time again. We've seen her have multiple really upsetting and worrying episodes where she's passed out and been led on tarmac at the side of race courses. And it's great that she's still moving and that she's still upright, and therefore we hope she's still okay. But that heat, which, as we said, yes, it's getting warmer, it's not exceptional, it's not by any stretch of the imagination extreme, it's obviously affecting her.
And Taylor Knibb makes her way onto the blue carpet. She has been out of this world today at T100 Ibiza. Front pack swim, made her move on the bike, came into T2 with no one around her and showed the world, I'm not just a swimmer, I'm not just a biker, I am a triathlete, I'm the best middle distance triathlete in the world. Taylor Knibb, a 3-time T100 champion, a 2-time champion in 2024, and proving herself as the greatest middle distance triathlete on the planet right now.
Just another fantastic, complete performance from Taylor Knibb, and we'll never know quite how hard she had to dig on that run. Hopefully we'll find out a little bit from the interviews just where she feels she's at, but she was never under threat from the minute she got onto the bike, and we suspected today may end up being the Taylor Knibb show, and that is exactly what has happened.
Taylor Knibb standing by herself at the finish line after yet another completely dominant victory on a T100 race course. Julie Duron, the Olympic silver medalist, the only person in the same stratosphere as Taylor Knibb. She got that 1 minute penalty for drafting. So without that, this might have been a completely different battle, but for what it is, a debut performance from a rookie, Julie Duron, to be the only person, even in the same stratosphere, like I said, as Taylor Knibb, is a very impressive debut. And I think the sky's the limit for Julie Duron and her future in T100 triathlon. So Julie Duron, her first outing at the T100 World Tour, shows the world, I have arrived. Second place here today behind the great Taylor Knibb, beating Ashley Gentle, beating Annie Haug. Julie Duron, second place at T100 Ibiza, the 5th stop on the T100 World Tour. If you didn't know her name, you know it now.
And you can see how delighted she was crossing the line there. Why wouldn't you be? Second place at this level of competition against the very best middle distance athletes in the world. Shows that she belongs at the top of both short course and middle distance racing. Very much like the woman she stood next to right now. These two women can compete so well over both short course and middle distance.
Ashley Gentle making her way up the hill for the final time. India Lee down it. We know that hill's 150 metres, so Ashley Gentle's about 50 metres up the hill. That means that the gap is 200 metres between Ashley Gentle and India Lee.
To hang on for that third place in the final place on the podium today. Now it's been a great race.
Taylor Knibb, your winner today here at T100 Ibiza. Julie Duron, the Olympic silver medalist, now also a silver medalist here at the T100 World Tour. And we are watching the battle for third. Who will it be? The queen of the T100, Ashley Gentle, with her 5 titles already. Or will it be Miami champion, India Lee, who's come today here to Ibiza for redemption after a terrible performance by her standards last weekend at the Ironman World Championships. She has completely turned things around today and produced a special performance, one worthy of the athlete that India Lee is. And she is holding off one of the best runners we've ever seen here at the T100 World Tour in Ashley Gentle.
Ashley was absolutely flying down that hill. She was really using the hill beautifully. If you don't run down hills especially well, it can really take it out of your legs. But if you can just flow, it's free speed, and it is the best thing you could possibly have as a runner. Just seems like she's going to run out of road to catch Indy Lee, though, as Indy rolls up beside the transition zone. She's going to have to go along the front here, go down the second little out and back, and then head down the finish street. But we couldn't quite see Ashley in shot there, so I think she's just going to hold on for that third place. What a performance from Indy Lee. You've said it so many times today, Jack. The difference a week makes is astonishing at this moment. This is one of the performances of her career. Behind her Miami win, I would say the next best performance of her career. A really complete performance. Right on second place out of the swim, second place at the end of the bike, third place at the end of the run. Brilliant all-round performance from Indy.
India Lee holding tough here. Ashley Gentle is only 55 seconds behind her. 500 metres left to run for Ashley Gentle. That means there's about 300 metres to run for Indy Lee. You can see the look on her face. That is a grimace. That means India Lee is digging in and fighting here. The determination she must be showing to hold off Ashley Gentle. One of, if not the greatest runner we've seen in the Women's T100 Tour. And Indy Lee makes the final turn. She is going to hold on. It is redemption for India Lee here today at Ibiza, the 5th stop on the T100 World Tour. Coming off a disappointing weekend at the Ironman World Championships, she has proven not only to herself but everyone else, I haven't gone anywhere. The Miami champion, 3rd here today in the final spot on the podium at T100 Ibiza. India Lee, what a race.
And that's just going to mean so much to her. She would have prepared so hard for last weekend's World Championship, and to not finish, to feel so awful as she did on that day, to have nothing there, to be so demoralised and demotivated, then to turn it around here, that is exactly what every athlete dreams of.
Ashley Gentle, the winner last time out at London on the T100 World Tour, fought for every metre today here at Ibiza. At one point, only just inside the top 10, athlete Ashley Gentle finishes 4th here today at T100 Ibiza. The heart of a champion here today for Ashley Gentle on the World Tour as she hugs her bitter rival, Taylor Knibb, who once again, just like at San Francisco, gets the better of her. You wonder what's going through Ashley's head right now. I'm sure she's happy with 4th place, but she is a champion and she has won these things 5 times, and she did win the last time out, so I bet you there's a bit of disappointment and a bit of, I want more than this right now.
You hope so. That's what you want from your champions. You want a little bit of that hunger when they're not quite at the very top. But can we just say, what a turnaround for her today. She ran her way from 10th up into 4th place. She took so many minutes back on the run. That was such an admirable performance. She fought for every one of those places. It was a brilliant result from Ashley Gentle to look at where she was at the start of the run.
And we can see here a battle for 5th place. Paula Finlay only 10 seconds ahead of Annie Haug as she takes one last look over her shoulder. The ever consistent Paula Finlay, 5th place at T100 Ibiza. And Annie Haug, just like India Lee, following the disappointment outside of her control at the Ironman World Championships last weekend, and just like Ashley Gentle, had to fight for every metre today here at Ibiza, 6th place. Last year's champion. Annie Haug, hands on knees, she's fought for every inch today. What a performance.
Imogen Simmons is going to be our next finisher in 7th place. Not quite the podium spectacular that she had in London. She just wasn't quite able to show it on the bike today, which is where she really showed her strength a couple of months ago in London. But this time round, she has to settle for 7th place with a strong, if not quite a sparkling all-round performance.
And Imogen Simmons, one of the strongest cyclists in the sport, shows a consistent run here today. 7th place. You can see the toll today's race has taken on these women. Imogen Simmons looking quite cooked here. It's hot out there, the temperature has risen, the humidity is up. And one of the young shining stars of the T100 World Tour, Lucy Byram, enters the blue carpet. 8th place for Lucy Byram, as she collapses to the ground yet again, showing that the heat and humidity and just hard racing that we saw today has taken its toll. The Olympic champion Flora Duffy on debut here at the T100 World Tour. She was in the front group out of the water. 9th place. Two champions embracing here. The T100 champion Ashley Gentle, the Olympic champion Flora Duffy, the national time trial champion Paula Finlay. 3 champions in one shot. That's a pretty special shot.
Yeah, I'm still excited to see what Flora's got left to give in this sport. I think she will give everything to learn this middle distance racing over the next year or so, and I've no doubt that it's going to be a different Flora Duffy that we might well see on the circuit in 12 months' time, and I really hope so. I hope there's another chapter in the champion Flora Duffy's story, because she really is such a character, such an inspiring figure in our sport, and I just would love to see what she's capable of when she's really, really focused and trained on this distance, because we know so far she hasn't done that.
And she ran quite well. She ran a little bit faster than Taylor Knibb even, so plenty left, I think, in the future for Flora Duffy over this distance. Emma Pallant-Brown, an up and down season for Emma Pallant-Brown. Today, not the performance that an athlete of her caliber would have been hoping for, but 10th place on the T100 World Tour, something most people would only dream about. So a solid performance, but these conditions, they keep testing Emma Pallant-Brown. The heat puzzle.
It's not always straightforward, and you know, different people are just affected in different ways by the heat, and I know that she's worked really hard with her team to try and get to the bottom of it and work out how she can perform well and not suffer these heat episodes. And it does look on the plus side that she's well, she's okay, she's not, you know, on the floor needing medical attention.
And we are joined by your champion, now 3-time PTO winner, Taylor Knibb. Alex joins her now.
She does indeed, as does Jan. They're nattering away, as great as this sport would do. Many, many congratulations. You're taking out a bit of a lease on the top step in the T100. Another win. Congratulations to you on that front. It looked from the outside like you were in total control throughout. How was it for you during the race?
I wouldn't say it was total control. I kind of got in, like, I did my bike warm-up, I did my swim warm-up, and I'm like, okay. Like, you have to always be optimistic. You have to always be, like, hopeful that it'll all turn around. And then you could tell from my swim start that I was like, ooh, this is gonna be rough. Okay, just like build into it. Somehow I caught that lead group, don't know how. And then on the bike, my shoes were driving me nuts. Need to work on that. Need to work in the technical sections. I learned I lost 20 seconds a lap, so that's 50 seconds, 1.5,
yeah.
2.5 laps? Or
no, probably more like a minute, because you went through the whole section, even on the last lap.
Right, yes. I would love to talk to the cone placer. There were some cones that I would be like, ooh, that it would really help me if it wasn't there, but I'm working on that. And then the run, yeah, that was a lot of laps.
We'll get you a number for the cone placer. We'll do that afterwards. Sum that up, though.
I absolutely love it. I mean, honestly, just relating, I think I've got 2, maybe 3 races in my life that I was happy with. This was one of the most dominant performances you've ever shown.
5 world titles and you have 2 or 3.
Yeah, I have.
Happy with.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about it. Exactly what you do, looking for the little things. We heard you have a bike coach to now work with you through technical sections. Is that true? Because the field is trying to figure out what they can possibly do to try and beat you.
Yes, I don't know if I'm fired as an athlete after today. That was kind of atrocious and I knew it was bad. But we've just gotten started. We have a lot of work to do and it is a growing process, so I'm excited to keep working if I'm not fired.
Champion's mindset right there. You put away an Olympic champion, several world titles. Does that even occur to you, or were you just running your thing and you're focused on holding your second goal, as you said, gently in your hand and being flexible?
Yes, I mean, you always want to execute the best of your ability on any given day, and you want to do the best you can on any given day, I guess. So each race counts.
Can I ask you a quick question? Obviously, it's been a heck of a year for you, and there was a roller coaster that everyone knows about in Paris. How easy was it to park that and reset and fire yourself up again? Was that a simple process, or have you had to go through a bit to get here?
Well, I think it was probably a blessing, and I got super sick, like super sick. So I didn't do anything for like a week, and my manager called me, he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, I get to sit in bed for a week without any responsibilities? Like, this is like amazing. And so I think I probably started up like 5 weeks ago? Probably worse fitness than November 1st. My coach can confirm or deny. So this was a really big push. The first week back, I'm like, whoa, we're back. So yeah, it really feels like a second part, and I have a lot of work to do because I haven't had that consistency. Because I've had a good last 5 weeks, but anything before that, it was a very vapid.
I think we can confirm you're not fired as an athlete, and we can also confirm that you are back. It was wonderful seeing you out on course today. Are you fired up for the next few races? Are those your goals, to come out for Vegas and then Dubai, obviously? Hello. Come and join. Come on.
Welcome. Thank you.
You do that, yeah.
Yes, I'm excited to race at home with a less than 2-hour flight.
Fantastic.
There we go.
I tell you what, Taylor, we'll let you step out. You've got lots of other people to talk to. Many, many congratulations. Bring in Julie and Indy. Wow. I know obviously not new to triathlon, but fairly new to T100. That is quite a way to announce yourself. Sum up your afternoon for us.
Yeah, obviously I'm super happy. I didn't really know what to expect. It was pretty tough to get back into the swing of things after the Olympics, and yeah, I'm super pleased that I had a good day out there and I think my run wasn't a surprise to anyone anymore, so I was just really happy to be in a position where I could play off my strength.
Absolutely brilliant to have you both here. You've actually both got to go and do podium. So one question to Indy, there looked a lot of emotion for you at the end. I know it's been a heck of a week, a bit of home time seems to have worked wonders. Well done today. Tell us what you make of that.
Yeah, so the last 6 weeks or so I've been building up to the World Championships last week, and then this week this race as well, and I made a decision to go away and
thinking I was like doing everything I could to prepare for World Championships, and in the end I just spent too long away from home and got really homesick and just was pretty miserable going into the race last week. So I had a terrible day, and then 2 days at home and I was like a new person, and I was so motivated to prove that I'd put all the work in for this week, and I didn't want it to be a waste of time. So to pull off a solid result, I'm really chuffed with, and yeah, it was a good day.
We could see the big smile on your face as you crossed on. We're going to let you head now because you're off to get your medals after the boys have got theirs. Let's head to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 T100 Ibiza. Presenting medals and gifts today will be Salvador Losa Marie, Consejero Deportes, Consul Ibiza. Katiana Fuster, City Council Representative. And Daniela Reef, 10-time Ironman World Champion. Presenting champagne today will be Sam Renouf, CEO, Professional Triathlon Organization, and Javier Gomez, 9-time World Champion. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany, Mika Newt. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing France, Sam Laidlow. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal at the 2024 T100 Ibiza, representing Belgium, Martin van Riel. And now, please join us for our athlete celebration. Such gentlemen. Congratulations to all the winners of the 2024 T100 Ibiza.
Well, fantastic scenes there, and this is what it means to the T100 series standings as far as the men are concerned. No Magnus Ditlev and Kyle Smith this weekend. So the big mover, Sam Laidlow, who is up into third place, up 4, and the big mover, Martin van Riel, who's up 10 into 4th. Sam Long, therefore, drops down. Yuri Kulin, Mika Newt, all performing here today and getting points on the board. Rico Bogan, Alistair Brownlee, brave today as well. And Matthias Margerier rounds out the top 10. A lot of life left, of course, with one regular round to go and the grand final in Dubai. And just a quick check on today's result as well. Taylor Knibb, imperious and superb from the moment she recovered from a bit of a bump in the start of the swim. She came home in top spot. Julie Derron overcoming the time penalty to run her way home in second. Indy Lee with great guts and courage to hold off the challenge of Ash Gentle, who herself ran hard to finish in 4th. But it's a Knibb, Derron and Lee 1, 2, 3, and they are ready for their medal presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 T100 Ibiza. Presenting medals and gifts today will be Salvador Losa Marie, Consejero Deportes, Consul Ibiza. Jose Hidalgo, Spanish Federation President. And Daniela Reef, 10-time Ironman World Champion. Presenting champagne today will be Sam Renaud, CEO of the Professional Triathlon Organization, and Javier Gomez, 9-time World Champion. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, India Lee. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Switzerland, Julie Durand. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal at the 2024 Ibiza T100, representing the United States of America, Taylor Knibb. And now, please join us for our athlete celebration.
Well done, Taylor Knibb. In terms of the women's T100 series standings, Ash Gentle remains in top spot. India Lee tracking nicely. Taylor Knibb, though, the big mover this weekend, up 7 into third. Imo Simmons banking valuable points as well, as did Kat Matthews. But so much life left in the T100, with, of course, not just Vegas to come as far as the regular rounds are concerned, but big points up for grabs in Dubai as well. The music's kicked off, the party has started, and rightly so. We haven't got a huge amount of time, but if you were to take a breath and try and sum up today, what would you tell us?
Taylor Knibb is still Taylor Knibb. She's still incredible. Indy Lee showed the power of bouncing back. And Julie Derren is an absolute force coming through into our sport, and I'll leave you to do the men.
What about the men?
I mean, the big surprise for me today was Sam Laidlow yet again, proving that even in a pure foot race, he is a force to be reckoned with. I think we're going to see exciting things from him. Martin Van Riel increasing his unbeaten streak. Yeah, let's see what the last 2 races bring. He obviously has no more chance to leave out a race, so bring it on.
Exactly that. And briefly, we talked about the series adding more talking points and pressure points. We have got 2 phenomenal rounds to come, haven't we?
Yeah, you see the likes of Ashley Gentle not having as good a day here as she's had before. She's got pressure on her now to perform at the later rounds. You've got someone like Indy Lee, the pressure will have been relieved a little bit with a result like she had today. So depending on who you are, that pressure, I think it's building up to a pretty hot temperature.
Pressure makes diamonds. Thank you very much indeed, guys. What a day of racing here in Ibiza. We'll see you in Vegas in 3 weeks' time.